Chapter 49-28. Jiang Qin knew very well that it was almost impossible to kill them. As long as he had the intention to kill, he would definitely be the first to suffer. It was more important to escape now. This group of guys was unclear. It would be too unlucky if he died in the hands of these people. However, with the Emperor of the Cosmos's Jade card in hand, Jiang Qin at least had a final trump card. As expected of the person who defeated Xiaoyin and obtained the gold medal, commander of the Apocalypse Knights. It seems that I really underestimated you. To be able to hold me, Han Feihu, for a day and not be defeated, you do have some skills. But, you have made me completely angry. No one can escape from my hands, no one can. Kid, to be able to die in my hands, it is a worthy death. My patience from this moment on has been completely worn out by you. Han Feihu clenched his fists and his eyes were about to pop. This kid was slippery like a loach. He had been fighting with them for a day and a night, and he had never been in such a difficult situation. The most hateful thing was that he was not a star-level master. As the most powerful master under the Second City Lord, how could he still have any face? Jiang Qin, I'm sorry I have implicated you. Luo Ying said in a sorrowful tone. Jiang Qin was already exhausted. He had done his best in facing the top 10 experts. If it was any other second heavenly layer star realm expert, he or she would have already died, but no matter how much effort they had put in, they still had to bow their heads to fate. Don't say these words at this time. The person who should say sorry should be me. I have let you down. If it wasn't for the Jade card in my hand, they would not have pointed their spear at you. Even Andy has suffered. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly, but he had never been a person who accepted his fate, not to mention that it was far from the point of death. Although Jiang Qin had not broken through the star level, he was already infinitely close. After several battles he was very confident. With the help of the 5-barrier pill, he only needed an opportunity. It was just that the matter of Fenger had been pressing on his heart, so it made Jiang Qin feel a sense of suffocation. Death is at hand. Let's see what other tricks you have. Han Feihu held the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Han Feihu was really angry this time, and it seemed that he was going to fight to the death with him. Previously, Han Feihu had always been cautious. Because of the Jade token in his hand, he had no choice but to be careful. If he crushed the Jade token, then all his efforts would be in vain. Han Feihu had a heavy responsibility here, so he had no choice but to be careful. Once the Jade token was broken, his life would be at risk. Han Feihu had originally planned to use the wheel tactic to wear him down first, but little did he know that the one who would wear him down in the end would be himself. Han Feihu couldn't even find a place to cry. Jiang Qin alone had exhausted all of them. How could Han Feihu not be angry when he had been playing around all day but had been pecked in the eye by an eagle? Now he was like a tortoise crawling into a kitchen pit. He was suffocating with anger, so even at the risk of dying together, he had to give Jiang Qin a fatal blow. Jiang Qin was also very cautious in his heart because he had the upper hand in the previous game with Han Feihu. However, Han Feihu was now angry and did not fall for it at all. If Han Feihu went all out, it would still be very dangerous for him. Fortunately, they were not far from Water Curtain Mountain. As long as Jiang Qin clenched his teeth, he would definitely be able to get through it. It seems that I have to have a good fight. Jiang Qin raised his sword and once again charged into the enemy's formation. This hearty battle made Jiang Qin feel extremely carefree. Haha, let the storm come fiercer. Jiang Qin held the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon sword tightly. His eyes were even more bloodthirsty. He was born to fight. Although it was a narrow escape, his hot blood had never been extinguished. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's just a stubborn resistance. Blood tears 10,000 blade light. Rays of blade light covered the sky. Jiang Qin acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He used the ghostly steps but he could not retreat anymore. If he did, Luo Ying would be in deep trouble. Holding the heavenly dragon sword tightly, the blade light descended from the sky. Rays of light and shadows exploded in the starry sky. It was as if it was daytime. Within a radius of 10 miles, the wind blew and the grass and trees were crushed. Double dragon finger. Jiang Qin pointed with his fingertips. Airwaves rolled around his fingertips and firmly sealed the surrounding space. However, it was still destroyed by the rays of blade light. The space around him collapsed inch by inch. Jiang Qin's eyes were bloodshot. He held his blade horizontally and punched out. Starlight entered the body. 100 refined stars opened for me. Jiang Qin punched out. Endless starlight gathered. Coincidentally, it was nighttime. The starlight was dazzling. The power of the stars surged out and collided with Han Feihu. Finally, Jiang Chen stopped declining. Han Feihu could no longer shake Jiang Chen. Damn it. Han Feihu's perlicue cracked and his pupils shrank. Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, they still could not kill Jiang Chen. Although they had some scruples before and wanted to seize the jade pendant, they did not use their full strength. Jiang Chen also took advantage of this gap and gradually led them into a familiar battle of attrition. Everyone gradually became his vassals and was led by the nose. At this time, Han Feihu used all his skills and pressured them. The power that Jiang Chen had erupted in a desperate situation had completely shocked Han Feihu. This battle was bound to be a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to the enemy. Attack with all your strength. Kill him without mercy. Han Feihu could no longer retreat. At this time he had to fight to the death. Jiang Chen's strength was getting weaker and weaker. His injuries were also getting worse. If he did not take this opportunity to kill him, he was afraid that this guy would come up with more tricks. Han Feihu's eyes were fierce. Under the siege of the top 10 experts, Jiang Chen's situation was also on the verge of death. The sun rose and the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sky. After fighting for a day and a night, Jiang Chen's robe was also soaked in blood. He fought against the top 10 Eternal Star level experts, holding on to his last breath. He continued to retreat, and the water curtain mountain was already in front of him. Jiang Chen. Under a loud shout, Han Feihu's face changed. When he looked back, he found that Mo Han and the others appeared not far away. Damn bastard, damn it. I actually let him delay for so long. Han Feihu was furious. At the same time he blamed himself. At first he did not dare to fight Jiang Chen with the jade pendant. Now that reinforcements came, this battle was over. Big brother. Chapter 49-29. Phew. Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief. Mo Han's appearance had made Han Feihu want to retire, because he could see that the people behind Mo Han were all extremely powerful experts, and they weren't ordinary people. It's the 9 envoys of the Green Dragon. Han Feihu clenched his fists. Although his heart was full of unwillingness, he knew that he had no chance at all. If they continued to fight, they would be completely annihilated. He was very clear about the strength of the 9 envoys. It seems that the guards of the City Lord's mansion were killed by you. Mo Han's eyes were filled with anger. He stood still and stared at Han Feihu. A battle was about to break out. Humph, so what if it's me? What can you do to me? I want to leave, what can you do to me? Ah. Han Feihu quickly retreated. If it was only Mo Han, then Han Feihu would have gone all out. After all, he had a heavy responsibility, but the 9 Azure Dragon envoys were also present, so he wasn't sure if he could win this battle. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Yan Qingyun calmly said and stopped Mo Han, who was about to chase after them. This group of people was not simple and they were not easy to deal with. Once a battle broke out, it would be very troublesome and it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Yin, thank you for reminding me. I almost made a mistake. Mo Han said in a low voice. His mission was to find his mother and sister. Now that they had been found, everything else was secondary. The wedding was just around the corner. He couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Mother? Where is Mother? Mo Han grabbed Luo Ying's hand and asked nervously. Mother is fine. Jiang Chen saved us. Mo Han heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. At this time, his heart was completely at ease. Thank you, Jiang Chen. You saved my mother and sister. I owe you a lot. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it even if I die 10,000 times. Mo Han said in a righteous manner. Although he wasn't a man who was good at expressing himself, Jiang Chen had saved his family time and time again. To Mo Han, Jiang Chen was someone he could entrust his life to. It's good that you're fine. I don't know where this person came from, but he came for me. I have implicated Luo Ying. Today is your wedding day, I am truly sorry. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh. It was a joyous day, but where did joy come from? Luo Ying sneered and shook her head. Other than herself, who else could understand the bitterness in her heart? Eldest princess, eldest young master, let's hurry back. Today is the most important day of the Apocalypse Milky Way City in the past 10,000 years, and the guests have already arrived. If we don't hurry back, we might not make it in time. Yan Qingyun said solemnly. Yeah, Luo Ying, let's go. Mo Han looked at Luo Ying anxiously. His father had given him an order, and if he couldn't complete it, he would definitely be punished. Most importantly, the guests from all over the Heavenly Awakening Star Field had come to congratulate them. If the City Lord's daughter and bride weren't present, wouldn't the City Lord's mansion become a laughing stock? For the sake of the overall situation, Emohan didn't have time to think too much. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin, her eyes flickering. Her heart was filled with grief. She had never thought that parting would be so painful. In this life, she still had to obey the arrangements of fate. Take care. Jiang Qin looked at Luo Ying. He also couldn't bear to leave, but for Feng'er he had no choice but to give up what he had to. Especially after having that dream, he was even more worried about Feng'er's situation. Luo Ying smiled brightly, turned around and left. Everyone had their own fate. She knew that Jiang Qin had too many things on his shoulders, and her own identity had placed too many restrictions on him. The relationship between the two of them was deep, but their fate was shallow. Emohan was also helpless. Luo Ying's identity meant that she couldn't become an ordinary person, and this wedding of the century would become an eternal part of her life. Although Jiang Qin's strength wasn't bad and his talent was peerless, compared to the leader of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field, he was far too lacking. No one could change what his father had decided. The marriage with Second City Lord Xiaoyuan would consolidate the development and stability of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. This was Luo Ying's responsibility. As the daughter of the City Lord, the eldest princess had been born with this responsibility, and it was difficult for her to escape the arrangements of fate. Jiang Qin knew that liking Luo Ying was something that couldn't be fought over, but he also knew that he couldn't be too selfish. Once he was together with Luo Ying, taking her away would bring disaster to the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it was an indisputable fact. He could be free of worries, but Luo Ying couldn't escape and she couldn't face it. She would be condemned by the masses, and she would be called the sinner of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. Her father would forever be cursed and ridiculed by the masses. Luo Ying nodded, turned around and left. Her tears fell like rain. This was her fate. On the way, Emohan didn't know how to comfort his sister. Some people, from the moment they were born, their fate couldn't be decided by themselves. For example, even if he had been abandoned by his father and his status in the City Lord's mansion had fallen, Emohan couldn't leave the City Lord's mansion. This was his fate, his choice. Although he wanted to rely on himself to make a name for himself, in the Heavenly Awakening Star Field, no one could become the second Qiyu. Emohan didn't know about the past between Luo Ying and Jiang Qin, but he had deep feelings for Luo Ying. His mother had given him a new lease of life. If she wasn't the daughter of the City Lord, it would be great. But because of this, his father's status was too high, and he couldn't allow any flaws. They had no other choice. Once his father decided, there was no turning back. After all, he was the overlord of the Heavenly Awakening Star Field. However, not long after, in less than 2 hours, they rushed back to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City while facing the rising sun. They would only be able to return by noon at the soonest. It was already very difficult to not miss the wedding. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yan Qingyun looked at Emohan. Emohan's mind moved and his expression became solemn. He carefully observed the surroundings. In terms of strength, Yan Qingyun was stronger than him. Therefore, Emohan didn't dare to be careless. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had to ensure the safety of the City Lord's mansion and ensure that the City Lord wouldn't be disturbed. Such a powerhouse's insight was far beyond that of an ordinary person. After Yan Qingyun finished speaking, Emohan also felt that something was wrong. There was a kind of cold and murderous aura, as if there were many pairs of eyes staring at them. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Their surroundings were far too quiet. It was so quiet that they could only hear the sound of the wind. This sound of the wind was like a sharp blade that cut across their hearts. They had no choice but to perk up their ears and watch every single movement around them with solemn eyes. The sound of the wind, something's wrong. Let's go. Chapter 49:30. Who is it that wants to harm us? Emohan said with a gloomy face. I heard from that group of people that they didn't want to capture me but to deal with Jiang Qin. That's why they captured my mother and me. They want to get a jade card from Jiang Qin. Luo Ying said with a dignified face. Jade card? What kind of jade card could be so attractive? Emohan muttered to himself. His face immediately changed as he looked at Luo Ying. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that jade card? What jade card? Luo Ying looked at her brother Emohan in confusion. Father once told me that he had an extremely precious jade card, but he didn't tell me exactly how precious it was. He said that he had a total of 3 jade cards, and as long as you gather all 3 of them, you will be able to obtain an endless temptation. Emohan was deeply convinced, but he wasn't sure whether the jade card in Jiang Qin's hand was the one his father had told him about. To be able to attract so many star-level experts, It was obvious that the jade card in Jiang Chen's hand was definitely not simple. There shouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. A priceless jade card was most likely related to the jade card in his father's hand. This mountain was opened by me, and these trees were planted by me. If you want to cross this road, you will have to pay for the road. After a burst of sinister laughter, a short and stout man carrying a large blade on his shoulder, wearing shorts, appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Yan Qingyun's complexion greatly changed. The person in front of them was not someone that Xuanhuan and the others could imagine. Who are you? How dare you block our way? Are you courting death? Xuanhuan pointed his sword at the fatty and shouted. The person in front of him had a cheeky smile on his face and was very arrogant. He stood alone in front of them, blocking their way. Who am I? Why don't you ask that Yen brat next to you and see if he still recognizes me? The fatty pointed at Yan Qingyun and said. His face was full of arrogance, leisurely and indifferent. Xuanhuan and Luo Ying looked at Yan Qingyun. Yan Qingyun nodded heavily, indicating that the person in front of him was not simple. That year Yunling Fei's #1 general, Odern. Odern? Xuanhuan was puzzled. The wolf of the north, the eagle of the mountains. Back then he used his own power to block the river and stop 13 star states for a day and a night. In the end he killed them all and destroyed the northern region. Yan Qingyun's eyes were grim. This guy's reputation was quite powerful. Even he hadn't expected this person to still be alive. Back when this person was still a star rank expert, he was just a small captain of the Apocalypse Knights. What? Mountain Eagle? He's the Mountain Eagle? Wasn't the Mountain Eagle already dead? Didn't they say that he died on the battlefield? How can it be him? Perhaps Odern didn't know who Xuanhuan was, but how could he not know the wolf of the north, the eagle of the mountains? In the past, when they fought against the demonic beasts and bandits of the northern region, the Mountain Eagle had made great contributions. He was Yunling Fei's most valiant general. In Xuanhuan's eyes, this person was like a legend. It's actually him. Luo Ying looked at Xuanhuan and the others. Her heart sank. If she wasn't wrong, this guy should be here for her. Brother Ao, can you give me some face today? Yan Qingyun will personally thank you another day. Yan Qingyun clasped his fist and said. Even with so many of them, he might not be able to stop Odern. Odern was too strong. His nickname was the Mountain Eagle. Although he was short and fat, once he started fighting he was incomparably terrifying. You don't have the qualifications. Today I want to stop you. It doesn't matter who comes. Even if Yunling Fei comes, I won't give him any face. Odern sneered and stood with his head held high. He held the mountain-splitting axe in front of him, exuding an imposing aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Yan Qingyun's expression was a bit embarrassed. As the head of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. However, today's incident was too sudden, and he wasn't prepared at all. Only 3 of his brothers came. Although the rest were strong in Odern's eyes, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. It wasn't that Yan Qingyun was belittling himself, but the younger generation of the Knights of the Apocalypse who hadn't experienced Odern's rule would never understand how terrifying this man was. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Yan Qingyun took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Ying and Xuanhuan. Eldest young master, eldest princess, once the battle starts, you two go first. Leave us behind. Don't look back, just go first. Yan Qingyun was already prepared to die in battle at any time. From the moment he became one of the Green Dragon 9 envoys, he had been firmly tied to the City Lord's mansion. He knew the eldest young master's character. Although he didn't know why Odern had become like this, it was a matter of life and death. The most important thing was for the eldest young master and the eldest princess to leave this place and return to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would lose all face. Guests from all over were waiting in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City for the wedding of the century. With me here, no one can even think of taking half a step out of here. How many years has it been since I've fought? Today I'll start with you guys. Odern took a step forward, his feet sinking into the ground. His violent aura was like a thunderclap as fast as lightning. Protect the eldest princess. Kill. Yan Qingyun bellowed, and the 20 people behind him charged towards Aldern. They were also prepared to die in this battle. Let's go. Xuanhuan pulled his sister's hand and hurriedly left. Even if Yan Qingyun wanted to die, he had to send the 2 of them away. He couldn't afford to be muddle-headed at this moment. This wasn't just a matter of life and death. It was also a matter of the City Lord's mansion and the stability of the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Where do you think you're going? Get past me first. Odin didn't care about anyone else as he faced Luo Ying and Mo Han. His goal was obvious. He wanted to stop Luo Ying from returning to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City to participate in the wedding. The three experts bore the brunt of the attack and stood in front of Aldern. However, the three early-stage Stargrade experts were as fragile as paper in front of Aldern. They were sent flying in an instant. The huge axe swept across the sky like a mountain. The three of them were sent flying, and their eyes were filled with fear. There was actually such a powerful expert in this world? Just the power of his flesh and blood was enough to send three of them flying. It was too frightening and shocking. Be careful. Before Yen Qingyun could finish speaking, Odin's aura reached the clouds. Mo Han, who bore the brunt of his attack, stood in front of his sister. If Luo Ying had faced him directly, she would have been smashed into a meat patty. It was just that powerful and vast. It was unbelievable, and it made Mo Han's pupils shrink. Chapter 49-31. Big Brother? Luo Ying exclaimed. At this time Mo Han's palm had already cracked. His face was full of bewilderment. This guy was like a devil. Yen Qingyun, who was on the side, closed in on him. Behind him there were more than 10 people surrounding him, but Audern didn't hesitate at all. He once again waved the giant axe in his hand, and a domineering force that could shake the heavens and make the gods cry swept across the void. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Yen Qingyun kept flickering, but only he and Mo Han could compete with Audern. The remaining early star-level experts couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. The power to uproot mountains, the might to dominate the universe. This was Audern, the #1 general under Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Even now he was still as terrifying as ever. After so many years, Yen Qingyun was still worried, and this was completely reasonable. There were so many of them, but they weren't a match for him. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yen Qingyun and the others were forced to retreat by Audern again and again. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. However, the other party still seemed to be at ease. Compared to them, Aldern's ferocious attitude made Mo Han complain incessantly. You are not my opponent. Only death awaits you if you oppose me. Ah. Audern laughed wildly. He carried the giant axe and approached them step by step. Everyone's expression was solemn. The enemy of life and death was right in front of them. The only thing they could do was to fight to the death for glory and for the bright future of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Kill? Mo Han didn't hesitate. Although he was the eldest son of the City Lord Mansion, at this time he must lead by example and advance and retreat together with Yen Qingyun and the others, regardless of life or death. Sky-raising axe, 9 heavens thunder. Audern roared, his giant shadow flickered, and his imposing aura swallowed the heavens. Yen Qingyun and Mo Han looked at each other, and with the combined efforts of 20 experts, they were barely able to resist this terrifying axe shadow. On the other hand, Aldern's face was calm, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Get the hell out of my way. With an explosive roar, Audern seemed to have the help of the gods, wanting to crush everyone. Yen Qingyun and the rest were all overwhelmed with shock. This fellow was too terrifying. That towering giant was about to crush their bodies into pieces. Rise. All of a sudden, everyone felt their shoulders lighten. They saw Jiang Qin leaping through the air. He didn't leave but chose to silently guard Luo Ying's back, sending her away. 1,000 miles away. Luo Ying anxiously waited, her heart overjoyed. He was here, he had always been here. Jiang Qin roared and brought everyone with him as he slashed down with his sword. The 29 swords crushed down from all directions, shattering the gigantic shadow in the sky. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Kid, you're just a half-step star state, yet you can resist my pressure. How dare you? Audern said with a smile. However, he was extremely angry in his heart. This guy was really annoying. You flatter me, but with me here, don't even think of touching a single hair on her head. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead. He might not be a match for Audern alone, but with so many people working together, the result might not be certain. Then let's give it a try, haha. Audern howled madly as he charged forward like a ferocious mad bull, charging into the clouds and pressing down. However, Yen Qingyun wasn't idle either. He also sent a message to the City Lord Mansion and crushed the communication jade slip. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, City Lord Mansion. Qi Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yen Qingyun would not send him a dangerous message jade slip. From this, it could be seen that they must have encountered a great danger. At the edge of the water curtain mountain, Qi Yu murmured, "What's wrong, husband?" Xiaolan leaned against Qi Yeyu's chest and asked. They must have encountered danger. Looks like I'll have to go there myself. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. You're the city lord. You can't be helpless for a day. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy still needs you to control it. How can you leave just like that? The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is huge. Is there no one you can use? Commander Yunling Feiyun is husband's most capable general. Isn't this the time for him to pledge his loyalty? Xiaolan said. Beauty is right. Ah. I was too worried and forgot about Commander Yun. Pass down my order. Commander Yun will lead the army to the edge of the Water Curtain Mountain and search for the eldest young master and the others. Qi Yeyu said with a smile, but he was still worried. After all, Yan Qingshan had sent him a message saying that the eldest young master Qi Mohan was still there. Although he had been disheartened by Qi Mohan all these years, Qi Luoying was still his son. He didn't know where his daughter Qi Luoying was as well as Xuanhuan. The three of them were his closest relatives. Most importantly, Yan Qingyun and Qi Mohan hadn't found Qi Luoying yet, and he was in danger. If Qi Luoying didn't return by noon on the day of the wedding, then the City Lord's mansion would lose face. Not only the City Lord's mansion, but the second City Lord would also find it hard to explain. All the leaders of the Heaven Awakening Star Field had already rushed over to participate in this wedding of the century. If the bride disappeared, then the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would become a laughing stock, and the City Lord's mansion would also become a laughing stock. It was very likely that the Heaven Awakening Silver River City would be thrown into chaos, and the Heaven Awakening Star Field, which had lost its credibility, would become turbulent. It seemed to be just a wedding, but there were too many things involved. Husband, why hasn't that girl come back yet? What should we do? If the wedding is delayed, it will be a major event. Our City Lord's mansion won't have a good reputation. Xiaolan said angrily. Let's wait a little longer. I believe she will come back. Qi Yeyu murmured. He looked into the distance and his thoughts were flying. Luoying had always been a very sensible girl. Although her family's relationship had been broken because of her brother's bastard actions in the past, Luoying wouldn't have any problems when looking at the big picture. Therefore, Qi Yeyu was worried about whether Luoying was really in danger or not. I hope so. Otherwise, husband will be the scapegoat for her. It's getting late. She really makes people worry. Xiaolan looked sad and worried for Qi Yeyu. Enough. I believe Luoying will come back. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. Xiaolan didn't say anything else. I'm just worried for our son. It won't be long before our child is born. The spirit embryo that we have spent 1,000 years nurturing is about to be born. I don't want him to be born with the cold eyes and curses of countless people, even though it doesn't belong to him. Chapter 49-32. Qi Yeyu's eyes softened. He rubbed Xiaolan's belly and smiled. Don't worry, our child will be the most successful, the most hardworking, and the luckiest. In the future, he will become the brightest star in the Apocalypse Galaxy. When Yunling Fei received the City Lord's order, he led 3,000 guards and rushed to Water Curtain Mountain without stopping. Smoke and dust rose as the army left the camp. Zhang Tian stood at the foot of the mountain with a faint smile on his face. Everything was ready and everything was under control. At the edge of Water Curtain Mountain, Jiang Qin, Yan Qingyun, and the rest were fighting Aldern. Aldern was very strong. He had reached the third firmament of the star level. Such power was not something Jiang Qin and the rest could contend with. Although with his addition, everyone gradually stabilized the situation, it was impossible to escape from Aldern's encirclement. Moreover, the situation was getting more and more difficult and they were getting more and more passive. The slightest mistake could cause their entire army to be wiped out. Weak too weak. Are you guys so weak that you can't even fight? Could it be that they were all soft persimmons that looked good but were useless? Ah. Aldern carried the giant axe on his shoulder and closed in again. Other than Jiang Qin, Yan Qingyun, and Mo Han, more than half of the remaining 20-odd people were dead or injured. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and took the lead. He turned into a dragon and clashed with Aldern. The collision of sword and axe created an unimaginable line of fire, like a rainbow in the sky. Jiang Qin took more than 10 steps backwards. His face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Awesome, haha. It's a pity that you're still too weak. Otherwise you would be a very interesting opponent. However, that would probably have to wait for a few hundred years. To break through to the star level you should not take more than 1,000 years. You're a genius. Unfortunately, geniuses don't live long. Aldern stared straight at Jiang Qin with a murderous aura. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his lips curled up. He had high hopes for Jiang Qin, but it was a pity that Jiang Qin hadn't broken through to the star level yet. If Jiang Qin had broken through to the star level, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. That's not necessarily true. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you touch a single hair on her. Jiang Qin didn't look sideways, his battle intent high. As he charged and broke through the enemy lines, he was still mighty and unyielding. His half-step star rank strength made all the star rank experts blush with shame. Yan Qingyun also had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. To be able to become the new gold medal commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he was indeed worthy of his strength. Even Xiaoyin wasn't his match. Seeing him today, he truly lived up to his reputation. But even so, it still wasn't enough. With their power, they would only be nibbled away by Aldrin step by step. Star level 3 was a nightmare they couldn't overcome. That's not up to you to decide. Besides, my target today is you. She's only secondary. Aldrin's eyes became brighter as he looked at Jiang Qin. You're also here for the jade card? Jiang Qin's heart sank. Everyone looked at each other. It turned out that Aldrin's true target was Jiang Qin. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. Give me the jade card and I'll let you live. This is my bottom line. I admire you. But they must die. Odin looked at Jiang Qin. He really admired Jiang Qin's strength and courage. It had been more than 1,000 years since he last met a decent opponent. Today's battle with Jiang Qin had made him feel very satisfied and carefree. Odin looked at Jiang Qin. Impossible. You guys go first. I'll stop him. Jiang Qin said indifferently. No. If we leave together. If we die together. This time, Luo Ying was determined not to separate from Jiang Qin. If she left, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to survive. After a few parting and reuniting, her heart became firmer. She couldn't abandon Jiang Qin for the love of her life. She had sacrificed too much for the heavenly awakening Galaxy City. If she had to watch Jiang Qin die, she would rather choose to be with Jiang Qin and go to the Yellow Spring together. There's no time, first princess. Yan Qingyun's face was solemn. If you want to leave, you can leave. If Jiang Qin doesn't leave, I won't leave even if I die. Luo Ying said. What a pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks. Since that's the case, then don't leave. Odin shrieked. It was impossible for these people to escape from his hands. Back then, he was the strongest powerhouse in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse apart from Yun Lingfei. He had made countless contributions to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and even the eldest of the Azure Dragon envoys, Yan Qingyun, was his subordinate. But now they had different masters. Hurry up and leave Jiang Qin. If you want to leave, he can't stop you. Luo Ying said anxiously. She wasn't afraid of death, but there was no need for Jiang Qin to get involved with her. Without a burden like her, he could come and go freely. Even Aldrin couldn't catch up to him. Since I've chosen to return, I won't leave easily. It won't be that easy for him to get past me. You go first, I have a way to escape. Jiang Qin smiled. Even in the face of death, he still didn't have the slightest fear. Although Aldrin couldn't defeat him, Jiang Qin still had the confidence to hold him back. No. Luo Ying said solemnly. Luo Ying didn't hesitate and rushed towards Aldrin. Although she knew that she wasn't Aldrin's match, she wanted to show her determination. If Jiang Qin didn't leave, she definitely wouldn't leave. Haha, love affairs are the most despicable. All of you go to hell. Aldrin threw a heavy punch, sweeping away all obstacles. There was no fear in Luo Ying's eyes. At this time they were all fighting to their deaths. No. Emohan's eyes were about to pop out. If Aldrin's punch landed on Luo Ying, she would die without a doubt. A third-layer Star Realm powerhouse wasn't someone ordinary people could contend against, not to mention that she hadn't broken through to the Star Realm yet. Jiang Qin stepped on the Heaven Ascension stairway and approached Aldrin, blocking between the two of them. He shot out a finger and was once again forced back by Aldrin. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura in his body kept surging. His injuries worsened. You can't die. If you die, I won't have anyone on the Heaven Awakened planet to talk to. Jiang Qin smiled and hugged Luo Ying. Luo Ying's eyes were red and swollen. It was a pity that this pair of ill-fated lovebirds no longer had a chance to be together. Kill. Seeing this, Yan Qingyun attacked once again. As the City Lord's guard, he would give his all for the City Lord's mansion. Emohan also didn't want to be outdone and launched a final attack. Although he knew that his chances of winning were slim, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. A grain of light dares to compete with the moon? Trash. All of you scram. Aldrin roared and swung his giant axe. Under the pressure, the sky collapsed. It was as if the entire world was going to be cut down. Yan Qingyun and Emohan couldn't avoid it. Aldern had long since decided to kill them. Swish! A flying sword flew past, leaving behind a sound. At this moment Aldern's giant axe was forced back. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Looks like what's coming has finally come. Chapter 4933. Commander Yun? It's Commander Yun. Yan Qingyun's eyes lit up, feeling overjoyed. It seemed that the city lord had immediately sent Commander Yun Lingfei over after learning about her. We're saved. We're finally saved this time, Luoying said in an excited voice. Yun Lingfei was their life-saving straw and their source of confidence. With Commander Yun's appearance, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Commander Yun, how many years has it been? We finally meet again. Ah. Aldern narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden-armored man in front of him. He looked majestic and domineering. His appearance made Aldern have no choice but to treat him seriously. The old brother of the past was now standing on the opposite side. This battle wouldn't end so easily. I'm very surprised that you're still alive. Come back with me. Yun Lingfei looked coldly at Aldern and said indifferently. Go back? Ah, we can't go back. Commander Yun, the things we missed all those years will never come back. Aldern laughed loudly. Why did you choose to hide until today? Yun Lingfei frowned. What? Isn't it all thanks to the brothers of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment? When you gave up on me back then, why didn't you think about why you didn't fight for a chance for me? Why did you give up on me so easily? When you turned around and left, you were so confident. I walked through hell for 7 days and 7 nights, killed countless enemies and almost lost my life, but there was no one behind me? And you were in the Apocalypse Galaxy City, receiving the worship of the people from all over the Apocalypse Starfield. You were a great hero revered by tens of thousands of people, but what about me? I'm only fit to walk in the abyss. Even living is a luxury. Aldern roared. Military orders are like mountains and no one can go against them. Back then you did make great contributions. If you hadn't left, the Apocalypse Knight Regiment might have suffered a heavier blow and been wiped out. You know this better than me. Since you survived, you should have come back to find me. Why didn't you appear for so many years? No one blames you and no one will forget you. What? Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Sorry, I've already forgotten you. I've already forgotten who I am. Aldern is already dead. You chose your idol. Back then I treated you like an elder brother and risked my life for you. But you left me in a death trap. Do you know the faces of those brothers before they died? Do you know how we managed to survive? Out of more than 4,000 people, I was the only one who survived. Aldern said with a cold smile. His eyes were red and filled with malice and anger. Yun Lingfei was silent for a moment. He knew that the Xianxia Silver River City owed him some things. If you want to go against Xianxia Milky Way City, I won't stop you, but you have to get past me first. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are ruled by the heavens. We are soldiers and warriors, and we are here to protect our country and our homeland. My decision back then was for the sake of the big picture. If you don't lower your head today, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Come on, kill your brothers with your own hands. Kill us evil spirits in the abyss with your own hands. Then, no one will question you as the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Aldern shouted crazily and hysterically. He glared at Yun Lingfei with monstrous battle intent. Don't force me. The situation in the Xianxia Silver River City is very tense now, so you'd better not stand in front of me. Today no one can leave this place. I said that even the city lord can't stop me. Aldern and Yun Lingfei looked at each other. They had been brothers for many years, but now they were enemies. Yun Lingfei was helpless. This battle was far from as simple as he thought. Are you going to challenge me? Yun Lingfei said in an unquestionable manner. So what? I already had this intention. Back then I was always suppressed by you. Now you can forget about commanding me and making me listen to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Aldern, will accompany you to the end. Even in the face of Yun Lingfei, the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse, his good brother, he was still unmoved. At noon the sun was shining brightly. The sound of gongs and drums filled the sky and firecrackers rang out. However, the city lord mansion was somewhat desolate. The sedan chair of the second city lord, Xiao Yuan, had already arrived at the gate of the city lord mansion. Xiao Tai and Xiao Yin were already standing there, waiting to receive the bride. The bridal procession was mighty and majestic. It was hundreds of meters long. It was very imposing. Why hasn't anyone come out of the city lord mansion? Yeah, they're all here to receive the bride. Aha, could it be that they're shy? Why is the city lord mansion so quiet? There's not even the word, happy. It doesn't look like a marriage of a daughter. It's said that the city lord's daughter, the first princess, is a national beauty. It seems that the second city lord's son is also very lucky. Hey 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 look, someone is coming out of the city lord mansion. The onlookers were excited. The marriage between the city lord mansion and the first city lord's daughter was marrying the second city lord's son. This was a joyous occasion. Who wouldn't care? 2 young masters please. The city lord mansion's chief butler, xuanhuan, came out to invite them. Xiaotai glanced at his elder brother, Xiaoyin, and the latter nodded slightly. Let's go in and have a look. After all, this is the city lord mansion, Xiaoyin said. Under the guidance of xuanhuan, the two entered the city lord mansion. However, the rest of the people stayed outside the city lord mansion. In the main hall, on the main seat of the city lord mansion, Qiyu sat there calmly with his eyes closed. Beside him, Xiaolan also had a serious expression. Greetings to the city lord. May I know where the first princess is now? The Xiao family's bridal procession has already arrived at the door and is waiting for the first princess. Xiaotai bowed and asked. My daughter went out and hasn't returned yet. I will go with you to discuss with City Lord Xiao. Qiyu said. City Lord what's going on? How could the first princess disappear at this time? Xiaotai's face changed. I came to get married and you tell me that the bride is missing. What do you want me to think? This is very strange. Isn't it enough for me to go with you? Qiyu said in a deep voice. But, Xiaotai wanted to say more but was stopped by Xiaoyin. City Lord is right. We will follow the City Lord's arrangement. Xiaoyin said. Alright, you two go back first. I will follow the City Lord later. Xiaolan waved her hand and dismissed Xiaotai and Xiaoyin. Husband, let's go now. Luoying didn't come back. No matter what, we have to give the Xiao family an explanation. Otherwise, our City Lord mansion will really become a laughing stock. Maybe Luoying will come back later. Let's go. Xiaolan helped Qiyu up and comforted him. Sai, that's the only way. Luoying still hasn't come back. I'm afraid the Xiao family is waiting anxiously. Sorry to trouble you, beauty. Chapter 49-34. What are you talking about, husband? Although I'm also a member of the Xiao family, if I marry a chicken, I have to follow the chicken. I'm your woman, so I have to think for the City Lord's mansion. My brother isn't an unreasonable person. Once he knows the whole story, he won't say much. It's not like we're not getting married. It's just that something has happened along the way. Xiaolan smiled gently. Qiyu nodded. The two of them set off first, heading straight for Qingyang Flower Mansion. Let's go back. Xiaoyin said in a deep voice. His words stunned everyone. Not just the people escorting the bride, but even the commoners were stunned. They hadn't even received the bride and they were already going back? Wasn't this bullshit? However, the Xiao family was also a reputable family. Aside from the city lord, they were the most reputable family. Now that something like this had happened, wouldn't they be mocked? They had come in a grandiose manner to receive the bride, but they'd run off after such a long time. They hadn't received the bride and they'd gone back empty-handed. Such a thing was unheard of. What's going on? Why didn't the bride receive the bride? That's right. The marriage between the City Lord's mansions is the biggest event in the world. All the famous people in the Heaven Awakening star field have come. Isn't this going to make the Xiao family lose face? It's not just the Xiao family. Something must have happened to the City Lord's mansion if they didn't receive the bride. Otherwise, why would they return empty-handed? How are they going to explain this to the City Lord? I'm afraid the City Lord's mansion won't be able to keep its face. After all, they're at the top of the pyramid. They're the most powerful overlords of the Tianqi star field. If something like this really happened to the City Lord's mansion, it would really be a shame. The surrounding people spoke with fervor and assurance, but the Xiao family members found their words extremely ear-piercing. Xiaoyin and Xiaotai looked at each other, their faces gloomy. The mighty bridal escort army had now returned home dejectedly. The City Lord Manor and Qingyang Flower Manor would become the laughingstock of everyone at this time. They would be reduced to a laughingstock and become a laughingstock for everyone. After all, gossip was a fearsome thing. On the way back, the Xiao family was being pointed at. They didn't know what had happened, but this wedding of the century might be in danger. It was unknown whether it could go on as planned. When Qiyu arrived at Xuanhuan Manor, it was rather lively. The Xiao family's banquet was much more lively than the City Lord's manor. Guests from all over had been invited to the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family was also very powerful. Apart from the city lord's manor, their status in the Heaven Awakening Star region was unrivaled. Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. This time young Master Zhao's wedding is a great celebration. Ah, that's right. How many years has it been since our Tianqi Star domain had such a joyous event? It's worth celebrating. I think it's not too much to celebrate for a month. Aha. Everyone has rushed over from all over to congratulate the City Lord and the second City Lord. Right. The second City Lord won't go home until he's drunk. Many Stargrade powerhouses had gathered. There were hundreds of them, and they had all come from the Tianqi Star domain and the Tianqi Star domain to celebrate the marriage of the two City Lords. This was a joyous event that they were most concerned about. Xuanhuan was all smiles. He was the happiest person right now. The City Lord has arrived. Qi Yeyu's appearance caused a commotion. With Xuanhuan in the lead, everyone bowed to Qi Yeyu. Welcome, City Lord. Welcome, City Lord. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. There's no need to be restrained on this joyous occasion. Qi Yeyu smiled and looked at Xuanhuan. Yan, I have something to say to you. Qi Yeyu transmitted his voice to Xuanhuan. City Lord, please speak your mind. Today is a joyous occasion. I didn't expect my father to come first. I'm flattered. Ah. Xuanhuan laughed. Qi Yeyu's face sank and was filled with bitterness. This matter is of great importance. We still have to think about it. Qi Yeyu transmitted his voice. Big brother, don't get too excited. The bride disappeared not long ago. The City Lord's mansion is currently searching for her. It won't be long before they find her. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai have also returned. We still have to discuss this matter. Xiao Lan'er whispered in Xuanhuan's ear. What? The bride is gone? Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice. Instantly, tens of thousands of guests were stunned on the square. The bride was gone. What was going on? Qi Yeyu didn't expect Xuanhuan to lose his cool. Yan, listen to me, Qi Yeyu said. City Lord, what's going on? Why did the bride run away at this time? Is she not willing to marry into my Xiao family? Or is she wronged by my Xiao family? Please give me an explanation. What? Why did the bride run away on the day of the wedding? What's going on? Xuanhuan's voice was sonorous as he spoke. His furious aura soared into the sky, causing many people around him to be filled with shock. They had never seen City Lord Xiao so furious before. Qi Yeyu was also speechless. Xuanhuan's reaction was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be this intense. Aren't we looking for her? Yan, you and I have been brothers for so many years. Don't you know how I Qi Yeyu am? Since when did I go back on my word? Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. City Lord, it's not that Yu Yan doesn't know what's good for him, but there are hundreds of thousands of guests here. Everyone is very busy and took time out of their busy schedules to attend the wedding between the Xiao family and the Qi family. Now you're telling me that the bride is gone and telling me to calm down. How can I calm down? What are we waiting for? Aren't we waiting for our Xiao family's daughter-in-law, waiting for the first princess? But now the bride has run away. Aha, City Lord, please give me an explanation. Even if you don't give me an explanation, you have to give everyone here an explanation. Could it be that the first princess treated marriage as a game and ran away? Where would the face of my Xiao family be? Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, his face grim. The atmosphere in the square of the 100,000 people became extremely solemn. Many people looked at each other. The bride was gone. This was a great humiliation. The City Lord actually allowed such a thing to happen. Where would the face of the City Lord be? Chapter 49:35. The Wedding of the Century. This was a once-in-10,000 years wedding, but now it seemed like a joke. Even the City Lord's mansion couldn't control the situation, because there were just too many people. The entire Qingyang Flower Mansion was in a stalemate. It could even be said to be in chaos. Countless people were filled with doubt, shock, and even anger. They had come to congratulate the City Lord's mansion and celebrate the prosperity of the Heaven Awakening star system, but now that they had arrived, they had discovered that they had been deceived. Moreover, the City Lord's mansion had broken its promise. The bride had run away on their wedding day? This was unacceptable to the Xiao family, as well as to all the people who had come to congratulate them. Wasn't this a blatant mockery? Weren't they treating everyone as fools? At that moment, Qi Yeyu knew that the City Lord's mansion had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. There were just too many people present, and all of them were the true rulers of the Heaven Awakening star system. The sovereigns of every planet, the kings of every city, and the nobles of every land were all gathered here. They were all at the peak of their respective domains, but they had been treated like fools in order to celebrate the city lord's mansion's wedding. The wedding that had gathered countless people's efforts and blessings had become a joke. Many people were still in shock and disbelief. It went without saying what it meant for the city lord's mansion to go back on its word. Qiyu knew that this matter had already risen to a point where he couldn't control it. The situation at the scene was also becoming more and more intense. If he couldn't give the people here an explanation, then they would put him in a difficult position. Xiaoyuan was the first to bear the brunt. Qiyu couldn't do anything about it, but the bride hadn't appeared in time. This farce had already begun, and it would only get more and more out of control. Isn't this too irresponsible? I can't believe such a thing happened to the city lord's mansion. That's right, this isn't child's play. This is a marriage between the city lord's mansions. This is the most important matter of the Heaven Awakening Star System, stabilizing the Heaven Awakening Star and the Heaven Awakening Silver River City's decision. Everyone knows how important this marriage is, but the city lord's mansion actually lost the bride. This is hilarious. Sai, isn't that right? The city lord has always been a man of his word. Now that even he has broken his promise, how can we trust him? Looks like the city lord mansion will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. This can't be helped. The city lord's mansion of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is where everyone's trust lies. If even he goes back on his word, wouldn't our Heaven Awakening Star region become a laughingstock? Moreover, how can we have true integrity? That's right. This isn't just about the city lord's mansion, but the most important matter of our Heaven Enlightening Starfield. Is there a need for a city lord's mansion without any credibility? In that case, how can we trust him? How can we guarantee that he can ensure our safety? The endless questioning voices on the square dealt a huge blow to Qiyu. The power of a united people couldn't be underestimated. Even if he was the supreme ruler of the city lord's mansion, even if he was the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star Field, he could still be overthrown. Since ancient times, the one who won the hearts of the people ruled the world. If he lost the support of the hearts of the people, then he would become weak. Without credibility, the position of the city lord's mansion would be in danger. No one could use violence to punish them. That way, the Heaven Enlightening Star region would only become a place where tyranny ran amok. It would push the Heaven Enlightening Star region into the abyss. Not only did Qiyu not have this ability, but even if he did, he would not do it. However, the truth was right in front of them. The credibility of the city lord's mansion had been greatly challenged. How could such an important matter be treated as child's play? Could it be that everyone in the Heaven Awakening Star region has come to see the city lord's mansion make a fool of itself? You've summoned us here to celebrate this wedding of the century. Is it just to make fun of the feudal vassals? Is it just to make a beauty smile? This was obviously impossible. The decision of the city lord's mansion would determine whether or not it could become the #1 city in the world. Facing the crusade of countless people, Qiyu knew that the situation was getting more and more intense, and it was no longer under his control. If this went on and Luoying didn't appear, he would become a sinner of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The prestige of the city lord mansion would also be lost, and his reputation would be swept to the ground. Credibility and the support of the people were more important than anything else. Furthermore, this time, everyone had come to congratulate him. If it had just been the Heaven Awakening Silver River City, Qiyu was confident that he could still deal with it. However, he had betrayed everyone, so he had become the focus of everyone's attention and the target of everyone's contempt. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. This was vividly displayed at this moment. The Heaven Awakening Silver River City had been too comfortable in the past few years. Qiyu was in a difficult situation. Luoying was his only hope, but her life and death were unknown. Even he didn't know what to do. A wedding that should have been a joyous occasion had now become a tragedy. Countless people's crusade had given Qiyu unimaginable pressure. If this went on, this silent pressure would become a sharp knife that would destroy all the defenses of the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord would have nowhere to hide and would become the target of everyone's attacks. It wasn't just Qiyu. Riots were unavoidable, and the situation was getting more and more difficult to control. At first, Qiyu wanted to discuss with Xiaoyuan before making a decision. If he had Xiaoyuan's support, then he wouldn't be alone and helpless. However, Xiaoyuan's violent temper had been ignited by him, which had become the fuse for this outbreak. This matter. I am indeed responsible. However, my daughter's disappearance was caused by someone else. I will investigate it as soon as possible and give everyone an answer. Today's joyous occasion should have been a joyous occasion. I am just as concerned about my daughter as you are. Everyone please wait for 3 days. I will definitely give City Lord Xiao an explanation. Qi Yeyu's expression was solemn as he said with a gloomy face. City Lord, I can't accept your answer. As a brother of many years I should support you. However, this matter has left me brooding over it. I simply can't calm down. My Xiao family has now become the laughingstock of everyone. My son's wedding procession was actually rejected by you. You're telling me that the bride is missing? This is really ridiculous. Xiao Yuan sneered and said. Chapter 49:36. Is it because she's the city lord's daughter that she can be so unscrupulous? I don't dare to believe it, but now it's a foregone conclusion. If the city lord's mansion can't handle this matter well, my son won't agree, I won't agree, and I believe that everyone here won't agree. Isn't this playing us like monkeys? I'm an old bag of bones and I don't care about my dignity, but does Qi Luoying deserve to be treated like a joke? Is this the explanation the city lord is giving us? Xiao Yuan's words were like pearls and pricked the heart. He argued for what was right and didn't yield in the slightest. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Father, even if I have to die, I'll get justice. The Xiao family's face can't be trampled on, not even by the city lord. We weren't wrong, but we've shouldered all the blame and made everyone laugh at us. We've made Qingyonghua Prefecture a laughingstock. I'm a sinner, the eternal sinner of the Xiao family. Xiao Tai roared in anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to commit suicide. His eyes were filled with determination. His will of steel was inviolable. Such an unwavering attitude shocked everyone. They sighed and admired him. Foolish child, why are you doing this? I'll definitely get justice for you. I'll die 9 times without regrets. Xiao Yuan roared. Sigh, the Xiao family is so unlucky to be forced into such a situation. People's hearts aren't what they used to be, and public morals are degenerating day by day. It can only be said that the city lord's mansion has gone too far. No one wants to see such a situation, but the decision of the city lord's mansion has made everyone despise it. Although the Xiao family is the second city lord, their status is also not low. Who can bear such humiliation? Aren't they playing us like we're monkeys? The Xiao kid is indeed an iron-blooded man. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Indeed, they've gone too far. Today the city lord must give the Xiao family and everyone an explanation. That's right. We trusted the city lord and treated you as a supreme being for thousands of years, but you broke your promise and humiliated the Xiao family. You made us become someone else's stepping stone. We've suffered so much to come here, but the bride ran away. Isn't this a blatant humiliation? What are we doing here? Is he here to laugh at you? To be a human stake for you? Xiao Yin also stood up at this moment and said righteously, That's right. Father, my brother has been humiliated. As his big brother, I'm duty-bound to help. If anyone dares to look down on my Xiao family, I'll be the first to object. My Xiao family will never accept such humiliation. If I have to die, I'll be the first to die. City Lord, although my Xiao family is showing off, we won't let anyone bully us. I can die, but the glory of my Xiao family isn't something you can destroy. Xiao Yin's voice made everyone present feel the passion and indignation of the Xiao family. Who could remain indifferent after such a thing had happened? If he still pretended to be a coward at this time, then what was the point of living in this world? City Lord, you've seen it for yourself. My 2 sons would rather die than submit. Now, my Xiao family has lost all face and a comedy has become a tragedy. If you don't give me an explanation now, I, Xiao Yuan, will never agree. Xiao Yuan had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he steeled his heart and spoke in a deep voice. Didn't I already say that I'll definitely give you an explanation in 3 days? What explanation do you want? Qi Yeyu frowned. At this moment he was truly besieged from all sides. He had completely fallen into a passive position and had become the target of public criticism. I originally had my heart set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. For the sake of the Awakening Heavens Galaxy City, I, Xiao Yuan, have given up everything for the sake of the Awakening Heavens Galaxy City, but in the end we were still played like fools by you. I, Xiao Yuan, am not resigned to this. I regret it and I hate it. To think that I wanted to marry you, City Lord. It seems like it was just wishful thinking on my part. In your eyes, all of us are just chess pieces. We're not even comparable to chess pieces and can be trampled on at will. We're all worthless, right? Even if you humiliate us, so what? In your eyes, we're just ants that can be trampled on at will. How important is our face? Xiao Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly. However, today I will seek justice for my son. Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I won't regret it. My death won't be regretted, but the awakening heavens galaxy city can't be without light. I'm not only doing this for my son, but also for the future of the awakening heavens galaxy city. Why should I risk my life for a city lord who has no credibility, goes back on his word, and treats our lives like ants? I'm not willing, and I can't just watch my son die. As a father, it's enough for me to bear this humiliation. Let me bear everything. Xianhuan roared at the top of his lungs. This is too aggrieving. The Xiao family has been forced into this situation by the city lord. Isn't this forcing us to die? City Lord Xiao is right. The city lord's mansion is treating human lives like grass and treating our lives like grass. We will never agree to it. This is too much. If I were city lord Xiao, I definitely wouldn't agree either. My 2 sons are about to die because of you, yet you want to send us away with just 1 sentence? Isn't that a joke? As a father, I think that city lord Xianhuan is too manly. Such a man is an indomitable existence. City lord Xiao, I support you. For the sake of our son, for the sake of light, for the sake of peace in the awakening heaven star region, the city lord must give us an explanation. Among the crowd, countless people were shouting, roaring, and roaring. Xianhuan seemed to have spoken out his inner thoughts. A mutiny that Qiyu had never imagined happened at this moment. Xianhuan gained the sympathy of everyone. Xiao family's face was swept to the ground, but wasn't the city lord's mansion the same? However, it was precisely because of his high position that he gave off an arrogant feeling. The Xiao family was the victim and the target of their sympathy. This wedding of the century had pushed Xianhuan's reputation to the peak, while he, the city lord, had become more and more passive. Chapter 49:37. At this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Everyone knew that Xianhuan and the Xiao family were about to rise up. If this continued, the situation would change in an instant. It was even possible that more people would get involved and cause an irreversible war. However, the Xiao family had been forced into a corner. The 2 sons of the Xiao family would rather not play along. Xianhuan had been forced to become the city lord's enemy. Now, an even sharper and more intense conflict had erupted. There was no lack of people in the crowd who had deliberately stirred up trouble and wanted to make the situation worse. But in the end, this wedding had become a farce. It had become the turning point for the Xiao family to erupt. This made even more people nervous. If this continued, the Xiao family would have no way out. However, they also received the support of countless people. The city lord's mansion had broken its promise. The Xiao family wasn't the only one who had gone back on their word. There were thousands of supreme bigwigs from all over the astral realms. How could they let this matter go just because they had lost their bride? Was there really such a good thing in this world? The Xiao family would not rest until one of them was dead. For the sake of glory they would fight. Qiyu's expression was incomparably cold. The initial situation had been completely passive. The city lord's mansion was now being boycotted by everyone. What did losing their credibility mean? Qiyu knew better than anyone else what that meant. So you're saying that you want to rebel? Qiyu shouted in a low voice. His voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the entire square. I don't want to rebel. For the sake of the stability of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city and the peace of the world, you've gone too far. I have no other choice. Is it wrong for my 2 sons to die for the truth? Is the Xiao family being played in the palm of your hand? Do you think we deserve it? Right now, everyone in the world is looking at my Xiao family as a joke. They're all here to watch your performance, city lord. Haha, with just 1 sentence you've made everyone in the world play with you. How could your daughter disappear just like that? Just like that? Isn't this a joke? In other words, you can't even protect your own daughter. How are you going to protect us? Why should we protect the entire heaven awakening starfield? Xianhuan and Qiyu faced each other with equal harshness. The instant their gazes met, everyone felt a great pressure. These were experts who stood at the peak of the heaven awakened starfield. If the 2 of them really fought, it would be like a heavenly thunder stirring up the earth. One could imagine how shocking it would be. Xianhuan's words were reasonable, and everyone in the world was watching the Xiao family as a joke. The city lord's mansion couldn't escape the blame. If they lost reason, even Qiyu couldn't defend himself. Most importantly, the surrounding guests were the source of Xianhuan's confidence. If Qiyu and Xianhuan fought to the death, then he wouldn't just be giving up on the Xiao family, but also the credibility of the city lord's mansion. The entire heaven awakening Milky Way city, and even the entire heaven awakening starfield, would likely descend into chaos. Qiyu didn't dare act rashly, but Xiaoyuan was so overbearing and reasonable that Qiyu couldn't do anything about it. He was completely passive in the face of Xiaoyuan's pressure. If he didn't give the Xiao family an explanation, it would be impossible for him to leave today. We've been brothers for so many years. Xiaoyuan, do you really want to be enemies with me? Qiyu said in a deep voice, his gaze sharp. It's not that I want to be enemies with the city lord, but when did you ever put me in your eyes? When did you ever put the Xiao family in your eyes? I don't care for brothers like you. In the eyes of the city lord, you can trample on our dignity at will. We don't deserve to be enemies with you, right? My son's life and death have nothing to do with you, right? Xiaoyuan said bluntly. You're simply unreasonable. Xiaoyuan, don't force me to act against you. If you continue to be so obstinate, I'll have to clean up the family. Qiyu said. Clean up the family? Good. I Xiaoyuan will risk my old life to fight with you. I can die, but my son can't die because of this. Otherwise, I'll be a useless father. Xiaoyuan spoke eloquently. Qiyu knew that Xiaoyuan was probably ready to fight with him. He approached him step by step and made the situation uncontrollable. He just wanted to end it with him. In everyone's view, it was the city lord who forced the Xiao family into a dead end. After all, Qiyu broke his promise and made the Xiao family lose face in front of the world. The Xiao family was stirred up and the world sympathized with them. At this time, Qiyu couldn't punish Xiaoyuan. The only way was to suppress him. Qiyu knew that it was unavoidable now. If he couldn't suppress Xiaoyuan, then it was very likely that his position as the city lord would be in danger. Xiaoyuan gained the upper hand by a show of strength and had the advantage of time, place and people. This was very disadvantageous to him, so he could only use force to suppress Xiaoyuan. However, this was only a delaying tactic. The city lord mansion had broken its promise. This point had been magnified by the people of the world. Otherwise, how would Xiaoyuan dare to publicly oppose him? It's useless to say more. It seems that I can only suppress you with force. Xiaoyuan, you asked for all of this. From now on, the Xiao family will no longer exist in Tianqi Galaxy City, said Qiyu Lung. At this moment, no one dared to say another word. They all had different expressions. The city lord was no longer in the mood to continue being entangled with Xiaoyuan. Moreover, this farce was getting bigger and bigger. It was all Xiaoyuan's doing. Under his instigation, the situation was completely out of control. The current Xuanhuan mansion could become a battlefield at any time. I, Xiaoyuan, will accompany you to the end. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience to my family. In this battle, even if I die, I will have no regrets. For the sake of sacrifice, I dare to change the sun and moon. Xiaoyuan stood tall in the void, facing Qiyu. He gripped his 9-foot-long spear and pointed it at Qiyu. At this moment, his body was boiling with fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Only by toppling Qiyu could he become the true master, the overlord of the heavenly awakening starfield. He didn't want to be number 2 for a long time. Xiaoyuan had been waiting for this day for too long. He had been waiting for an opportunity to become the city lord of the heavenly awakening Milky Way City. He had been scheming and waiting for this opportunity. It wasn't easy for him to get it. Chapter 49:38. As you wish, Xiaoyuan. Since you dare to rebel, I'll punish you. Qiyu took a step forward and faced Xiaoyuan. The confrontation between the two most powerful existences in the Heaven Awakening Star region shocked the entire Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. The world is really going to be in chaos. It looks like this battle will cause a storm in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. That's right. I don't think we can stay calm any longer. The Xiao family is forced to do this. If it were me, I would also rise up in revolt. Are you telling me to let my 2 sons die? This is called backbone. I support Xiaoyuan. The city lord's mansion has lost its credibility. Who will believe him? How can he be so careless in the face of such an important matter? What will he use to protect us? Countless people were filled with righteous indignation. Qiyu had completely lost his support. Most people felt sympathy for Xiaoyuan. He had lost his pillar of support in this battle. At this time, Qiyu had nowhere to hide. As the city lord and the overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region, he had no way out. Xiaoyuan wanted to fight him not only to seek justice for his son and save the Xiao family's face, but more importantly, he wanted to replace him and become the new overlord of the Heaven Awakening Star region. In the Heaven Awakening Star region, heroes had fought for supremacy. At the beginning of the battle, Qiyu and Xiaoyuan had fought for supremacy together. However, Qiyu had won. He was stronger and more courageous, so he had become the first city lord of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Although Xiaoyuan hadn't been convinced, he hadn't been as strong as Qi Yeu. Therefore, he had always harbored resentment and coveted the position of the first city lord. After so many years, countless years, he had finally found a rare opportunity. Now he was going to challenge the authority, and for the sake of his ambition he was going to fight fiercely. The intense battle between the two of them was extremely terrifying. Countless people were aghast. What was a supreme expert? This was the absolute overlord of a planet. Xiaoyuan and Qi Yeu were such people. A mountain couldn't hold two tigers, and the two tigers had finally collided. Today's battle could be said to be an accident, but it was also reasonable. Qi Yeu hadn't thought that this wedding would be the last calm before the storm in the Apocalypse Galaxy. Xiaoyuan went all out. At this time, Qi Yeu also didn't show any weakness. The confrontation between the two seemed to be soul-stirring, but it was more restrained. The Azure Sun Hall wasn't affected at all. However, the momentum and impact that changed the color of the sky and earth still made everyone speechless. Some people even sucked in a breath of cold air. A life-and-death battle between experts of this level was something that some people wouldn't be able to witness even once in their lifetime. Those below the star level simply couldn't see the battle between the two of them. Rainbows flickered and their auras surged. It could be said that they were evenly matched and no one could do anything to the other for a while. I never thought that City Lord Xiaoyuan's strength would actually improve so much over the years. Even facing City Lord Qi is not a problem. This is really shocking. That's right. It looks like it's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. City Lord Qi's strength might not be able to suppress Xiaoyuan. That's right. This kind of battle is even more soul-stirring. However, I hope that City Lord Xiao can win. Qi Yeu has really gone too far. This resentment must be vented. The outcome of this battle isn't just a battle between them. If Qi Yeu loses, he will very likely become a stray dog and lose his position as the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way City. It looks like Xiaoyuan is only doing this for his son and for the Xiao family's face, but in reality if he defeats Qi Yeu, Xiaoyuan will very likely leap up and become the new Milky Way City Lord. No one was a fool. Although this battle had already begun, it was inevitable that the credibility of the City Lord's mansion had been suppressed to its lowest point. Right now, Qi Yeu's supporters couldn't defy the heavens. If they did, they would probably be flamed to death. Between them, whoever won would have the right to speak. Qi Yeu was incomparably furious. Xiaoyuan pressed forward step by step, his murderous aura like a dragon. On the contrary, he was a bit stretched. These past few years, this old man's strength had advanced very quickly. It had to be said that his wolf-like ambition had never stopped. If his strength hadn't been damaged, defeating Xiaoyuan would still be very easy. However, in the past 1,000 years, in order to nourish the spirit embryo, his strength had been greatly consumed. Otherwise, how could Xiaoyuan be so rampant? Qi Yeu and Xiaoyuan fought fiercely for a long time. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Xiaoyuan was even more shocked. He didn't think that Qi Yeu's strength was still so terrifying. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and he had no other choice. He had to fight with Qi Yeu until the end. Qi, a sword light fell from the sky and swept across the sky. A ray of light broke through the two people's camp and directly attacked Qi Yeu. At this time, who else would dare to attack Qi Yeu except Xiaolan? Xiaolan's sword was like a tricky silver snake. It broke through Qi Yeu's defense and slashed at the latter. Her appearance was out of everyone's expectation because she was Qi Yeu's wife. At this time she chose to go against Qi Yeu. This still shocked many people. At the same time Xiaolan also had another identity. She was Xiaoyuan's younger sister. The two of them were real siblings. However, Xiaolan's attack at this time made Qi Yeu extremely shocked. Although he had a trace of warning, he didn't expect that the person who attacked him was his most beloved woman, Xiaolan. Qi Yeu's heart shook. He forcefully withdrew his sword momentum because he was afraid of hurting the spiritual embryo in Xiaolan's body. It was a peerless spiritual embryo that he and Xiaolan had nurtured for 1,000 years. Once it was born, it would be a peerless genius. Qi Yeu was extremely sad when he was attacked by his most beloved woman. Xiaoyuan also didn't hesitate. He took advantage of this opportunity to pierce through Qi Yeu's shoulder with his long spear. Qi Yeu's declining situation gradually appeared from this moment. With the addition of Xiaolan, it was difficult for the seriously injured Qi Yeu to win. In less than 20 moves, he was suppressed by Xiaoyuan and firmly locked his body. 3 spears pierced through his body. Qiyu lost a lot of blood. His essence, qi and spirit leaked out. It was impossible for him to compete with Xiao Yuan. Chapter 49-39. Qiyu had no chance to resist, so Xiao Yuan wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. The reason he didn't kill now was because he wanted the support of the masses. If he killed someone, people would fear him. He had the absolute advantage now. For his family, for his son, he swore to fight to the death. Everyone admired him. Once he killed Qiyu, the Apocalypse Galaxy City would be in chaos, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Why did you betray me? Why? Qiyu looked at Xiaolaner with a sad expression. He never expected to fall into her hands. Because I don't want to see you continue fighting. Because I don't want to see you continue to fight. I don't want to see Xiao family being humiliated by you. Qi Luoying had obviously run away from the marriage and eloped with Jiang Qin of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment, but you still want to deceive Xiao family. Although I have already left Xiao family, your actions have made me feel guilty and uneasy. I don't want our child to be born with such a sanctimonious father. Although Xiao family is only a vassal of Apocalypse Silver River City, we are not a plaything in your hands. Husband, forgive me. I'm sorry. Xiaolan hugged her stomach, tears streaming down her face. What? Qiyu's daughter ran away from her marriage? How could this be? No wonder the city lord has been stammering and unable to give a proper explanation. It turns out that he already knew about it but just didn't deal with it. Jiang Qin? Isn't that the youngest gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? So he has such a relationship with the city lord's daughter. I knew it. How could a mere half-step star state become a gold medal commander of the Apocalypse Knights? I don't believe it. If it wasn't for the city lord, do you think that Jiang Qin could beat young Master Xiaoyin? I see. The city lord's mansion is really a place of corruption. That's right. Since ancient times, have you ever heard of anyone who wasn't at the star level defeating a level 2 star level warrior? Isn't that bullshit? Jiang Qin's name was pushed to everyone's eyes once again. However, the person who had escaped with Qi Luoying didn't appear. Hence, this plot was naturally not exposed by anyone. Qiyu narrowed his eyes. Lung stared at Xiaolaner. He could not believe that the woman he loved the most had become like this. Don't talk nonsense. It's not like that at all. Qiyu said angrily. Then why don't you tell me why Jiang Qin of the Knights of Apocalypse is no longer here? Before marrying Qi Luoying, I had already secretly investigated Jiang Qin. Both of them have a very close relationship. I thought that Qi Luoying would stay with me after marrying Qi Luoying, but it turns out that she eloped with Jiang Qin. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. The prefecture is really disappointing. Qiyu, you're the prefecture's lord, but you can't even control your own daughter. If I didn't find out about this now, I don't know how long I'll be kept in the dark. Qiyu's face was filled with disdain. Xiaotai roared, facing Qiyu. Right now, Qiyu had become a prisoner, so even he didn't have any misgivings as he roared crazily. Jiang Qin had also disappeared. The elopement was undoubtedly a done deal. Now Qiyu could no longer explain himself. Qiyu, you've really disappointed me. For so many years I've always treated you as a big brother. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Xiao Yuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but he was incomparably happy in his heart because Qiyu was finally tripped by him. After today, everything would be under his control. Heaven awakening Milky Way City would become his backyard garden. Luo Ying and Yuan Wen's abduction, Jiang Chen's disappearance, Emohan's departure, Azure Dragon's 9 envoys' pursuit, and Yun Lingfei's dispatch at the last moment seemed to be a coincidence. However, at this time, Qiyu knew that this was absolutely Xiao Yuan's plot. Luo Ying's relationship with him wasn't good, but she was his daughter after all. Luo Ying's disappearance and the bride's disappearance would cause the entire city lord's mansion to fall into a passive position. One after another, people went to look for Luo Ying. However, without exception, none of them came back. This wedding of the century, which had been the focus of the world's attention, had turned into a farce. At this time, the city lord's mansion and him, who had been accused of treachery, had been nailed to the pillar of shame. All of this was closely linked. All of this was a trap. Forget it, forget it. Qiyu laughed self-mockingly. He knew that everything was too late. The situation today filled him with despair. The human heart was unfathomable. The people closest to him left him one by one, abandoning him. Originally, he only wanted a pure and simple child, the spirit embryo that he had nurtured for 1,000 years, but now, all of that had turned into bubbles. Promise me that you'll treat him well, okay? Qiyu looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan's heart was no longer on his side. What he was most worried about now was that the spiritual embryo in her belly would become a tool for Xiao Yuan to threaten him. Qi Luoying's face was full of anger and shock as she watched this scene from a distant mountain peak. I want to go out now. Jiang Qin tightly held her hand and shook his head. It's too late. It's already too late. Jiang Qin knew that if the two of them went back at this time, it would be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. No matter what they said at this time, it would just be empty talk. Qi Yeu had already become a prisoner. This was an indisputable fact. If Qi Luoying appeared now and escaped for the sake of her father's life, she would still be laughed at by countless people. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord who had eloped. After all, everyone wanted to save face. However, Qi Luoying made everyone lose face. She didn't come to attend a wedding but a farce. The instigator was Luoying. If Luoying appeared now, not only would she not be forgiven, she would also be abandoned and spurned by more people. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. He's right. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is about to undergo great changes, Yunling Fei said faintly. As the captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he didn't know what to do now. The city lord had been suppressed by Xiao Yuan's scheme, and even the city lord's wife, Xiaolana, had changed sides at the last minute. She had once again become a respected member of the Xiao family. Her return was the biggest blow to Qi Yeu. His most trusted person had torn open his biggest wound. Can I just watch my father be killed by them? Chapter 49-40. Leader Yun, what should we do now? My father is in Xiao Yuan's hands. He definitely won't let him go. Mo Han's expression was extremely complicated as he looked at Yunling Fei. Now only Leader Yun could save his father. Mo Han knew that his strength was not enough to fight against the Xiao family, let alone Xiao Yuan. Yunling Fei pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm also not a match for the second city lord, Xiao Yuan. I can return to the Knights of the Apocalypse now, but he should have made a move long ago. Otherwise I wouldn't have been transferred out. At the critical moment, Aldrin appeared to stall me. He won't kill the city lord. He will come to me on his own accord. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. What? Yunling Fei looked at Jiang Qin with a puzzled expression. The jade token. Luo Ying's eyes lit up, but because of this, Jiang Qin might also become the target of Xiao Yuan's attack. Now, the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was probably under Xiao Yuan's control. The biggest beneficiary of this farce was Xiao Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, not only did he defeat Qi Yeu, but he also gained everyone's sympathy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yuan was the best opportunity to take the throne. Yes, this jade token is very important to him. I think he must be more anxious than I am now. Jiang Qin smiled. Give it to me. A gentleman is innocent, but a treasure will arouse the envy of others. Are you sure you have the ability to protect this jade token? Yunling Fei looked at Jiang Qin. As the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and the strongest person, he was confident that he could protect the jade token in his hand. Why should I give it to you? Jiang Qin chuckled and looked at Yunling Fei calmly. Yunling Fei was slightly startled. He did not expect Jiang Qin to be so stubborn at this time and not give him any face. After all, he was the leader of the Knights of the Apocalypse and his direct subordinate, yet he dared to openly oppose him. Brat, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yunling Fei said in a low voice. His cold eyes stared at Jiang Qin. Do you think you can kill me? Jiang Qin countered. Yunling Fei's breathing faltered for a moment before he laughed uproariously. This Jiang Qin was so arrogant, he feared nothing and didn't place anyone in his eyes. He was just like Yunling Fei back then. However, Jiang Qin was even more frivolous than Yunling Fei. You are very interesting. But now, I hope you can protect the jade token in your hand. Otherwise, this jade token will be a fatal disaster for you. Xiao Yuan will certainly not let this matter go. You all know this very well. Stay outside the city. Don't go back for the time being. I will go and explore the road first. With that, Yun Lingfei turned around and left. Jiang Qin, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Now we can't even go back to Tianqi Milky Way City. Luoying sighed. She was worried about her father. She didn't know when she could save him. Xiao Yuan has ulterior motives. It's not something that can be decided in a short period of time. So, it has nothing to do with anyone. We're just victims. However, this jade token should be our last trump card. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Everyone, today is the day of this Xiao's son's wedding, but I had no choice but to end up like this. It is truly a tragedy, and I had no choice but to confront the city lord manner. However, this Xiao is definitely not someone who is afraid of death. Since things have come to this today, then I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Although the wedding had to be mocked, Tianqi Silver River City could not be in chaos. Qi Yeyu was muddle-headed and had gone too far. However, Xiao Yuan would not lower her head just like that. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Qi Yeyu had already lost, and that was what everyone wanted. As the second city lord, I, Xiao Yuan, am duty-bound to do this. I am indebted to the people of the world for not abandoning me. A country cannot be without a ruler. The wedding banquet has turned into a banquet of heroes. Tianqi Milky Way City is the best city in the Tianqi Milky Way region. Of course, it's a virtuous place. Using this opportunity, 99% of the world's heroes are here. Wouldn't it be great? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. At this time, Qi Yeyu had become a prisoner. Even his own woman had betrayed him. Everyone knew that there were only a few people who were qualified to be the city lord of Tianqi Milky Way City. Now Xiao Yuan was the first one to bear the brunt of it. His words were for everyone to hear. The title of the princess of the world was self-evident. I think City Lord Xiao is such a person. I can't think of a second person besides him. That's right, City Lord Xiao. Your strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Qi Yeyu was defeated by you. You being the City Lord is what everyone wants. City Lord Xiao, I think you are the most suitable person. No one knows the big and small matters of the Tianqi Milky Way better than you. This time we came because of you. Now that you have suffered a great injustice, we can finally clear the name of the Xiao family. You are the most suitable person to be the city lord. Haha, isn't that so? Whether it is strength or virtue, who is more suitable than City Lord Xiao? Qi Yeyu has already been defeated, and the City Lord's mansion no longer has any credibility. We will no longer respect him as the City Lord. You are indeed the best person, so there is no need to decline. City Lord Xiao, for the sake of the peace of the world and for the well-being of the common people, you have to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Almost everyone recommended Xiao Yuan as the new city lord. Qi Yeyu had already become history. Who would have thought that the overlord of the Tianqi Milky Way would actually fall at this time? In less than a day, everything had happened too suddenly. Many people understood the meaning behind Xiao Yuan's words. Since Qi Yeyu had already been defeated and no one believed in him anymore, only Xiao Yuan was the most suitable person. Whether it was strength or status, no one could compare to Xiao Yuan. Apart from the previous city lord, Qi Yeyu, no one could compare to Xiao Yuan. Now that he had stepped forward to take charge of the situation, many people were happy to see him. Furthermore, he was the one who had defeated Qi Yeyu. After taking revenge, Xiao Yuan had helped them get rid of their resentment. Qi Yeyu had become the target of everyone's condemnation, while Xiao Yuan had risen to the top. Naturally, countless people were willing to follow his lead. If the Tianqi Milky Way didn't have a city lord, the people of the Tianqi Milky Way would be like a sheet of loose sand. When the time came, they would be bullied even more. Many people didn't care who became the city lord. As long as they could have peace and stability, that was enough. Whether it was Qi Yeyu or Xiao Yuan, it was the same to them. They were just common people and all they wanted was peace of mind. Chapter 49-41. Since everyone loves me so much, I won't pass on this responsibility. However, I have to say that I'm only the acting city lord of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. When I find a more suitable candidate, I'll definitely step down. I hope that everyone can supervise me on this. I'm definitely not someone who covets power and wealth. However, the Heaven Awakening Star region is currently in dire straits, so I really can't pass on this responsibility to anyone else. I'm deeply ashamed. I'll definitely do my best. Today's wedding banquet will go on as usual. I'm indebted to everyone. Please take your seats. Xiao Yuan said solemnly. Although the Xiao family had lost all face during the wedding banquet, now that Qi Yeyu had been removed from his position as city lord, A new city lord had been born in an instant. For the Xiao family, this was a true transformation. The master of the awakening galaxy city had changed, so the Xiao family's face had naturally returned. Xiaolan glanced at her big brother, Xiao Yueyin, and smiled. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Although she had married Qi Yeyu, she was still a member of the Xiao family. They had waited for this once in 1,000 years, and they had finally gotten this opportunity. They had finally become the true masters of the awakening galaxy city. The Xiao family had completely risen. Xiao Yueyin's heart was filled with comfort. He had waited for this day for too long and had sacrificed too much. That was why he was happier than anyone else today. His wish had finally come true. The Xiao family would become the #1 family of the awakening galaxy city in the future. Countless people came to the Xiao family to congratulate them. Although the Xiao family's wedding banquet hadn't attracted everyone's congratulations, everyone had to compliment the new city lord. Xiao Yueyin had gone against the trend and made everyone feel how powerful and frightening he was. At the very least, he was more convincing than Qi Yeyu. At this time, everything that Xiao Yueyin had done was no longer important. He had become the new city lord. He was the true new king. From now on, Xiao Yueyin could finally rest easy at the top of the Heaven Awakening star system. However, Xiao Yueyin still had something on his mind. Although the Heaven Awakening star domain was already under his control, what he valued the most was still the remains of the Emperor Cosmos. Thus, he had been searching for the Jade card his entire life. The Jade card would allow him to improve his strength and allow him to have the opportunity to rush out of the Heaven Awakening star domain in the future. The next day, the calm Heaven Awakening galaxy city was already surging with undercurrents. After the curtain of night was lifted, the world became clear again, but it was no longer the mountains and rivers of the past. Xiao Yueyin sat calmly in the center of Xuanhuan mansion, waiting for the people from all over to pay their respects. Countless people would come to congratulate the new city lord, and he wouldn't let go of any signs of trouble. He had already sent out many people to search for traces of Jiangchen. Master Yun Lingfei, the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse, requests an audience. The butler reported softly at the door. "You've finally come." Xiao Yueyin smiled faintly and made up his mind. Now that Yun Lingfei had returned, he definitely wouldn't let him go. "Come in." In just a moment, Yun Lingfei, dressed in armor, stood in front of the main hall and gazed at Xiao Yueyin. His eyes were as silent and cold as ever. "Greetings, City Lord Xiao," Yun Lingfei said solemnly. "In the future, just call me City Lord. There is only one City Lord in the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that is me, Xiao Yueyin." Xiao Yueyin said faintly, "Yun Lingfei, I admire you. Yun Lingfei, I admire you. You've always been loyal to the people. This is what Tianqi Galaxy needs the most. Thus, you transferred me out of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City so that you could take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Knights of the Apocalypse and disperse them completely," Yun Lingfei said unhurriedly. "I had no choice, but now that Qi Yeyu has been defeated, the new City Lord will bring new life to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City," Xiao Yueyin said. "Reporting to the City Lord, the Knights of the Apocalypse have received the order. Apart from those who stayed behind, everyone else will be dispatched to capture the evil thief Jiangchen." Zhang Tiance knelt outside the main hall and said solemnly. Yun Lingfei looked back at Zhang Tiance. Zhang Tiance lowered his head, not daring to raise it. "Prepare for a rainy day. City Lord, it seems like you've expected everything," Yun Lingfei said. Everyone knew that Jiangchen had eloped with the eldest princess, so Xiao Yueyin had every reason to issue a warrant for Jiangchen's arrest. Moreover, he had mobilized the Knights of the Apocalypse. This was the only variable and also one of the reasons Xiao Yueyin used a scheme to transfer Yun Lingfei out. If Yun Lingfei fully supported Qi Yeyu and helped him get through this crisis, then with Yun Lingfei's prestige and strength in the Knights of the Apocalypse, no one could shake him. Thus, all these years Xiao Yueyin had been trying to rope him in, but Xiao Yueyin had remained steadfast and guarded the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. He had no other choice. However, it was different today. He had already occupied the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. No one would be able to touch his position now. The Heavenly Awakening Knights had also been sent out to search for the traitor, Jiangchen. Therefore, even if Yun Lingfei was here, he wouldn't be able to touch the city anymore. Jiangchen's expression changed drastically. "Commander Yun, you are a pillar of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, not a private soldier of Qi Yeyu. I can completely destroy you and make you disappear from this world forever, but I admire you. After Yun Lingfei, there will no longer be a commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse. I believe this sentence." The smile on Xiao Yueyin's face became wider. Yun Lingfei's eyes were cold. His foundation was unstable. Even if he dared to kill Qiyu, he wouldn't dare to kill him, the pillar of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Yun Lingfei was the backbone of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his contributions were too high. In the current turbulent Apocalypse Galaxy City, although Qiyu had been defeated, Yun Lingfei still had the ability to stir up a storm. Enlisting him was the best way. If he killed him, the world would be in chaos. How could Xiaoyuan not get rid of such a thing? Indeed, Yun Lingfei swears loyalty to the Apocalypse Galaxy City. The Apocalypse Knights are my life. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Tell me, how can I find them? Xiaoyuan said. Water Curtain Mountain, exchange a jade token for a life. Yun Lingfei said. Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a bright smile. Thank you, Leader Yun. 3 days later, I will arrive at Water Curtain Mountain and meet this Jiang Chen who has repeatedly disturbed my plans. Xiaoyuan was pleasantly surprised. This guy really knew how to choose a place. The Apocalypse Star was vast and abundant, and he actually chose Water Curtain Mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was at Water Curtain Mountain, saving him unnecessary trouble. As long as he got the jade token in Jiang Chen's hand, he could open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Why do we have to wait for 3 days? Yun Lingfei frowned, a little puzzled. You don't have to worry about this. Let's meet at Water Curtain Mountain in 3 days. For safety reasons, I think Leader Yun should stay in the Apocalypse Galaxy City to take charge. Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 49-42. City Lord, aren't you afraid of your backyard catching fire? Yun Lingfei said with an indifferent look. If I dare to keep you here, then I'm not afraid of you rebelling against me. I love talents, but that doesn't mean I have no bottom line. Commander Yun is a smart person, I believe you know what to do. Xiaoyuan smiled faintly and closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. Yun Lingfei took a deep breath and turned to leave. Water Curtain Mountain. The mountain was connected to the water, and the water was connected to the mountain. Thousands of miles of blue waves rippled, the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the birds flew high. Jiang Chen looked at the surface of the lake from afar. The surroundings were calm and peaceful, not a single blade of grass moved. Because of the qi that the 6-ridged coiling dragon had deliberately released, no beast within 10,000 miles dared to challenge its existence. Mo Han and Luo Ying were beside Jiang Chen. Yan Qingyun and the people of the Azure Dragon Envoy were the last hope of the entire Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Xiaoyuan had occupied the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City and was worshipped from all directions. He already had the momentum to dominate the world. Why did we choose this place? There are many beasts here, I'm worried that we will be attacked from both sides. Mo Han looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was very grateful to Jiang Chen, his strength was still far from his and Yan Qingshan's. Of course, if it was a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say who would be the winner. After all, even the gold medal commander Xiao Yin was defeated by him. However, Jiang Chen had the jade token in his hands. It could be said that his father's life was in his hands, so Mo Han could only listen to Jiang Chen's arrangements. This place is very good. The wind blows the grass, quiet and elegant. It's very suitable. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Mo Han was a little anxious and couldn't help but worry. After all, they were currently in a passive position, and it would be difficult for them to do anything big. His father was their only hope, and also the only hope of the entire Heaven Awakening planet. But how can we guarantee that they will let us go? After we exchange our father, where should we go? The Heaven Awakening planet already belongs to Xiaoyuan. Mo Han said in a low voice. Big brother, I know you are eager to save your father, but Jiang Chen has already done his best. Without him, we have no bargaining chips to negotiate with Xiaoyuan, let alone save our father. Now the jade plate in his hand is our only hope. He risked his life to face it with us. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do it. Luo Ying said solemnly. His father was in danger. No matter how much discord there was in the past, it was no longer important. His life was more important than the heavens. Right now, only Jiang Chen can save father. How could he not know the danger? Where can we go at this time? Isn't it Xiaoyuan's territory? Only in this Water Curtain Mountain can we be considered to be out of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City's control. We are weak, and facing the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City, what do you think our chances of victory are? Luo Ying's words made Mo Han feel extremely ashamed, but he also felt helpless. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang, I was too impatient. Imohan knew very well that if Jiangchen didn't do anything, they would be in an even more passive position. They wouldn't be able to call for help even if they called for help. Jiangchen disregarded everything and stood on the same front as them. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do so because he had to face the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city. If he gave the jade plate in his hand to Xiaoyuan, he would be able to exchange it for endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Moreover, his status in the heavenly awakening Milky Way city would be unparalleled. Jiangchen was still lying down, not saying a word. A small boat crossed the long mountain. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos required 3 jade plates to open. Now Xiaoyuan only lacked his own jade plate. This time he had to go and find out. He still had a chance at Water Curtain Mountain. If he went somewhere else, the 6-spine coiling dragon wouldn't be able to use its full power, and it would be impossible to fight against Xiaoyuan. Jiangchen knew very well that if they wanted to make a comeback, the most important person was still Qiyu. If Qiyu was still alive, there would still be hope. If Qiyu was really dead, they would really have to run. Qiyu still had the strength to fight against Xiaoyuan. As for Jiangchen, although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a star-level powerhouse. Wouldn't that be courting death? Jiangchen still remembered the scene in the Qingyang Flower Mansion Square. The strength of these 2 city lords wasn't something he could shake. He had been in charge of the heavenly awakening starfield for so many years. If he didn't have some ability, how could he convince the masses? Whether it was Qiyu or Xiaoyuan, they were both extremely terrifying existences. Jiangchen had to admit that he couldn't catch up to them. Hence, Jiangchen urgently wanted to improve his strength. If he could enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he might be able to reap a huge harvest. How could a great emperor that had been passed down for millions of years, an existence that even the Star Domain Lord considered a taboo, not have any treasures? Jiangchen had long been tempted. Of course, saving Qiyu was also necessary, as only Qiyu could help them get out of danger and successfully restore them. For 7 consecutive days, the entire Water Curtain Mountain was incomparably quiet. It wasn't just Imohan. Even Luoying couldn't sit still. Jiangchen, do you think Xiaoyuan will really come? Luoying was anxious. It had already been 7 days, but there hadn't been any movement in the Water Curtain Mountain. Could it be that Xiaoyuan didn't intend to come? If that was the case, wouldn't they be forced into a passive state again? He won't. The position of this jade token in his heart isn't something that your father can compare to. Jiangchen said with a smile. Luoying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was her father's life really not comparable to this jade token? Xiaoyuan must have deliberately planned for this jade token. At this moment, no one was more anxious than him. Hence, they only needed to wait for Xiaoyuan. Someone is coming. A lot of them. Yin Qingyun frowned. His eyes were blazing as he looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "They're finally here." Jiangchen said with a smile. Imohan and Luoying's faces were grim. They looked at each other. Finally, the person they had been waiting for was here. They didn't know how their father's body was and whether his life would be in danger. Above the void, there was a dark cloud and a mighty group of people. There were more than 100 stellar-level experts. That kind of pressure made everyone feel great pressure. The person leading the group was none other than Xiaoyuan. "Haha, little guy, we meet again?" Xiaoyuan laughed and said. He looked at Jiangchen with blazing eyes. When he saw Jiangchen, he saw his jade token, and he saw the door of the Emperor of the Cosmos. His thousands of years of waiting were not in vain. Finally, the clouds had dispersed and the moon could be seen. City Lord Xiao is very punctual. It seems that we didn't wait in vain. Jiangchen said. That's natural. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. I must do what I said. Where's your thing? Xiaoyuan said indifferently. Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Chapter 49-43. Young Master Zhao's temper is not small. Jiangchen smiled. Where is the person we want? Where is my father? Luoying said, her eyes filled with anxiety. You're such a promiscuous woman. If it weren't for you, our Xiao family wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with love and hate, but he knew that he had to follow his father's plan. A woman was just a worldly possession. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Your Xiao family has already arranged everything. Why do you have to pretend? I'm just the fuse. What you want has never been me but the entire Tianqi Milky Way city. Luoying said. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Our Xiao family is upright, but your city lord palace has done such a thing, forcing us to take action. Now that you eloped with this bastard, you still have the face to come here and talk nonsense? You're really shameless, you bitch. Xiao Tai cursed. He loved Luo Ying very much, but he couldn't get her, so he had to destroy her. It's useless to say more. Since things have come to this, why do you have to pretend? You mean City Lord Xiao? Jiang Qin smiled. Bring him here. Xiao Yuan said. Everyone here was his trusted aide, so he didn't have to worry too much. This time, he had brought all his men to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to explore the great Emperor's tomb. Qi Yeyu was brought up, but his body was tightly bound. Father. Father. Luo Ying and Emo Han's faces were pale, looking at their disheveled father. The once arrogant master of the Tianqi starfield had now become a prisoner. It was also Jiang Chen's first time seeing Qi Yeyu. Although he was bound, Qi Yeyu's eyes were still as fierce as ever. He glanced at Emo Han and Luo Ying, then finally looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Let them go, I'll stay. Jiang Chen said. Don't push your luck. We will only trade with you if you bring us the jade pendant. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Xiao Tai sneered. You can give it a try. I only need to move slightly and this jade token will be crushed. You have the advantage in numbers. If we give the jade token to you, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape, right? Jiang Chen said calmly. You have no choice. Xiao Tai said angrily. Let them go. Xiao Yuan said, glancing at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin pushed Qi Yeyu to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen waved his hand to dismiss Luo Ying and the others. You guys go first. No, I want to be with you. Luo Ying said in a deep voice. If you stay, you will only be a burden to me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Luo Ying was silent for a moment. She knew that she almost caused Jiang Chen's death. Indeed, it would be easier for him to escape alone. However, he was facing Xiao Yuan, a peerless expert whose strength was almost equal to her father. Could he really escape? Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen looked at Emo Han. Emo Han nodded and quickly retreated with Yan Qingyun and the others. Qi Yeyu glanced at Jiang Chen. This young man, whom he had never met before, was indeed a brave and unparalleled person. He actually disregarded his own life to exchange for him. Qi Yeyu was very clear about the jade token. It was the key to open the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. And he was very clear about Xiao Yuan's thoughts. He wanted to go to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This guy was now fully prepared. Cough, 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 cough. Qi Yeyu's face was pale as he shook his head. I'm fine, but my current strength is restricted. Xiao Yuan has inserted the 9-inch cold ancient nail into my body. It's impossible to force it out without 1,000 years. The Xiao Yuan. He's too ruthless. Emo Han clenched his fists. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was made from the essence of 10,000 years old ice. It was the most insidious thing. It could even make a stellar-level expert unable to resist it. Once it was inserted into the body, it would fuse with the body and corrode the body. Can he alone resist Xiao Yuan's hundreds of stellar-level experts? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen's back as he gradually disappeared from his sight. After a few years, Jiang Chen should be dead. For the sake of righteousness, for the city lord mansion, this young man was worthy of respect. After a long while, Xiao Tai couldn't sit still. Now, can you give us the jade token? You can go. We won't give you the jade token. Jiang Chen smiled. Not only Xiao Yuan but everyone's face changed. This guy actually fooled all of them? Don't be so agitated. I won't give it to you because I want to save my life. City Lord Xiao, you can understand me, right? I only have one request. Jiang Chen smiled. What request? Xiao Yuan said. Take me to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell but you come to seek death. Xiao Tai sneered. All right. Xiao Yuan nodded. He was the one who made the final decision. Hence, Jiang Chen didn't put Xiao Tai in his eyes at all. This guy was probably on par with Xiao Yin, but he shouldn't be underestimated. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Jiang Chen alone couldn't compete with them. This was something they knew very well. Hence, Xiao Yuan didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He only wanted the jade token. Hundreds of stellar-level experts were densely packed together. Even if Jiang Chen summoned the 6-spine coiling dragon, the two of them would still die without a burial ground. This time, Xiao Yuan should have made full preparations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked with all his troops. Jiang Chen had nothing but the jade token. Hence, he had to ensure his own safety. This jade token was his protective talisman. In Xiaoyuan's eyes, Jiang Chen was a dispensable puppet. A guy who hadn't even reached the stellar level. What qualifications did he have to negotiate with him? He could satisfy Jiang Chen's request, but the final winner could only be himself. Jiang Chen was playing with fire. Hence it wasn't just Xiaoyuan. Almost everyone felt that Jiang Chen was courting death. His life and death were no longer important. With Xiaoyuan around, even Qi Yeu had been defeated. Who else could fight against them? Jiang Chen saw Xiao Tai, Xiaoyin, Han Feihu and Aldern. None of them were stellar-level experts and they were all very powerful. These people were all Xiaoyuan's people. From the moment they appeared and became obstacles, they had captured Luoying. There was no room for negotiation. City Lord Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. I'm also very curious about the secrets of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Since I was fated to meet him today, I can die without regrets. I know that I will definitely die in this battle, but I want to fulfill my wish before I die. I want to visit the grave of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I still have to thank you, City Lord Xiao. Chapter 49-44. Aldern, bring some men to keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape and don't let him destroy the jade pendant. If there's any mistake, we'll kill him. Xiaoyuan said coldly and glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged and looked at Aldern again. With this guy's strength, he was no match for him at all. If it wasn't for Yun Lingfei's timely appearance, they would be in a more passive position. Hehe. Kit, you've fallen into my hands again. Aldern said with a smile and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. His eyes were extremely cold. It was easy to keep an eye on this brat. As long as City Lord Xiao gave the order, he would be able to kill him. When the tomb of the Cosmos Great Emperor is opened, you can do whatever you want to me. Since I don't have a way to live, I'll spare City Lord Qi's life in exchange for mine. It's a good deal for me. It's not a loss. Jiang Chen said. It's good that you know your limits. Say, if you directly offered the jade pendant to Castellan Xiao, wouldn't you be able to exchange it for a lifetime of glory and wealth? Why did you have to mix with the people from the Castellan mansion and offend the young master? Ah, isn't that courting death? Aldern shook his head and sneered. He had long regarded Jiang Chen as a dead man. There's no choice. I'm a stubborn person. Once I want to do something, even 9 bulls can't pull me back. Now where are we going? Jiang Chen asked. Of course we're going to the place you want to go. When we get there, your mission will be completed and your time of death will come. Aldern sneered. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was actually in the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed that he had been loitering in front of the Emperor of the Cosmos's house all this while. He did not know the true face of the Emperor of the Cosmos because he was in this mountain. Following Xiaoyuan's group all the way to the depths of the Water Curtain Mountain, the number of demonic beasts in the surroundings gradually increased. There were birds and beasts of all shapes and sizes. The Water Curtain Mountain had always been a unique feature of the Water Curtain Mountain. After crossing 2 mountains, there was a vast body of water. If you didn't have enough experience, it was very likely that you would get lost and lose your direction. Xiaoyuan was obviously very confident until they walked to the front of the 5 Fingers Mountain. From afar, the 5 Finger Mountain looked like a palm, protruding from the surface of the water. Although it looked small from afar, it was boundlessly large up close, probably covering a radius of 100 miles. The surrounding beasts were restless. With so many star states, Xiaoyuan and the others caused the water to become turbulent. Countless beasts were frightened and fled. We finally arrived at the 5 Finger Mountain. Xiaoyuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the entire 5 Finger Mountain. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He had dreamed of this moment for so many years and it had finally come true. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he would be able to charge out of the Heaven Awakening starfield in the future and reach a greater sky. The Emperor of the Cosmos was a true powerhouse of the universe. This was his fortune and karma. Otherwise, if the Emperor of the Cosmos hadn't left behind an inheritance in the Heaven Awakening starfield, he would never have obtained it in his lifetime. Xiaoyuan knew that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a powerhouse. He wasn't satisfied with his own strength. The star state was far from the end of the universe, but it was just a small corner of the Heaven Awakening starfield. He hadn't been able to advance even an inch for millions of years. Not to mention the star state, even the 7th firmament of the star state was far behind him. Therefore, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was his only chance. Open for me. Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed as he put his palms together. A terrifying wave of air rolled out, and the originally turbulent water suddenly calmed down. The waves kept rising and rolling to both sides, and a deep ravine appeared in front of everyone. It was so deep that it couldn't be seen, and it extended all the way to the bottom of the sea. The water rippled like stairs, layer by layer, and Xiaoyuan took the lead and rushed down. Everyone followed Xiaoyuan without hesitation, all the way to the bottom of the Five-Finger Mountain. The surrounding mountain walls were grayish-brown, and there were sword scars that were a few meters, a few dozen meters, and even a few hundred meters. They were filled with the feeling of the great Tao. Every sword scar was suffocating, and they were intertwined with each other. Not only that, but those sword scars were like endless oppression. No one dared to stare at them attentively. The pressure brought by those sword scars would crush them to death. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. These sword scars were really powerful. This is a good thing. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The endless sword intent made his heart restless. In the eyes of others, this was a killing weapon, but in his eyes, these sword scars were crucial to his breakthrough. His limitless sword had reached a bottleneck. 29 swords was Jiang Chen's strongest move, but he wasn't sure if there would be 30 swords to push limitless sword to a new height. These sword scars opened up a new path. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. These sword scars contained the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It was completely different from his limitless sword, but the sword intent was the same. The sword intent in these sword scars was even more powerful than his limitless sword. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen was shocked inside. This should be the sword intent of the Emperor of the Cosmos, right? Limitless sword had no end, but Jiang Chen's sword intent had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't take another step forward. These sword scars might be his biggest gain. Such a domineering sword mark. Xiaoyuan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the hundreds of half-step star-level masters behind him all felt their scalps go numb. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their eyes were bloodshot. Finally they fell to the ground. No. I don't want to die. Piu. Many half-step star states exploded one after another. Everyone looked at Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan knew that they had been tricked by the sword mark. All of you don't look at the sword scar. There's something strange about that sword scar. None of you can handle the sword intent within it. Xiaoyuan shouted angrily. Even the stellar-level elites had a pained expression on their faces because the sword intent of the sword marks was too powerful. Each sword mark was like a great killing weapon that they couldn't resist at all. Each sword mark contained supreme Tao. The power of the Tao was something that Jiang Chen had never seen before. That kind of invincible sharpness made one's scalp tingle. The terror of the limitless sword lay in its endless transformations. However, the sword marks in front of them had the same aura, the same domineering aura, and the same power. It was like a force that rose to the sky like bamboo shoots after the rain, breaking out of the ground and pointing straight to the sky. Jiang Chen followed the direction of each sword mark, trying to find the traces of the sword marks. However, it was extremely difficult for him to do so because the supreme Tao accumulation in these sword marks was very exclusive. No one could control it. It was as if they had their own lives and couldn't be controlled at all. Jiang Chen didn't know how to control them. Wherever the sword pointed, the intent was clear. Chapter 49-45. Every sword seemed to be messy, but they would eventually return to the end of the sea. Every sword crisscrossed, but they were all the same. The great Tao returned to one, turning complexity into simplicity. This is the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent. It points to the distant galaxy, piercing through the long rainbow, majestic mountains and rivers. It's indeed domineering. No matter how it changes, it still stays the same. Myriad realms return to one. Is this the Emperor of the Cosmos' sword intent? Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Myriad realms return to one. Return to one. With a thought, Jiang Chen used the power of the stars to drive the countless sword intents. At that moment, the sword marks on the stone wall continued to spread out and eventually converged at the end of the galaxy. The sound of the sword piercing through the air shocked everyone. All the people below the stellar level were Xiaoyuan's subordinates. At this moment, 3,000 experts, under the sword marks, 2,000 people who bore the brunt of the impact died instantly. They were shocked by the sword intent and their bodies were all penetrated. Hundreds and thousands of people fell to the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Almost half of their people had died. Just a few sword intents had made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, The boundless sword intent completed the myriad realms returned to one. His heart was completely clear. This terrifying and domineering sword intent finally made Jiangchen take another step forward on the path of the limitless sword. The sword intent contained in the countless sword marks had already rushed to the peak of the galaxy. At this moment, the sword marks on the stone wall also fell off, losing their initial domineering style. I thought you were immune to poison. Seems like you're not much better. Odin glanced at Jiangchen and sneered. Although Jiangchen didn't die, it seemed like he was injured by the sword marks. What a terrifying sword intent. Could it be that the Emperor of the Cosmos is angry? Dead, all dead. More than half of us are dead? This is too scary. The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. We haven't even found the entrance and we've already suffered heavy losses. I can't even imagine it. What's there to be afraid of? City Lord Xiao is here. After all, Emperor Cosmos has been dead for countless years. What's there to be afraid of? Many people were trembling with fear and worry. 2/3 of them who were half a step into the star level had been submerged by the sword marks, and the rest seemed to have lost their souls. Xiao Yuan turned around and saw that more than half of the people had died. His face turned extremely ugly. Wasn't the Emperor of the Cosmos a little too strong? The sword mark has fallen off. There is no need to be nervous, Xiao Tai said in a deep voice. However, many people still had a lingering fear in their hearts. The invisible sword scar just now had given them the greatest nightmare of their lives. Those who could survive under the pressure of the sword soul were not easy to deal with. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice. Just the sword intent left behind by the sword marks had made them all feel fear. This kind of method was not something an ordinary person could easily achieve. After the sword marks had fallen off, the seaweed on the stone wall had all fallen off, revealing a huge door that was about 100 meters tall. The door was carved out of white jade and there were 2 dragons on it. They didn't look like dragons, but they were definitely terrifying beasts. They looked mighty and domineering. The 2 dragons were entrenched on top of the 100-meter-tall jade door. They were very conspicuous, like 2 giant guardian deities. It's here, there's no doubt about it. Xiao Yuan was excited. He had searched for thousands of years and finally found it. This was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This was the mausoleum of the Emperor of the Cosmos. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, he would be able to sweep through the Tianqi star field and reach an unprecedented realm. What a marvelous door. Yeah, it looks like we have arrived at the tomb of the great Emperor. I really want to go in and have a look. Don't worry. This time the city lord came prepared. We just need to do our part well. Today is destined to be recorded in the history books. The new king of the Tianqi star field, the invincible existence, is about to be born. It was not only Xiao Yuan. Many people were eager to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could drink the soup and obtain a little benefit, which would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Bring Jiangchen here, Xiao Yuan said in a deep voice. Jiangchen was pushed over by Odin. His face was pale. I don't know how a person like you managed to defeat my big brother. Just a mere sword intent and you were tortured to such a state. I thought you were already dead. Xiao Tai smiled sinisterly. Looking at the 3 round holes on the jade door which could fit 3 jade tablets, Jiangchen knew that the jade tablet in his hand was finally going to work. These 3 jade tablets were the keys to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Once he handed over the jade tablet, his life would be in great danger. At that time, no one would be able to save him. Hand it over. We are already at the door. Do you still want to play tricks? It's useless even if you say anything now, Xiao Yuan said. Hand over the jade tablet and I will spare your life. As the lord of a city, I will do what I say. Jiangchen smiled and handed the jade tablet to Xiao Yuan. In the next moment he was surrounded by everyone. You said you wouldn't kill me, Jiangchen said calmly. You are such a good child. Naive child. That's what my father said. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Go. Xiao Tai sneered and waved his hand. More than 100 star states swarmed over. You are indeed father and son. You will die here sooner or later. I will go first. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. He stepped on the ascending stairway and dashed forward. In a few flashes he disappeared in front of Xiao Tai. Xiao Tai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiangchen to be so fast. There he is. Chase him. Xiao Tai roared with a gloomy face. Never mind. You won't be able to catch up to him. A kid who isn't even a star state won't be able to cause much trouble. We don't have time to waste with him. Xiaoyan frowned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a move. With such speed, only he could catch up to Jiang Chen. If it was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, it would be terrible. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score with him after they got out of here. Furthermore, there was no need for him, the city lord, to deal with such a person personally. Count yourself lucky, Jiang Chen. As long as you are still on the heaven-awakened planet, I won't let you go even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Although Xiao Tai was unwilling, the most important thing now was to enter the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Chapter 49-46. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw that the Jade Gate was already open. However, he still had to meet up with Qi Yeyu and the others. Only Qi Yeyu had a chance against Xiaoyan. If he went, he would only be cannon fodder. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he discovered that 4 people had silently appeared here. If it wasn't for the fact that his natal astral soul was powerful enough to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. These 4 people were dressed in strange clothes, clearly not fitting in with the people of the heavenly awakening planet. Each of them was clad in beast skin armor, and their auras were extremely domineering. Although these 4 people weren't as strong as Xiaoyan, they shouldn't be too far off. Who are these fellows? Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed that the opening of the Emperor Cosmos had attracted an unknown power. These 4 people made Jiang Chen feel extremely helpless. He wasn't a match for them at all. Even if he broke through to the star rank, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. The heavenly awakening planet is really a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Jiang Chen murmured. However, at this moment he had to find Qi Yeyu and the others as soon as possible. Otherwise, if both sides fell into the trap, they would be in an even more passive position. Jiang Chen used his natal astral soul to search for Luo Ying and the others. In less than half an hour he found them. Luo Ying. Jiang Chen's call caused Luo Ying's body to tremble. He had returned. Jiang Chen. Luo Ying directly threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. At that moment, even Qi Yeyu was slightly moved. It seemed that his daughter's heart already belonged to someone, and he didn't know anything about it at all. In order to save him, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to use his own life as a bargaining chip. It's good that you're fine. Xuanhuan was also very pleasantly surprised, although Jiang Chen's strength was not at the stellar level, but his means were shocking. You actually managed to escape from Xiaoyan and the others. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen said seriously. Father, you may not know this, but he has even defeated gold medal commander Xiaoyin, the eldest son of Xiaoyan. Xuanhuan said. As expected, heroes come from the young. Qi Yeyu nodded slightly. Being able to escape from the Xiao family's army proved his ability, and defeating Xiaoyin also made sense. A half-step stellar level defeating a second-layer stellar level, such a genius could be said to be extremely rare. There's no need to be polite, City Lord Qi. Now that Xiaoyan and the others have entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, I think at this time, you also don't want to see Qi Yeyu succeed, right? Once he obtains the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, you will never be able to rise again, and you will become a stray dog, a lonely ghost wandering between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. What? He has already entered the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Qi Yeyu's face was full of shock, and his heart was extremely solemn. He naturally didn't want Xiaoyan to control the heaven-awakened planet, but the current him had no way to contend against him. His power was completely suppressed. I want to go too, but I don't have the strength. Xiaoyan, that old thing, pierced the 9-inch cold ancient nail in my body. Even with my power, it would take me 1,000 years to completely force it out. With my current power, it would be good if I could at most unleash the power of the 3rd-layer stellar level. Qi Yeyu was extremely depressed, extremely lonely, and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Let me try, maybe I can help you. Jiang Chen said. You can cure me? Qi Yeyu didn't dare to believe it. Can you really? Brother Jiang? Xuanhuan was also extremely excited. He knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. After all, he had cured his mother, and even the godly doctor was helpless. Mother's illness was cured by him, Luo Ying said. Luo Ying said. Jiang Chen was their only hope now. Your mother, how is she? Qi Yeyu pondered and asked softly. After thousands of twists and turns, the world had changed. When Xiaolan betrayed him, he suddenly came to realize that only Xuanhuan treated him the best. Even if she was faced with his cold-bloodedness and the way he treated his children, she didn't have a word of complaint. That incident back then was planned by Xiaolon, her father. Mohan clenched his fists tightly, his face as gloomy as water. If it wasn't for Xiaolon, their family wouldn't be so tense. His parents hadn't spoken for thousands of years. Even when his mother was gravely ill, he didn't care. I know. Qiyu couldn't help but sigh. Only he knew the helplessness in his heart. No one could replace him. Where is your mother now? I want to see her. She's in my Buddha prison palace. Everything is fine. However, she doesn't want to see you, Jiangchen said. Luo Ying and Mohan looked at each other. Their mother was still brooding over it and couldn't forgive their father. Even now it was still the same. Fine, wait for me to regroup and fight with Xiao Yuan to the death. I'll go find her and ask for forgiveness, Qiyu said. As a married couple he had done too many wrong things. It was no wonder that she wouldn't forgive him. Come, regardless of success or failure, there are some things I have to do. I, Qiyu, have spent thousands of years in a daze. It's time for me to wake up. Qiyu looked at Jiangchen. All right. Jiangchen nodded his head, then he touched Qiyu's meridians. In an instant, a frightening cold air rushed towards Jiangchen like a frightening ice dragon. What a great 9-inch cold ancient nail. Jiangchen didn't move. A blazing flame appeared in his palm and entered Qiyu's body. Qiyu's body trembled as he looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 flames formed 5 streams of air that rampaged through his body and rushed towards his heart meridians. So hot. Are these 5 heavenly flames? Qiyu was shocked. However, he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, he was the overlord of the heavenly awakening star region. What had he not seen? However, it was the first time he had heard of a person controlling 5 heavenly flames. The 5 types of heavenly flames attacked the 9-inch cold ancient nail. They surrounded it and began to crazily attack it. In an instant, the 9-inch cold ancient nail was completely broken into pieces. Its originally cold body began to warm up gradually. The 9-inch cold ancient nail was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. However, under the siege of the 5 elemental divine flames, it collapsed in less than 15 minutes. Qiyu's body also gradually regained its warmth, and the power within her body was also gradually stabilizing. Chapter 49-47. I've really recovered? Qiyu still had some doubts, but the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. You should be fine. Although the 9-inch cold ancient nail is an extremely cold object, the 5-element divine flame completely crushed it. There's no way to turn it around. Jiangchen said confidently. This favor is greater than the heavens. Jiangchen, if I can return to my peak, the heaven awakening star system will be your home. As long as you say the word, I, Qiyu, will do it even if I have to die 9 times. Qiyu said solemnly. At this moment, Jiangchen had cured him of the 9-inch cold ancient nail's cold poison. This was very important to him. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for Xiao Yuan to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. At that time, he would still be wanted throughout the heaven awakening star system like a stray dog. But now that Jiangchen had restored his strength, he would have the strength to fight Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, he would have to run away from the heavenly awakening star like a street rat. He wouldn't be able to take revenge for the rest of his life. Not to mention the glory and wealth he had in the past, he wouldn't even be able to survive. Jiangchen had given him a chance at the most crucial moment. This was more important than his life. Don't speak too early. I will do my best to help you kill Xiao Yuan. However, I only have one goal, and that is to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiangchen said solemnly. It's not that I'm burning the bridge after crossing it. Jiangchen, you have to understand how strong the Emperor of the Cosmos is. Even if he gave you his inheritance, you might not be able to receive it. If there is such an opportunity, I won't fight with you. However, if you don't have the ability, I will take it. Qiyu said solemnly. City Lord Qi, I am satisfied. Whether or not I can get the inheritance of Emperor of the Cosmos, it is still too early to say. Moreover, when I left the tomb of the great Emperor, I saw 4 people. All of them were terrifyingly strong. They were a bit weaker than Xiao Yuan, but they should not be weaker than Yun Lingfei. Do you know them? Jiangchen said in a low voice. 4? Someone whose strength is comparable to Commander Yun Ling Yun? Qiyu's brows were tightly furrowed. How could he not know of such an expert on Heaven Awakened planet? It's very likely that it's an interstellar wanderer who has entered the Heaven Awakened planet without any reports. The Heaven Awakened planet is now very tense, and it's very likely that someone has entered. Interstellar wanderer. Jiangchen nodded slightly. If it was an interstellar wanderer, then it made sense. It seemed that the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos had attracted a lot of busybodies. Their opponents might not only be Xiaoyuan. That's right. These people are desperados. They will leave after one strike. You will never know where these guys came from. There are many interstellar wanderers in the entire heaven-awakened star field, but the Horseman of the Apocalypse also specializes in dealing with interstellar wanderers. It's just that the Horseman of the Apocalypse is now under Xiaoyuan's control. Otherwise, Yun Lingfei would have already arrived. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. Interstellar wanderers, to put it bluntly, are bandits. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. These guys had come to snatch treasures. They would leave after one strike, regardless of success or failure. This time, it was obvious that they had encountered a great treasure. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Qi Yeyu said. Qingyun, go summon the Dongshan two elders. They are my most loyal friends and also the earliest advisors of the City Lord's mansion. Yes, City Lord. Yan Qingyun accepted the order and left. So the Dongshan two elders have always been here. It was surrounded by stalactites of various colors and mottled with light. A strange beast's roar came from the depths, making one's scalp go numb. This sound is so strange. It's like a scream, but it also sounds like a baby crying. Jiang Qin frowned. I've never heard such a sound before. I can't tell what kind of demon beast it is. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice, his face grave. He had traveled to all corners of the heaven-awakened star region over the years, but he had never seen a demon beast like this. He didn't know what it was. Look, why is there so much blood? Occasionally, a few specks of starlight streaked across the pitch-black sky, like a lonely galaxy. In front of the palace, in the center of the plaza, there was a yellow round platform about 10 feet tall and 100 feet wide. Its shape was irregular and looked more like a natural platform. We're here. Is this the tomb of the great emperor of the galaxy? Xiao Tai said excitedly. It's hard to say. This doesn't seem to be a mausoleum but a residence. Xiaoyin said. The Genesis Chi here is extremely terrifying. Let's go. Xiao Yuan said in a low voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. Terrifying Genesis Chi spread out from the palace. Xiao Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He was certain that the treasures of Emperor Cosmos were in the palace. Even an expert like him was filled with curiosity about the palace. City Lord, look, is this the commander selection platform? Han Feihu took the lead, scanning the surroundings so that he could react immediately if there was any danger. 4 large crimson characters were engraved on the round platform like dancing dragons and phoenixes. Compared to the dazzling brilliance of the surroundings, the characters seemed to have weathered endless storms, eroded by wind and rain, and were covered in the traces of time. This commander selection platform doesn't seem to fit in with the entire palace. Why is it here? Xiaoyin looked towards his father, Xiao Yuan. Odin, go and see what's going on. Xiao Yuan said. Yes, City Lord. Odin obeyed the order and leaped onto the general appointment platform. After patrolling the area, Odin shook his head but found nothing. It's probably just a trick. It's just a broken stone, don't worry about it. Xiao Tai did not think much of it. Let's go, we must be careful. Xiao Yuan was still feeling uneasy. He did not know why, but the closer he got to the palace, the more uneasy he felt. Although he wanted to go in and find out more than anyone else, his intuition told him that Emperor Cosmos would not be so simple. What kind of demeanor did a great emperor have? How could anyone casually barge into his mausoleum? Just as they crossed the commander selection platform and were about to approach the palace, Xiao Yuan discovered that they had been walking for a long time, but they had been walking in the same place, unable to get close to the magnificent palace. Why can't we get close to the palace? Xiaoyin asked doubtfully. They had been walking for a long time, but they still couldn't get close to the palace. It was as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers in front of them. It was right in front of them, but it was unreachable. After walking for a long time, they realized that they had been walking around the commander selection platform. The magnificent palace in front of them seemed like it was a lifetime ago. Look, why is the commander selection platform lighting up? Han Feihu said with a solemn face. As the team's last member, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The unassuming commander selection platform that they had ignored was actually glowing. What's going on? Xiao Yuan murmured. He was also confused. He did not know why they couldn't get into the palace, and it was as if they were ghosts trying to hit a wall. It made him extremely anxious. Xiao Yuan's heart was filled with apprehension, and he was extremely careful. Only he knew how terrifying the Starry River Grand Emperor was. If he wasn't careful, it was possible that his entire army would be annihilated, including himself. As the city lord, it would be difficult for him to escape such a fate. Chapter 49-49. As the light continued to grow brighter, a giant beast over 10 feet tall gradually appeared on the platform. It had the head of a human and the body of a beast. It had a pair of wings on its back and its claws were extremely sharp. It roared and roared as if it was trying to break free from its cage. What monster is this? Han Feihu asked in a low voice. The surrounding people also focused their gazes. Roar. With a beast's roar, the human-headed beast leaped down from the sky and slapped more than a dozen half-step star states away. Bang bang bang. Along with the consecutive attacks, the surrounding half-step star-level warriors, 60 to 70 of them, were instantly swept away. The huge palm was extremely powerful. The fin-like feelers on the top of its head kept expanding and retracting, letting out low cries. Its triangular eyes were filled with viciousness, making it seem like a fiend. Kill him, Xiao Yuan said. No matter who this guy was, anyone who dared to stop him would die without a doubt. A few hundred half-step star states rushed forward, but this human-headed beast was very domineering. No one could stop it. Only when more than 200 half-step star states worked together did they manage to catch up to it. I remember now. This is the ancient lion beast. I've seen it in an ancient book before. This beast has long gone extinct. Rumor has it that it once existed in the prehistoric ruins of the heaven-awakened planet. It's a true petrified beast. Xiao Yin looked at his father and said in a low voice. No matter who it is, they can't stop me. Odin, bring people to find a way out. I don't believe that a mere palace can trap me. I'm going to reach the other side no matter the cost. Xiao Yuan said solemnly. Only by killing it can we see hope. With that order, the surrounding half-step star states all gathered around the ancient lion beast and surrounded it. Odin led everyone to look for a way out. Time passed by slowly. The ancient lion beast was like a god of war. Although it was restrained, no one could defeat it. Father, look, another demonic beast has appeared on the general selection stage. Xiao Yin sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed slightly. Beams of light continued to shine down on the general point platform. The light and shadow flickered, and an incomparably sturdy figure gradually revealed itself. A giant white ape that was over 100 feet tall appeared out of nowhere, beating its chest and roaring. White arm unicorn ape. Another petrified demon beast. Xiao Yin vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he looked at his father, he saw that his father was also frowning. Kill. Xiao Yuan stared at the white-armed unicorn ape, and the white-armed unicorn ape seemed to be staring back at him. It leaped into the air, causing the mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. The white-armed unicorn ape landed on the ground, and its huge body was like a small mountain, giving off a great pressure. Its lethality was comparable to that of the ancient lion beast, and it even had the absolute advantage. Its huge body was invincible, and hundreds of half-step star-level fighters were all defeated by it. That kind of domineering aura made Xiao Yuan's troops retreat again and again. The ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape caused the Xiao family army to be badly battered. At this moment, Xiao Tai was eager to try, and he was already prepared to fight. Odin, have you found the exit yet? Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. City Lord, I have been looking for it. Odin was a little depressed. He had led his men to search for a long time, but they still couldn't find the exit. They couldn't get out of the general point platform. Most importantly, the ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape seemed to be entangled with all the half-step star-level fighters. This made Xiao Yuan very confused. This general point platform seemed to have them firmly under control, and they couldn't leave at all. It was the same logic as a donkey pulling a mill. There's no trap array around here at all. How can this be? Xiao Yuan was more anxious than anyone else. Hou Jinshan, do you have a way to break it? Did you find any clues? Hou Jinshan smiled bitterly. He also couldn't break it. They had more than 100 star-level fighters, and it wasn't that they didn't have any formation masters, but they couldn't find any flaws in the array. City Lord, please forgive me. Forgive me for not being able to see if there's an array here. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. You bunch of trash, what use do I have for you? Xiao Yuan rebuked. Below the general point platform, the two petrified beasts were getting more and more courageous as they fought. Hundreds of half-step star-level fighters were already showing signs of defeat. If this continued, they would only become more and more passive. Although these two beasts weren't enough to make Xiaoyuan want to retreat, they couldn't move an inch now. Who wouldn't have a headache? Father, second brother, and I will request for a battle to pave the way for father. To fight against two great beasts. Xiaoyin said with a serious face. All right, my son is very brave. Go. Don't let these two beasts get even more arrogant. Xiaoyuan said with a serious face. Understood. Xiaoyin glanced at Xiaotai. Xiaotai had long been eager to try. Big brother requested for a battle. The two glanced at each other, their battle intent soaring. Two level 2-star level fighters joining the battle made the half-step star level fighters feel extremely gratified. They finally didn't have to bitterly hold on anymore. City Lord Zhao's reinforcements had finally arrived. Xiaotai's battle intent soared and he was eager to gain merit. He didn't want to be mediocre and become a useless person. In this search for the Emperor of the Cosmos's relic, he wanted to stand out among the crowd. As City Lord Zhao's son, he definitely couldn't be mediocre. His previous marriage was a stain on his life. He wanted everyone to see him in a different light. As soon as Xiaoyin and Xiaotai entered the battlefield, they clashed with the ancient lion beast and the white-armed unicorn ape. The two demonic beasts weren't easy to deal with either. Hundreds of experts couldn't do anything to them before. Even when Xiaoyin and Xiaotai joined the fray, it only made the situation a little clearer. However, the defense and attack of the two demonic beasts were outstanding. Even two stellar-level experts couldn't make much of a difference. City Lord, these two beasts are too strong. What should we do? Should we prepare early? The two young masters might not be able to take them down. Han Feihu said in a deep voice. This is a good chance to train them. Xiaoyuan said. How is that possible, a third beast? Someone exclaimed. On the platform, as the light gathered, the third demonic beast gradually took shape. It was a bird with a wingspan of more than 20 zhang. Its beak was as sharp as a blade, and it shone with a black light. Its bloodthirsty eyes scanned its surroundings, as if it was cautiously guarding against any movements in its surroundings. General Selection Stage, as expected of the General Selection Stage. Chapter 4950. Primordial Golden Crow. This thing is even stronger than the white-armed unicorn ape. Xiaoyuan frowned. If this continued, who knew if more beasts would appear on the general naming platform, and their situation would become even more difficult. As he pondered, the golden crow soared into the sky and swooped down. Xiaoyin and Xiaotai were both pushed back, stumbling. Facing the wings that covered the sky, they still had lingering fear, and their eyes were filled with shock. Odin, did you not see anything up there? Why are there so many beasts? This general naming platform is really strange. Xiaoyuan said angrily. Odin's face was full of bitterness. He indeed did not see any clues up there. The ancient beasts appeared one after another, giving everyone a headache. 3 beasts already made them feel immense pressure. Even Xiaotai had lost his initial high spirits. Now it was getting harder and harder. With the appearance of the golden crow, hundreds of half-step star-level experts had become cannon fodder. They were continuously pushed back and their situation was worrisome. Han Feihu, bring people to attack and protect the company. Kill the beast. I don't believe that there's something fishy about this general naming platform. Xiaoyuan snorted coldly and flew up, landing on the general naming platform. Looking up, the starlight in the sky shone down again and again. When the starlight landed on the pit on the ground, the miniature of a beast would appear and gradually take shape. 108. Xiaoyuan sucked in a breath of cold air. In other words, there were a total of 108 generals on the general platform. If all 108 ancient demonic beasts were to appear, then it was very likely that they would die without a place to be buried. Even 10 Xiaoyuans would not be able to escape this fate. Now they could not find a way to enter the main hall at all. Instead they kept pacing around the general naming platform. If there were more and more beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment Jiang Qin, Qiyu, and the rest had also caught up. However, they also looked very wretched because they had experienced a terrifying snake swamp. It was even more terrifying than when they first entered. After passing through the snake swamp, they also walked into the main hall. Be careful. They should be trapped. Jiang Qin glanced at Qiyu and said. The battle between Xiaoyuan and the others and the 3 demonic beasts made them even more cautious. These 3 demonic beasts are not ordinary. It seems that Xiaoyuan and the others are in trouble. Qiyu was also deeply convinced. They don't seem to be afraid of demonic beasts. Instead, they seem to be searching for something. Imohan said. That does seem to be the case. However, these 3 demonic beasts are a bit unusual. I can't tell what it is at the moment. It seems like we should just wait for them. Jiang Qin pondered and said. If they were to attack now, it was very likely that it would lead to a chaotic battle. After all, Xiaoyuan and the others had the advantage in numbers. If they were to fight at this time, they would not be able to gain any advantage. If these demon beasts could consume most of their strength, they would be able to take the initiative. Jiang Qin is right. We still have to be cautious. After all, we are at a disadvantage now. Unless it's a last resort, we can't attack. With Xiaoyuan clearing the danger for us, what else do we have to worry about? Qiyu smiled slightly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now that he had caught up with Xiaoyuan, he was not worried or anxious. The situation was not clear yet. Therefore, if they were to attack rashly, it would only give the other party an opportunity. Another demonic beast. Jiang Qin pondered and his eyes were solemn. He saw that behind Xiaoyuan a bull-headed man appeared. It was extremely strong and its whole body was grayish-brown. It suddenly rushed towards Xiaoyuan. However, who was Xiaoyuan? His strength was not something that a cow-headed demonic beast could compare to. With a single total annihilation, the demonic beast was forced to retreat dozens of steps. In the end, the demonic beast fell onto the general ranking stage. These demonic beasts are not real demonic beasts. They seem to be fighting souls. Jiang Qin said. Fighting souls? Luoying was shocked. The demonic beasts that are sealed in the general selection stage will only appear after some kind of summoning. These fighting souls are very strong. Their combat strength was unparalleled in the past. Even after so many years, they still have such combat strength. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Qin was deeply moved. You are not a match for these demonic beasts. Xiaoyuan is not in a hurry to attack because he must preserve his strength. If his life is not in danger, he will not intervene even if he sees the Xiao family army die. Qiyu said in a deep voice. The person who understood Xiaoyuan the most was him. For so many years they had been enemies and friends. They had fought side by side in the past. Qiyu's way of leading troops was to always be a general. In his eyes, soldiers were only fit to fight. Their lives were of no value at all. That hall is very strange. The general selection stage here has formed a thought vortex. Their consciousness wants to walk out, but they are unable to do so. Under the influence of the general selection stage, these demonic beast fighting souls will completely disturb the surrounding space and form a space storm. It is not a formation, but it is more like a formation. Jiang Qin's words caused Qiyu to be extremely shocked. Even he couldn't see the slightest clue. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be so confident? There was no other reason. Jiang Qin's innate astral soul covered the entire public square. He was able to sense any movement in the surroundings. If he had an innate astral soul, he would naturally be able to ignore the demonic beast fighting souls on the general selection stage. The space storm formed a huge contrast to the consciousness of these people. No matter how they walked, they were unable to walk out of the circle. This was also the reason why they were lost in the surroundings of the general selection stage. Seems like you have really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. Qiyu cast a glance at Jiang Qin. His countenance was heavy as he carefully observed the movements in the surroundings. Indeed, it was just like what Jiang Qin had said. The space here was extremely distorted. Those who were directly involved could not see the situation clearly. They continued to run around the general selection stage, yet they were unable to find a way out. Imohan felt a lingering fear in his heart as he involuntarily clicked his tongue. Brother Jiang, you are truly too powerful. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have been trapped here. The consequences would be unimaginable. Strange, why don't I see those people who followed Xiaoyuan and his group? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Those few stellar-level experts were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. They weren't any weaker than Xiaoyuan and his group. But now they didn't appear at the same place. There were only two possibilities. One was that they were playing the mantis stalking the cicada, and the other was that they were already dead. The second possibility was obviously unrealistic. Hence, they had to be even more careful. The fifth demonic beast has appeared. Luo Ying pointed to the distance as she spoke. Chapter 49-51. There are more and more beasts. It's already the 8th beast. City Lord, what should we do? The half-step star state Xiao army can't hold on any longer. More and more people are dying. Han Feihu said in a low voice. Blood sacrifice of the shocking cloud flag. I want to see who can stop me. Xiao Yuan roared. Everyone's expression changed and their hearts trembled. The shocking cloud flag was one of Xiao Yuan's trump cards. It could stir up the wind and clouds and observe in all directions. However, it needed to be watered with endless blood for the flag to float. In other words, he would lose 1,000 of his own. Without enough blood, the shocking cloud flag couldn't be used. The shocking cloud flag could only be awakened by the fusion of human blood and Genesis Chi. In the past, Xiao Yuan had used the shocking cloud flag once. That battle could be said to be like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Not only the enemies of the other side but also their own people. But this time they simply had no opponent. If they wanted to sacrifice the shocking cloud flag, then they could only choose from the Xiao family army. City Lord this? Hou Jinshan looked terrified. No buts. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can we get treasures without blood and sacrifice? Some people are born to be cannon fodder. It's their honor to die under the shocking cloud flag. Xiao Yuan's face was calm. Right now they couldn't find their way at all, so they could only rely on the blood sacrifice of the shocking cloud flag to escape. There were more and more demonic beasts on the platform, and Xiao Yuan couldn't suppress them at all. Once the demonic beasts went berserk, he could only wait for death, so it was better to strike first. In his eyes, those half-step stargrade beings had already been sent to their deaths. For them to be able to become his guiding light was a stroke of good fortune from their past lives. If this goes on, there will be more and more beasts. We are likely to be affected by them. Qi Yeu said in a deep voice, looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you have a way? I'll give it a try. Whether or not it works will depend on our luck. However, I'll need you to conceal our auras. I'll use a spell formation to pass through the general appointment platform. That should be enough to avoid their detection. Jiang Chen said. So you're saying that you can really find a way to cross over to the checkpoint? Mo Han was also quite surprised. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not yet broken through to the star level, but his means were far beyond his reach. Alright, I'll do my best to help you, Qi Yeu said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen nodded and activated the concealment formation to conceal everyone's presence, while Qi Yeu withdrew their auras too. Only then would they be able to break through the ranking platform and make their way to the hall. Jiang Chen was very cautious. The concealment formation could not last for a long time, so they had to be quick. Once they were exposed in front of Xiao Yuan's army, it would be tantamount to courting death. Qi Yeu also admired Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen as a guiding light, they would be able to reach the hall one step further. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were halfway there, they brushed past Xiao Yuan and the others. It was at this time that Xiao Yuan began to massacre. That guy wants to use the startling cloud flag? Qi Yeu said in a low voice. His expression changed drastically. This was no different from disregarding human life. What is the startling cloud flag? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Using fresh blood to summon the shocking cloud flag can point them in the right direction, but it requires the blood and Genesis Chi of too many people to do so. It seems that Xiao Yuan wants to fight his way out of a hopeless situation, but he will have to pay with hundreds of lives. Qi Yeu frowned. This kind of method was a bit too bloody. Moreover, these people were not enemies, they were his Xiao family's army. No, City Lord, don't. No, I don't want to die. Xiao Yuan, you will die a horrible death. You devil. No, no, no. Behind the miserable screams, life after life was instantly wiped out by Xiao Yuan. Blood and Genesis Chi continued to gather on the startling cloud flag in his hand. The flag fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yuan's eyes blazed with incomparable heat. As figure after figure was thrown away, the startling cloud flag in his hand grew brighter and brighter. It was a bewitching and terrifying red. Even the hearts of Odin and the others standing beside Xiao Yuan could not help but tremble. Go. Xiao Yuan waved the startling cloud flag in his hand and followed the fluttering flag. Ah, it's here. Let's go. Xiao Yuan chased after the startling cloud flag. Behind him were hundreds of half-step star stage experts. All the Xiao army below the star stage had died a violent death. Han Feihu, bring some people to block these demonic beasts, Xiao Yuan commanded. More than a dozen demonic beasts had already rushed down from the commander selection stage. It was getting more and more difficult for them. They could only move forward and could not turn back. Xiao Yuan did not expect to see Qi Yeu, Jiang Chen and the others at the entrance of the hall. Damn it. You bunch of bastards, you're really haunting me. Xiaoyan was enraged when he saw Qi Yeu and Jiang Chen. I bet you didn't expect me to appear in front of you again, Xiaoyan. And I even beat you to it. Qi Yeu said in a low voice. If it's still too early to say this. You want to beat me to it? Dream on. The inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos can only be controlled by me. Xiaoyan glared at Qi Yeu domineeringly. This guy's appearance had disrupted his plans. He had originally thought that even if Qi Yeu broke free, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. His 9-inch ancient cold nail was enough to make him unable to recover for 1,000 years. Now, however, Qi Yeu had appeared in front of him unscathed. How could he not be angry? That's not necessarily true. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Xiaoyan, it's absolutely wishful thinking for you to want to rule the Heaven Awakening galaxy. You're not a righteous person. You've schemed and schemed for your own selfish desires. You've ultimately gone astray. Qi Yeu shook his head. Haha, it's not your turn to give me advice now. Qi Yeu, do you still think you're the city lord? Are you still the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City? Bah, you're just a piece of trash now. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. You're no match for me at all. And you, Jiang Chen, it seems that I've really underestimated you. You actually lured Qi Yeu here. This time all of you shall die here. Chapter 4952. The Sea of Bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. If you repent now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Xiaoyan, don't make the same mistake again. Your hands are stained with blood. You don't care about the Tianqi Star region at all. You only care about your own selfish desires. Qi Yeu said. You shut up. You hypocrite. Aren't you doing this for yourself? I should have killed you back then. Don't you want the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Haha, speaking so pompously, do you really think that I, Xiaoyan, am a fool? Now that success is close at hand, you still want me to be your henchman? To lead the way and conquer the world for you? Qi Yeu, stop daydreaming. People have to live in reality after all. You can't stop me at all. On the road to success, I will leave you in the dust. Xiaoyan was extremely confident. He was absolutely confident that he would become the overlord this time, even if Qi Yeu recovered his strength and stood in front of him again. He is already beyond cure and only has benefits in his eyes. The inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is his nightmare. It's useless to say more now, Jiang Chen said. You're right. When I get the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, not to mention the Tianqi Star region, I can even go to the wider universe. I, Xiaoyan, won't just stay in the small Tianqi Star region. I want to dominate the world. I want to become eternal in this world and let the legend of me, Xiaoyan, be passed down in the universe. Ahaha. Xiaoyan laughed crazily. His eyes were like torches and his fighting spirit was strong. Those who submit to me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Qi Yeu, since you've already recovered your strength, why are you still courting death? This time I won't be as lenient as before. Xiaoyan had already made his preparations. If he did not kill Qi Yeu, he would not be able to obtain the Emperor of the Cosmos' inheritance with peace of mind. If he wanted to enter the Golden Palace, he would have to get rid of the obstacles in front of him. Qi Yeu was the first person he had to destroy. There were more and more beasts on the stage and now there were close to 20 of them. Xiaoyan's star-level subordinates were getting more and more nervous. They were being attacked from all sides, and they had to defend against the attacks of the beast souls. If they failed, they would only be a shadow in history. Xiaoyan wanted to be the only one in the Heaven Awakening starfield, so they couldn't lose here. Since you refuse to come to your senses, I can only keep you here and make plans later. Qi Yeu said in a low voice. The two of them did not want to waste any more words. The battle was imminent and everyone was ready to fight. Fight, fight, fight. Xiaoyan held the shocking cloud flag in his hand, and he charged at Qi Yeu. As a leader, he had to lead by example. A few hundred Qi Yeu was his best chance. Otherwise, he would be targeted by Qi Yeu at every turn. The battle between Xiaoyan and Qi Yeu was extremely intense. Although the two of them had restrained themselves as much as possible, the battle between two supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Young master, there are more and more beasts now. What should we do? Odin looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, City Lord Xiao and Qi Yeu were fighting with their lives on the line, and it was hard to say what would happen to them. The number of demonic beasts was increasing, and they could still deal with them now. But what if 30, 40, or even 50 of them appeared? How could they still be as relaxed as they were now? Let's end the battle quickly. The people we need to deal with now are Jiang Chen and the others. Xiao Yin's eyes flashed and fell on Jiang Chen, his hatred overflowing. The person who had caused him to lose face in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and lose his gold medal commander position was Jiang Chen, and he had even rescued Qi Yeu. If not for him, Qi Yeu would have already died, and they would not have been hindered at every step. His father was busy fighting Qi Yeu. Their first mission was to kill Jiang Chen to prevent future troubles. Yes, let's kill Jiang Chen first. I won't be happy if this brat doesn't die. Xiao Tai also hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Jiang Chen had stolen his beloved woman, so he had long wanted to kill him. Now he finally had the chance. Brat, it seems that you still don't know what's good for you. But since you're back, us two brothers will send you to heaven. Xiao Tai sneered. It's not certain who will send who to heaven. Until the last moment, no one knows who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen said disdainfully, cautiously staring at the people around him. Their every move was under his control. Leave Jiang Chen to us two brothers. Aldern Han Feihu, take some people to kill Qi Mohan and Qi Luoying. Xiao Yin commanded. Yes, young master. Xiao Yuan was still in battle, so Xiao Yin's words were the highest order. This was also what Xiao Yuan had told them before. Whoever dared to disobey, they would be killed without mercy. You two go first, enter the main hall first, don't hesitate. Qi Yeu said in a deep voice. At this time, Mo Han and Luoying looked at each other and hurriedly retreated towards the main hall. As long as they entered the main hall, they would be able to temporarily avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts and the Xiao family's army. At that time, they would be able to find a good opportunity to make a foolproof plan. Mo Han and Luoying were a step ahead of them, taking the initiative to fight while retreating, gradually moving towards the main hall. Aldern led more than 10-star level experts, pressuring Mo Han to the point that he couldn't even breathe. Aldern alone wasn't something he could deal with, let alone so many people. However, he had no choice but to protect his sister and enter the main hall. He would die 9 times without regrets. On the other side, Jiang Chen's situation was very dangerous. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai alone had made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move even an inch. Although he was going all out and didn't fear Xiao Yin, under the pincer attack of Xiao Tai, Han Feihu, and many other experts, it was difficult for him to turn the situation around. Jiang Chen, be careful. Although Luoying couldn't even protect herself now, Jiang Chen's situation still affected her heart. Jiang Chen didn't have time to think so much. His only goal now was to survive. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his strength was still there. Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai's joint attack didn't give him a chance to breathe. Jiang Chen had been pressured to the point where he found it hard to breathe. On the most important battlefield, Qi Yeu was retreating step by step. After exchanging 100 moves, he also showed signs of fatigue. Although this time Xiao Yuan didn't launch a sneak attack, he was still shocked by Xiaolan Er's strength. Chapter 4953. It's only been a few days. How is this possible? Qi Yeu's expression was grave. He was incomparably shocked. Haha, I've digested all of your spirit embryos in just a few days. Don't you think that's infuriating? The spirit embryos you've been nurturing for 1,000 years have all been stored by my little sister. The two of us have refined them for several days before we've completely absorbed them. So your strength is constantly dropping while mine is constantly rising. You're no match for me. Xiao Yuan's words made Qi Yeu even more furious. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and his eyes shone. I'm going to kill you, you bastards. Qi Yeu didn't retreat and charged forward instead. However, Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid at all. He already had the strength to suppress Qi Yeu, so he was fearless in this battle. It's still uncertain who will be the one to kill who. I'm no longer the overlord of the heaven-awakened world. Every dog has its day. This year it's my turn. Your era has already ended. Xiao Yuan charged forward with the startling cloud flag in his hand. He was unstoppable, forcing Qi Yeu to retreat again and again. His anger couldn't be converted into power. He had already lost all opportunities. Qi Yeu took this opportunity to retreat to the main hall. At this time, it was already impossible to kill Xiao Yuan. He had to shift the battlefield. If there was a way for him to turn things around in the main hall, he definitely wouldn't let Xiao Yuan have his way. In other words, his death was important to Xiao Yuan, but if he encountered something more important, he would have a chance to escape. Although his situation was worrying, it wasn't easy for an expert of this level to kill his opponent. Xiao Yuan had the upper hand and was beating Qi Yeu to the point of incessantly complaining. He retreated to the main hall in order to protect himself. Xuanhuan and Luoying were also very cautious. Compared to Qiyu, they were more passive. With Otter's spurt of energy, Xuanhuan's injuries worsened. Luoying's heart was filled with self-blame. The current her, with her half-step star-level strength, was simply useless. She could only rely on her big brother Xuanhuan to take care of everything. Jiangchen was in the most difficult situation. With Xiaoyin, Xiaotai, Han Feihu, and the 10 eternal level experts supporting him, Jiangchen had almost reached a stage where death was certain. Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiangchen was constantly making breakthroughs, but it was still impossible for him to break through the encirclement of so many experts. 3 second-level star-level experts and 10 first-level star-level experts. This combat power could even put up a fight against a third-level star-level expert. However, Jiangchen was simply unable to turn the situation around. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Luoying's worry was obvious. This time, when they forcefully charged into the tomb of Emperor of the Cosmos, they were already prepared to die. However, when Jiangchen was unable to extricate himself, Luoying knew that she still couldn't let go. Jiangchen was in a much more difficult situation than his father and big brother. His opponents were stronger and his strength was lacking. Even if he used all his skills, he still couldn't break through the shackles. In the end, he was still a half-step star level. Jiangchen, you won't be able to escape this time. Ah. Xiaotai wielded his long sword, and as soon as the light shone, it destroyed everything. Jiangchen couldn't even take care of himself. The wounds on his body increased. If it weren't for the dragon scale armor, he would have been hacked to death long ago. The reverse dragon scale raised his defense to the peak. With 6 reverse dragon scales, coupled with the dragon transformation, Jiangchen had an almost indestructible body. However, he still had to be careful when facing those with extraordinary strength. Streaks of sword marks landed on Jiangchen's body, and streaks of blade light flashed past the corners of Jiangchen's eyes. Xiaoyin and Xiaotai were united, and Jiangchen couldn't break through the pressure. No. Jiangchen. Luoying cried out. Jiangchen's defeat was obvious, and he didn't have the capital to defeat Xiaoyin and Xiaotai. Half-step star level? In the end, it's just a joke. Han Feihu sneered as he helped from the side. At this time, he naturally couldn't steal the limelight from Xiaoyin and Xiaotai. He hadn't even used his full strength, but Jiangchen had already won wave after wave of life and death battles. This sword, I'll return it to you. Xiaoyin shouted, his killing intent soaring. He had to take revenge for that sword attack. Luoying's pupils constricted and her eyes widened. However, Jiangchen still couldn't escape from the heavy encirclement. His expression was extremely ugly. That sword had pierced Jiangchen's chest, but Jiangchen still fought with all his might. Run. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Xuanhuan grabbed Luoying and rushed towards the main hall with all his might. Aldern chased after them. At this time, Qiyu and Xiao Yuan had already rushed into the main hall. Luoying knew that Jiangchen had no chance. Sword after sword, knife after knife, slashed at Jiangchen's body. Xiaoyin and Xiaotai roared in rage. Jiangchen's final gaze was filled with a wanton smile. Luoying closed her eyes. In the end, she couldn't dissuade her big brother Xuanhuan, and retreated into the main hall. In the blink of an eye, Jiangchen had already been submerged by many experts. I'm sorry, I had no other choice. Xuanhuan looked at his sister guiltily. Wasn't Jiangchen their family's savior? However, at this time they couldn't even protect themselves. Even if they turned back, they would only become cannon fodder for the Xiao family army. How could Xuanhuan's heart not be filled with sorrow and despair? He would rather exchange his life for Jiangchen's, but the truth was the truth. The Xiao family's hatred for Jiangchen wouldn't allow him to live. Xiaoyin, Xiaotai and Han Feihu. Even if Jiangchen broke through to the star level, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. At the last moment, whether Jiangchen lived or died was no longer important, because the Xiao family army wouldn't lose. As for how he died, Xuanhuan really didn't want Luoying to see it. That would be the greatest harm to her. Luoying entered the main hall in a daze. Her heart had already died, and her soul had wandered away. Without Jiangchen, what was her purpose this time? Luoying didn't know. Jiangchen was dead. What was the point of living in this world? Regardless of whether it was power or strength, Luoying didn't pursue them. What she truly pursued was the freedom to fly for the sake of love. However, Jiangchen was no longer here. The love in her heart had turned into a butterfly, and the things that belonged to her had already lost their color. Jiangchen is dead. My heart is dead too. How am I any different from a walking corpse? Chapter 4954. Jiang Qin did not look sideways. His eyes were shining brightly. Even if he was surrounded by enemies, even if he was facing attacks from countless experts, he still maintained a high level of vigilance. Although his injuries were getting worse, although the pressure on him was increasing, all of this was Jiang Qin's own doing. Yes, that's right. He asked for it. He had been suppressing himself and did not release his full strength. Under the suppression, his potential was constantly stimulated. Jiang Qin had his own plans. He wanted to break through to the star level in one go. Breaking through to the star level was extremely difficult. It was the dream of many half-step star-level experts. The triple astral transformation made the gap between them and the star level like heaven and earth. Jiang Qin knew that if he relied on his own cultivation to reach the star level, he would need at least hundreds or thousands of years. The 5 obstruction pill was his greatest treasure. After swallowing the 5 obstruction pill, Jiang Qin constantly pressured himself, pushing himself to the brink of collapse. His injuries kept worsening, but it was all within his calculations. As long as he had a breath left, as long as he could reach the bottleneck, he could activate the 5 obstruction pill in his body and break through the barrier. Breaking through to the star level was within reach. Haha, let's see how long you can last. Jiang Qin, go to hell. Xiao Tai soared into the air, ready to strike. His sword swung like thunder. The powerful impact, the crushing strength, was something that Jiang Qin could not avoid. Chi chi chi, the heavenly dragon sword was raised and Xiao Tai's sword was right on target. Jiang Qin was constantly pressured and forced to retreat. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth because Xiaoyin was still behind him. One in front, one behind, one behind. Every step he took was a fatal blow to Jiang Qin. You no longer have a path of retreat, Xiaoyin said in a low voice. His eyes were cold as he launched a series of sneak attacks on Jiang Qin. He was unchanging to help Xiao Tai, allowing him to walk on the edge of death with every step. Jiang Qin was knocked back by Xiaoyin's punch, and his entire body was sent retreating. He steadied himself, wiped away the blood and clenched his fists tightly. The 5 barrier pills in his body continuously attacked his dantian, and his aura continued to rise. When the pressure reached a certain point, it would be time for him to counterattack. Jiang Qin's power was completely unleashed like a fountain. The dragon soaring art made him even more powerful. Although he had yet to ascend to the star level, Jiang Qin could feel that the 5 barrier pills' impact on him was perfect. The Genesis Qi in his body was constantly changing. The Genesis Qi in his dantian had turned into a sea, and its final solidification was the greatest change. Jiang Qin lacked nothing but time. If he was given enough time, he would be able to pluck the moon from the 9 heavens and catch a turtle from the 5 oceans. There was nothing he couldn't do, and breaking through to the star level would not be a problem. However, he couldn't wait that long. The 5 barrier pills' effect was constantly evolving in his body, continuously changing his dantian's qi si. Jiang Qin had a feeling that the change in his dantian's qi si wasn't far away. Everything was ready, and the only thing left was the east wind. No one knew how much effort Jiang Qin had put in. He had waited and prepared for this day for far too long. The 5 barrier pill had broken through the 5 elemental barriers in his body, and the pressure from Xiaoyin and the others had allowed Jiang Qin to continuously make breakthroughs in battle and search for his true self. As long as he could complete the star-level transformation, he believed that none of these guys would be his match. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. He was beaten by the Xiao brothers time and time again until he found it hard to breathe. He could only passively flee and fight to the death. As long as he had a single breath left, Jiang Qin would not lower his head. He turned the pressure into a driving force that constantly battered his body and cleansed his soul. Jiang Qin was getting closer and closer to success. This guy is really a slippery loach, Xiao Tai sneered. However, Jiang Qin had already been forced to the point where he had nowhere to hide. He couldn't escape. He had to rise up under everyone's pressure. He wanted to break through his own barriers and shackles. Only then could he be fearless of the heavens. The star level was far from being as simple as they had imagined. Jiang Qin had to put in a lot of effort. He had experienced countless difficulties and narrowly escaped death just to soar into the sky today. Under the protection of the 5 barrier pill, the Yuan Qi in Jiang Qin's body repeatedly battered his dantian's qi si. On the other side, he still had to fight the Xiao brothers to the death. No one knew how difficult it was for him. But what had Jiang Qin not experienced? As long as he didn't die, he would eventually succeed. He had always believed in one sentence: man can conquer nature. The sign of the star level was that the dantian in one's body had turned into a star. The size of the star varied, but as long as the qi in one's dantian had turned into a star, it was the sign and transformation of the star level. After breaking through to the star level, one would be able to freely absorb the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth. Because cultivation was an endless process of evolution, the physical body of the star level was comparable to a hard rock. As the name implied, the star was one of the celestial bodies in the universe. To evolve the world and cultivate the great Tao, one had to fuse with all things in the universe. There was me and you and me. The star level could reach this step. Although it was only the initial evolution process, it was undeniable that after breaking through to the star level, one would be like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the sky. In the entire universe, everything in the world, the hundreds of changes in the stars, the vastness of the land, and the evolution of the universe were unimaginable. Star-level experts could travel through the universe without any worries. Therefore, the star level was the root of all things in the universe. Becoming a star-level expert was equivalent to integrating into the big family of all things in the universe. Otherwise, one would always be a drop in the ocean, an external object. The evolution of the star level was like a long dream. The tearing and reforming of the body required the power of the stars, but no one could use the power of the stars. In the universe, Genesis Qi was the most abundant, followed by the power of the stars. Only people like Jiang Chen and the Supreme Being expert Longfuda could use the power of the stars. The power of the stars could not be seen, touched, or absorbed. Without the astral pole, Jiang Chen wouldn't have known that the power of the stars was so mysterious and unfathomable. Transforming and reforming the Genesis Qi in the body to become a star-level expert was an extremely important process. Some people couldn't touch the ceiling of the star level in their lifetime. Even if some people touched it, they couldn't condense the Genesis Qi in their bodies to transform into a star in their dantian. This was a process where life and death intertwined. The slightest carelessness could cause 99% of people to fall at the threshold of the star level, unable to advance for the rest of their lives. Chapter 4955. The onslaught of the 5-barrier pill allowed Jiang Chen to succeed in every endeavor. His dantian and qi continued to be tempered, a process that no one else could compare to. This was because he was born with star power in his body. The foundation of the astral pole was star power. With star power, transforming his dantian and qi into a star would allow Jiang Chen to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, he also faced a more difficult situation than others. The amount of Genesis Qi and star power he needed was far too tremendous, far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. The star power and Genesis Qi of 10 people were not enough for Jiang Chen to devour. Hence, his breakthrough process was extremely difficult. Star power was enough for the astral pole to convert, but the accumulation of Genesis Qi was not so easy. Breaking through to the star level was akin to swallowing a whale, a truly long process for Jiang Chen. Let's see how long you can last. A centipede dies but never falls down. Xiaotai grew increasingly furious. Jiang Chen's resistance had far exceeded their imaginations. He was like an unkillable bug, being knocked down again and again and standing back up again and again. Even Xiaotai himself was getting a little annoyed. If Jiang Chen did not die soon, they would very likely become food for the demonic beasts. Xiaotai charged once again. Lightning flickered as sword qi rang out. Jiang Chen stood tall with his sword in hand. Clanging noises rang out as he was forced back again and again. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and blood splattered everywhere. His essence, qi and spirit were on the brink of exhaustion, and he was only holding on with his tenacious willpower. Master, the 800 demonic beasts and I will lend you a hand. The Black King's voice rang out in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. 800 demonic beasts. This meant that if the Genesis Qi in their bodies was sucked dry, they would completely lose their life force. In the best-case scenario, they would be seriously injured and crippled for the rest of their lives. In the worst-case scenario, they would suddenly die and their souls would scatter. No, I'm not Xiaoyuan. I cannot joke around with your lives. You are not my subordinates but my family. I cannot use your lives as the price. Jiang Chen said firmly. It's too late, Master. 800 half-step star demonic beasts and I will pour all our Genesis Qi into you. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, where will we go? This is the best chance to help you break through to the star level. Master, don't hesitate anymore. Get ready. Under the Black King's command, the 800 half-step star demonic beasts began to pour their Genesis Qi into their bodies. They knew that this battle was highly likely to end in death, and those who survived might be struggling at death's door. But for their master they were willing to pay any price. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered in thought. His heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. He needed to persevere, and he needed enough Genesis Chi to support him. This step was too difficult for him. There were too many opponents and they were too strong. If Jiang Chen did not break through to the star level, there was no way he could reverse the situation. But his ultimate goal was not to defeat the Xiao brothers, but to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the star level. The 5-barrier pill had already cleared all obstacles for Jiang Chen. Everything was ready, and the star power had helped Jiang Chen reconstruct his dantian and turn him into a star. The only thing he lacked was enough Genesis Chi. The Genesis Chi of 800 half-step star demonic beasts poured into Jiang Chen's body in an instant. After being repeatedly suppressed, Jiang Chen's organs, limbs, and bones were all connected by Genesis Chi. Surging power instantly fused into one and intertwined with his body. Astral pole, refine it for me. Jiang Chen continuously operated the astral pole to refine the Genesis Chi and reconstruct his dantian. Once the star was formed, his path to becoming an expert had already been forged. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He was extremely careful and maintained his peak state, but it was still difficult for him to move forward. Only his willpower remained. Star power converged into Genesis Chi to reconstruct the sea of Chi in his dantian. Jiang Chen had done it. As his dantian gradually solidified, a star the size of a longan appeared in Jiang Chen's body, constantly rotating. The star was oval in shape and deep purple. Circles of white patterns lingered around the star, like a nebula or a sea of stars. It was very beautiful. Boom! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. The Genesis Chi in his body had completely gathered, and the transformation of the star stage had reached the perfect stage. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his aura was earth-shattering. At this moment, the 800 half-step star demonic beasts were all exhausted. Jiang Chen had cut off the connection with them at the last moment. Otherwise, more than half of them would have died. He had enough Genesis Chi. Although it was very useful for him to continue absorbing Genesis Chi, he had at least saved their lives at the critical moment. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. The feeling of controlling the world in his palm was incomparably carefree and filled with an unprecedented domineering aura. Moreover, he could feel that his body was incomparably light, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. A star stage expert could freely shuttle between starfields. The entire universe could no longer stop his footsteps. From now on, Jiang Chen could roam anywhere he wanted in the universe. You've actually broken through to the star stage? Xiao Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. Not only did this guy not perish in despair, but he also went against the trend and broke through to the star stage. This was simply unbelievable. It wasn't something that could be broken through in a short period of time. However, Jiang Chen was able to break through in the battle. His strength had improved and he had reached the star realm that countless people dreamed of. It was truly shocking. So what if you've broken through to the star stage? Even God can't save you today. My patience has been worn out by you. Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him and we'll still chase after father. Xiao Tai said. Okay. Let's do it. There's no room for negotiation. Xiao Yin said. The two took the lead and Han Feihu followed closely behind. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold, and his gaze was like an arrow. Now it's my turn. 27 swords. Jiang Chen swung his sword like rain, and the domineering aura was like a rainbow. The boundless sword slashed across the sky, blocking Xiao Yin and Xiao Tai's path. The two's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the star stage, but he actually had such power? Before the brothers could react, Jiang Chen's second slash had already arrived. 28 swords. The second slash completely made Xiao Yin despair. It was too strong, so strong that it made him suffocate. That slash was like a mountain pressing down on him. There was nothing fancy about it. Just one slash was enough to destroy the 9 heavens. Swish, the sword slashed down and Xiao Tai's arm was instantly chopped off. Xiao Yin was no exception, and his chest was directly injured. Blood was dripping and the eerie white bones could be seen. It was a shocking scene. One move. Chapter 4956. After breaking through to the star level, Jiang Chen had soared to the sky with his sword. It was a shocking sight. With 3 slashes, the 29th sword sent the Xiao brothers flying. Han Feihu followed closely behind and steadied himself before catching Xiao Tai and Xiao Yin. No. This is impossible. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with shock. Xiao Yin was also infuriated, but he felt more fear than fear. This wasn't the first time he was defeated by Jiang Chen. The first time, Jiang Chen had to use all of his trump cards and it was considered a narrow victory. But this time, Jiang Chen was like cutting melons and vegetables. The two brothers were beaten up like stray dogs. Wasn't the contrast too great? Xiao Tai couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had become so strong. After breaking through to the star level, his strength isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Right now he's like a hot knife through butter. I'm afraid we might not even be his match. Han Feihu said in a deep voice. I don't care. We must kill him. Xiao Tai clenched his fists. The anger in his heart had made him lose his mind. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Second young master, we should leave first. Otherwise we might not be able to escape. The number of demonic beasts is increasing. Jiang Chen's strength is beyond our imagination. This guy is a devil. When he was just a half-step Star Realm warrior, he had defeated the eldest young master. Now his strength has improved tremendously. It's going to be hard for us to kill him. It would be fine if those demonic beasts weren't here. But now the demonic beasts have taken up more than half of our strength. It's almost impossible for us to concentrate on killing him. Han Feihu knew that Jiang Chen's sudden emergence had become the biggest uncertainty, even more so than the beasts. If we don't kill Jiang Chen, we're not human. Gather all the forces of the Xiao family army and kill Jiang Chen. Xiao Yin said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was the devil in his heart. Although he knew that it would be difficult to kill Jiang Chen this time, dozens of star-level experts should be able to kill him. However, the enemies they would have to face in the end were the endless and growing number of ancient beasts. Han Feihu sighed, but he couldn't ignore the eldest young master's orders. Everyone listen up. Kill Jiang Chen. No mistakes. At Han Feihu's command, the 57 star-level experts all retreated at this moment. Kill Jiang Chen and retreat to the main hall as soon as possible. Dozens of star-level experts joined forces with the Xiao brothers and Han Feihu for the final battle. The beasts followed closely behind, attacking in a frenzy. Jiang Chen frowned. These guys wanted to attack him from both sides. There were more than 30 ferocious beasts. All of them were star-level experts and some were even stronger. They weren't any weaker than Han Feihu and the others. These guys were the biggest threat. However, they were clumsy and they were all demon beast war souls. The dozens of star-level experts were the ones Jiang Chen had to face first. Then let's fight to our heart's content. Jiang Chen fought to his heart's content. He was filled with unprecedented battle intent in this battle. It was all thanks to the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda that he was able to break through to the star realm. Jiang Chen's chest was filled with anger, and he needed to vent it all out against Xiao Yin and the others. He would not rest until he was dead. Although Jiang Chen's strength had just broken through, no one could withstand his domineering aura. The limitless sword and the dragon transformation made him like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Not even a dozen of them could kill him. However, there was a limit to one's strength. Jiang Chen was facing too many people. The two sides were in a stalemate and it was difficult for him to advance. This kind of battle result had shocked many people. 1 against 50. These 50-star-level experts were all scared witless. Jiang Chen's strength was stronger than the ancient beasts that had appeared on the general stage. There was strength in numbers. Jiang Chen attacked 3 times, but he still couldn't break through their formation. With so many people defending and not attacking, Jiang Chen couldn't do anything. Let's retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If we leave Jiang Chen outside the hall, he'll die. He's no match for so many beasts, Han Feihu said. Xiao Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. The situation was irreversible. The best thing to do now was to meet up with his father as soon as possible. I don't believe that I can't kill a dog like you. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Xiao Tai finally made his move. He led more than 10 star-level experts and advanced by leaps and bounds, heading straight for Jiang Chen. Second brother, come back. Xiao Yin roared, but it was too late. Jiang Chen had made his move. His sword was too strong, too fierce, and too fast. The limitless sword did not give Xiao Tai any chance to catch his breath. He slashed his throat with a murderous aura. The 10 stellar-level experts were helpless. They had been on the defensive and they had lost the initiative. Xiao Tai and the 10 stellar-level experts died on the spot. No. Xiao Yin roared, but it was already too late. After all, that person was Jiang Chen. Young master, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hurry. Han Feihu pulled Xiao Yin's hand. The remaining 40-star level experts were all shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen could actually do it. Not only did he break through to the star level, but young Master Xiao Tai also couldn't escape misfortune. Xiao Yin nodded. At this time, Jiang Chen had no time to care about them. After killing Xiao Tai, the beasts behind him had already caught up. This idiot. Xiao Yin was very depressed. He could have left, but Xiao Tai still chose to throw his life away. As long as he could delay Jiang Chen and the beasts caught up, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any chance of survival. As long as they could defend the perimeter and enter the main hall, everything would fall into place. Although they couldn't kill Jiang Chen with their own hands, as long as he died, it didn't matter. Xiao Yin was filled with emotions as he quickly retreated. However, Xiao Tai had left this world forever. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, if he continued to stay here, he would only become food for the beasts. Moreover, Jiang Chen's power was at its peak. They should be thinking about how to deal with Jiang Chen. If they stayed, they would have to face Jiang Chen and the beast army. If they could block Jiang Chen outside and force him to face the beasts, then Jiang Chen would die without a doubt. Jiang Chen frowned and was very depressed. Xiao Tai's decision to die at such a crucial moment made him quite puzzled. However, when he wanted to give chase, he was already surrounded by more than 30 beasts. Xiao Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chen drown in the horde of beasts. Han Feihu led the crowd into the main hall and closed the door. Jiang Chen's death was already a foregone conclusion. Inside the main hall, there were hundreds and thousands of books, all of which were calligraphy and literature. At this time, Qiyu had already retreated, leaving only Odin to guard the door. Father. Xiao Yin looked at his father, Xiao Yuan, his face full of sorrow. What happened? Where's Atai? Xiao Yuan's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. Atai was killed by Jiang Chen. Xiao Yin said while gritting his teeth. What? That stinking brat, you still haven't killed him? Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He was heartbroken. That was his own son, his own flesh and blood. Jiang Chen, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Chapter 4957. We are incompetent. Please punish us, City Lord. However, Jiang Chen has no chance of survival. Although he has broken through to the Stargrade, he has been besieged by dozens of ancient demonic beasts. There is no chance of survival. Han Feihu knelt on one knee, his face solemn. This matter has nothing to do with you. He is dead. Jiang Chen is also dead. However, I will make Qiyu's family of 3 pay with their lives. Xiao Yuan's roar reverberated through the entire hall. Qiyu and the others who were hiding in the dark had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Luoying. Her face was ashen. I am responsible for Jiang Chen's death. Although his strength was weak, his spirit was admirable. Qiyu said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen has saved our Qi family many times. We will never forget him. Emohan closed his eyes, his heart filled with endless sorrow. This time they did not know if they could walk out of this place. Luoying, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiang Chen died for us. Our Qi family will never forget him. However, those of us who are alive must look forward. Don't worry, Father will avenge him. Qiyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen's great kindness to the Qi family was indeed unforgettable. If there was a chance, he would never show mercy. He would kill every single member of the Xiao family. Luoying was completely disheartened. She clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with determination and clarity. I will kill everyone in the Xiao family with my own hands. In the square, Jiang Chen had nowhere to retreat. Facing dozens of demonic beast fighting souls, he knew his situation. There was no room for retreat. It seems like I have to have a good fight today. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. He had just broken through to the Stargrade, so his strength was not stable yet. This battle was a good chance for him to practice. Even if he had to face these demonic beast fighting souls, Jiang Chen was not afraid because he still had his final trump card, the 6-spine coiling dragon. Do you need me to help? The 6-spine coiling dragon's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. No need, I'll handle it myself. Jiang Chen said solemnly. I'm afraid these demonic beasts aren't all of them. There's something strange about that platform. There are more and more demonic beasts. You won't be able to hold on. The 6-spine coiling dragon said. How do you know if you don't try? I Jiang Chen like to challenge the impossible. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and raised his sword. In this training battle, his heart was also filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was even more unruffled and smooth. The sword scars on the stone wall had helped Jiang Chen improve a lot. Originally, nothing could surpass his limitless sword, but Jiang Chen still found the true essence of the sword scars. There was always someone better. Jiang Chen knew that this Emperor of the Cosmos was definitely a terrifying great man. Under the use of dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength had reached the third firmament of the star realm. Even if Aldern was here, he wouldn't be afraid. Jiang Chen also had the confidence to make sure that the strongest warrior of the Apocalypse Knights wouldn't be able to return. However, this demonic beast war soul in front of him was stronger than Aldern. When they joined forces, it was really an unimaginable force. Although Jiang Chen relied on the celestial ascension stairway to move with ease, he was gradually surrounded by these demonic beasts. It's really getting more and more interesting, Jiang Chen murmured. These demonic beasts had indeed threatened his life, but the greater the pressure, the more he could stimulate his potential. What he needed was to squeeze himself dry and make himself stronger. Jiang Chen couldn't find the demonic beast war soul on the general selection platform even if he wanted to. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. As time passed, the pressure on Jiang Chen increased. More than 60 ancient demonic beasts made it hard for Jiang Chen to breathe. He wasn't fighting at all but running for his life. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. These demonic beast war souls were incomparably powerful, but they almost had no memories or consciousness. They were only attacking instinctively. If he could subdue them and integrate them into the dying demonic beasts, perhaps there would be a different effect? If he absorbed the power of these demonic beast war souls, those demonic beasts would all improve greatly, and their strength would increase greatly. Let's do it. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. If he could succeed, he might very likely have a stellar-level demonic beast army that was stronger than the Shao family's army. Coiling Dragon, help me. I want to suppress all these demonic beasts. Suppress? What are you trying to do? These demonic beasts don't have consciousness. These should be the war souls that the Emperor of the Cosmos sent to the general selection platform. Do you still want them to listen to you? That's impossible. The six-spine coiling dragon said. Indeed, they can't listen to me. However, in order to help me, those demonic beasts are now struggling at death's door. Their lives are hanging by a thread. If I can insert all these demonic beast war souls into their bodies, there will definitely be a different result. Jiang Chen's words made the six-spine coiling dragon's eyes light up. Jiang Chen was really a genius. If I succeed, these demonic beast war souls will be an unimaginable force. The six-spine coiling dragon sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a serious expression. He had made the right choice to follow Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was still not his match, this stubborn young man would eventually soar into the sky. Yes, in the six-spine coiling dragon's eyes, he was at least still a young man. Jiang Chen and the six-spine coiling dragon exchanged a glance and began a powerful attack. The six-spine coiling dragon's strength had already reached the fifth layer of the star stage. These first and second layer star stage demonic beast war souls were simply no match for him. Without any suspense, a suppression battle unfolded. Black King, pick out the most seriously injured demonic beast whose strength is closest to the star stage. I will help you rebuild your golden bodies. Jiang Chen's words caused the Black King's body to tremble. His strength had also been seriously damaged. In order to transfer Genesis Chi to his master, he had almost been left with half his life. Fortunately, his master had broken through. Master, if you can absorb these demonic beast war souls, you will certainly have a different harvest. You will soon be able to break through to the star stage and will definitely be stronger than before. Whether or not you can absorb these demonic beast war souls will depend on your luck. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Thank you, Master. The Black King said in a low voice. He led the hundreds of demonic beasts and prepared for battle. As time passed, the number of demonic beast war souls continued to increase. However, more and more demonic beasts were suppressed by Jiang Chen and sealed in the Buddha prison palace. The Black King led the demonic beasts and began to devour the demonic beasts' war souls. The strength of these demonic beast war souls were all above the star stage. They were true ancient demonic beasts, but they had no consciousness and did not have their own souls. As long as the Black King and the others could absorb them and become one with these war souls, they would benefit endlessly. Chapter 4958. The General Selection Platform has completed its mission. 108 Demonic Beast War Souls. How generous. Jiangchen marveled. Without Buddha Prison Palace, even Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan wouldn't be able to suppress all these demonic beasts, let alone me. Fortunately, we have Buddha Prison Palace, the six-ridged coiling dragon said in agreement. The six-spine coiling dragon nodded in agreement. He had also expended a lot of stamina, but Jiangchen was even more exhausted. After suppressing all the demonic beasts, he finally sat down on the ground, his forehead beaded with sweat. His Genesis Qi had been greatly depleted, and he had to eat 2 little rejuvenation pills to recover a lot. What a tough job. I wonder how many of them can break through to the star level. Jiangchen murmured. The 7th floor of Buddha Prison Palace can be opened? Jiangchen's heart shook. He hadn't opened Buddha Prison Palace in a long time. He had obtained the peerless treasure the last time, the Kanglan Divine Boat, but it couldn't be used on the Heaven-Awakened planet. It could only be used in the Great Thousand Cosmos. Jiangchen carefully opened the 7th floor of Buddha Prison Pagoda. The entire first floor was empty except for a scroll with 4 words written on it, Land of Adjudication. What is this? Jiangchen wanted to open the scroll, but he couldn't erase the mark on it. Strange coiling dragon, try and see if you can erase the mark on it. I can't open it. Jiangchen was a little depressed. This scroll was definitely not ordinary for it to be placed here. Senior Fuda must have placed great importance on it, but he couldn't open it. This was very troublesome. Let me try. The 6-ridged coiling dragon tried to open the scroll with external force. He tried 3 times but to no avail. In the end he gave up. It's really strange. But what is the meaning of the Land of Adjudication? Jiangchen's face was filled with curiosity. I've never heard of it either. The 6-ridged coiling dragon wore a helpless expression. He didn't know what the Land of Adjudication meant either. There's a set of battle armor there? Jiangchen took a look. It was a set of black gold battle armor and a spear, the Black Demon Spear. This thing is very handy. It's perfect for the Black King. Perhaps this is what Senior Longfuta left for the Black King. Jiangchen put away the black gold armor and the Black Demon Spear and left the 7th floor of the Buddha Prison Palace. He would leave the manual for him to study slowly. At this time the Black King was the first to wake up. At that moment 2 rays of black light shot out from the Black King's eyes like black lightning, shocking the world. The Black King's power had increased tremendously, even surpassing Jiangchen, reaching the 2nd firmament of the star realm. This time the Black King's gains were huge. Master. The Black King's face was filled with joy and pride. At this moment he felt the power in his body surging unceasingly. There was a domineering aura of wanting to compete with the heavens. Not bad. Ah, you're stronger than me. Jiangchen patted the Black King's sturdy shoulder and smiled. Master, you must be joking. This time I absorbed an ancient beast's war soul and reached the peak 2nd firmament of the star realm. I didn't expect this. I still have to thank you, Master. The Black King lowered his head. This is all your own hard work. Seems like this ancient beast's war soul is more powerful than I imagined. Jiangchen nodded in agreement. Oh, right, this is the black gold battle armor and the Black Demon Spear I found on the 7th floor of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Black King's eyes were slightly red, and his expression was somewhat ugly. Thank you, Master. The Black King knelt on one knee, his expression solemn. Back then, Old Master said that he would forge me a set of battle armor and a peerless divine spear, but he died before I could get it. I didn't expect that. He had already completed it. Jiangchen saw the Black King's sorrow and anger. He was a person who valued relationships. Even after millions of years, he was still filled with gratitude and remembrance for his old master back then. Don't worry, if one day my power really reaches Senior Longfuta's level, I will definitely avenge him. Jiangchen said solemnly. Oh, right, Black King, do you recognize this book? The Land of Judgment? The Black King took the book from Jiangchen's hands and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock and even some lingering fear. This belongs to the King of Judgment. In his territory, the King of Judgment is a true legendary warrior. Old Master once said that he might not be dead yet. His power is at least above mine. He is a legendary existence in the Ether Star region. The King of Judgment has something that even the Lord of the Universe is wary of. Although I don't know what it is, it has a lot to do with this book. As for the specifics, I don't know. Old Master didn't mention it to me either. The Black King said in a low voice. A legendary warrior in the Ether Star region? The King of Judgment? Jiangchen said with a frown. The Ether Star region is much stronger than the Heaven Awakening Star region. Can even be said that it completely surpasses the Heaven Awakening Star region. Although it is also one of the 18 major star regions, the Ether Star region is far bigger than we can imagine. It is said that if a stellar-grade powerhouse wants to cross the Ether Star region, it will take them hundreds of millions of years. Without a spatial treasure like the Sea Wave Divine Boat, they won't be able to cross the entire Ether Star region in 100,000 years. The Black King explained to Jiang. After all, he had followed the peerless powerhouse Longfudo for so many years, so the Black King knew much more than Jiang. I see. Looks like I will have to take a look at the Ether Star region if I have the chance. There was a look of yearning in Jiang eyes. However, he didn't have that much time or opportunity. Feng Er's safety was more important than anything else. The universe was unimaginably vast. He hadn't searched the entire Heaven Awakening Star region yet. As long as he didn't have any news of Feng Er, he definitely wouldn't stop. His plan now was to search the entire Heaven Awakening Star region. He had a feeling that Feng Er was probably in the Heaven Awakening Star region. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the main hall and take a look. Luoying and the others probably think that I'm dead. Jiang rubbed his nose and laughed at himself. As for the remaining beasts, they wouldn't be able to break through to the stellar grade in a short time, so he couldn't wait any longer. Now that Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan had entered the main hall, he had to catch up as soon as possible. Chapter 49-59. Qi Yeyu was also very clear that if he fought against Xiao Yuan, he would lose more than he would win, but this was his only chance. He couldn't give it up. He had no regrets even if he died 9 times. Unfortunately, even Luoying and Emohan, these 2 children who had let down many of their parents, were also involved in this matter. He didn't know when the Eastern Mountain 2 elders would appear, only they could help him get through this difficult time. Now where can you run to? Qiyu Jiang killed my son, now your whole family will pay for his death. Xiao Yuan roared, his heart was filled with indignation. Xiao Tai's death was a very big blow to him. His son's death was all because of Qi Yeyu. Without him, without Jiang, how could his son die? Xiao Yuan's blood-red eyes flickered. His murderous aura was oppressive. His strength had already reached the peak. Killing Qi Yeyu was absolutely within his expectations. Those who commit unjust deeds will bring about their own destruction. I want to see how you will kill me. Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan once again collided. Because Xiao Yuan had observed the surroundings and found that there were no treasures in this great hall, he might as well take this opportunity to quickly kill Qi Yeyu, in order to avoid future troubles. Apart from the ancient calligraphy books, there were no valuable treasures here. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yuan was so angry in his heart. He must kill Qi Yeyu, only then would he be able to rest easy. On one hand, Qi Yeyu had to protect his children, on the other hand, he also had to deal with Xiao Yuan's attacks. It was very difficult. He had already suffered no less than 10 heavy attacks from Xiao Yuan, each one more serious than the previous one. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yuan's leg technique was like lightning, continuously kicking Emohan and Luoying, and Qi Yeyu couldn't dodge in time. His eyes were almost spewing fire. Xiao Yuan, how dare you? Qi Yeyu wielded his spear and swept it through the air. He fought while retreating, protecting his children. At this time, his greatest hope was his children. Even if he died, his children would be able to live. That was already the greatest relief. However, after being severely injured by Xiao Yuan, Emohan and Luoying also suffered an unprecedented blow. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even without the Xiao family army's attack, their injuries were still unimaginable. Qi Yeyu gritted his teeth. He raised his saber and stood in front of Xiao Yuan. At this moment, he knew that there was nothing he could do to save the situation. It was impossible for the Dongshan elders to arrive so quickly. And now he no longer had any chance. Why wouldn't I dare? My children have died in Jiang's hands. I can only use your lives to pay for it. Qi Yeyu, your mistake is that you shouldn't have come back. If you had just left, I might not have been able to find you. But since you dared to come back, you're courting death. Xiao Yuan said. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Xiao Yuan, one day you will suffer retribution. If you want to kill my children, you will have to pass through me first. Qi Yeyu roared. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why bother struggling? Ah. Xiao Yuan rushed forward step by step. The shocking cloud flag trembled with the sound of wind and crane whistling. Qi Yeyu's countenance was extremely pale. He retreated unceasingly as his injuries worsened. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would be defeated by Xiao Yuan, and all of them would die here. The Dongshan elders hadn't arrived yet. They couldn't hold on any longer. Jiang was already dead. Their father's condition was also very bad. Xiaoyuan's strength was shocking. He had already punished all of them. At this time, there was no longer any chance for them to survive. Brother Jiangchen, it seems like we're finally going to meet again. Xuanhuan murmured. He didn't expect that he would really die here. Water Curtain Mountain, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. He didn't know how many years later, would there still be people who would remember him? The Qi clan's reputation in the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way city had already been ruined by Xiaoyuan. They were already despised by everyone. Brother, do you think that after I die will I be able to see Jiangchen again? Luoying asked in a low voice. It should be possible. Xuanhuan replied. They knew that the god of death was getting closer and closer to them. Their father was already struggling to move forward. Xiaoyuan's suppression made it hard for their father to breathe. They had no other choice but to wait for the god of death to arrive. If I can see Jiangchen again, I hope that this moment will come sooner. Luoying said with a smile. To her, death wasn't scary. What was scary was not being able to see Jiangchen again. Go to hell. Your Qi clan deserves to die. Xiaoyuan smashed the shocking cloud flag horizontally. Qiyu was smashed to the point that he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his mouth. You guys leave quickly. I'll block him. Qiyu said in a low voice to his son. Run? Run where? Aha, Xiaoyin, kill the two of them first. I want you to watch your children being executed by my people. Xiaoyuan's cold smile, hysterical face, and ferocious face made Qiyu want to eat his flesh. You dare. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, Xiaoyuan. Qiyu felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Aha, do it. Xiaoyuan ordered and Xiaoyin rushed towards Luoying and Xuanhuan. Qiyu's eyes widened but no one could help him. Despair and pain made Qiyu's face turn ashen. He would rather be one step away from them. It was the greatest pain to see a black-haired person die. Not to mention that he had let Xuanhuan and Luoying down all these years. There were some words that he simply couldn't say. He wanted to make it up to them in the future, but now they were in a dangerous situation. Xiaoyin's eyes turned cold. In order to avenge his brother, Xiao Tai, he couldn't wait to fight with these guys to the death to pay homage to his brother's soul in heaven. Humph, since you can't be husband and wife, I'll send your soul to serve my brother. Xiaoyin sneered. His long sword went straight towards Luoying's face. If you want to kill someone, you have to ask for my permission first. Scram. Xiaoyin's face changed greatly as he was forced back dozens of meters. Everyone was stunned because the person in front of them was actually Jiangchen. Wasn't he already dead? How was this possible? Could it be that Jiangchen had slaughtered all those demon beasts? Xiaoyin's face was filled with disbelief. How are you still alive? I'm still alive. You will be disappointed and you will be in despair. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curved into a faint smile. The faces of the Xiao family members were ugly. Jiangchen? You're still alive? Luoying was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, Qiyu and Xuanhuan looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe that so many monsters couldn't do anything to Jiangchen. Was this guy really a devil incarnate? You're not dead? That's great. I'll kill you with my own hands. Only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Xiaoyuan's eyes were blazing. Jiangchen wasn't dead. To him it wasn't a big deal. To be able to kill his son's murderer with his own hands was the best consolation for Xiao Tai. That's not necessarily true. As long as I, Jiangchen, am here, your Xiao family won't have a good time. Jiangchen and Xiaoyuan stared at each other. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, filled with murderous intent. Both of their eyes were filled with endless battle intent. Chapter 4960. Jiangchen's appearance was not a big deal to Xiaoyuan. However, as long as he killed Jiangchen, he would be able to get rid of his inner demons and avenge his son. Only then would his heart be free of obstacles. Qiyu was also extremely shocked. Jiangchen's appearance had made the Xiao family even angrier. He really did not wish for Jiangchen to appear here, but things had already come to this point and there was no turning back. Jiangchen die. Xiaoyuan roared angrily in the air, and his thunderous momentum crushed down. Your opponent is me. Qiyu shouted in a low voice and charged forward, blocking Xiaoyuan and forcing Jiangchen to retreat. During the intense battle, he was also forced to retreat by Xiaoyuan. Thank you, City Lord Qi. Jiangchen's eyes were solemn. If he were to fight a life or death battle with Xiaoyuan now, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Xianhuan was an expert, and he would not be able to gain any advantage, even with the six-spine coiling dragon. Therefore, the six-spine coiling dragon was Jiang Chen's final trump card, and he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Aldern, lead the Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice and kill Jiang Chen. Tear him into pieces. Xianhuan's hatred for Jiang Chen was imaginable. However, at this time, Qiyu was entangled with him. Even if he could defeat Jiang Chen, he would not be able to get away. He could only let Aldern and the others do it. Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice, follow me and fight. Aldern took the lead and charged at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Although this guy had broken through to the Stargrade, he was still vulnerable in Aldern's eyes. Yes, Han Feihu and the other 11 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice followed Aldern. Their momentum was unstoppable. 11 second-level star states and 1 third-level star state Aldern. This power couldn't be underestimated at all. It could pretty much sweep through half of the Heaven-Awakened starfield. Aldern, the Heaven-Awakened war god back then, had become Xianhuan's #1 assassin. His power hadn't decreased from before. It wasn't just Aldern, even Han Feihu and the others were very calm. How strong could a first-level star state guy be? How big of a wave could it create? Although the second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Tai, had accidentally died in his hands, there were so many of them. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be defeated by him. Xiao Yin's eyes were sharp as he followed closely behind. 13 figures moved as fast as lightning. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and mounted his horse, fighting 1 against 10. His expression was solemn, but he was calm and composed. Jiang Chen, be careful. Luo Ying's eyes flickered. She was extremely anxious. No matter what, her heart was affected. It was hard to imagine how uneasy it was. It's your fortune to die in the hands of us Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice. Aldern smiled faintly. He didn't care about this old rival of Jiang Chen at all. The few times Jiang Chen escaped from their hands, it was all by coincidence. This time his luck wouldn't be so good. There's no point in talking. Let's do it. Let me see how much you dogs of the Xiao family are worth. Jiang Chen raised his sword and without delay, he killed his way into the enemy's formation. Wielding his sword to kill 1,000 miles, no one was left behind in 10 steps. As a star state, Jiang Chen's power had already improved by leaps and bounds. This time, fighting with Aldern and the other 10 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice was the biggest test for him. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways and slashed with his blade. Above the firmament, the heavenly dragon sword roared like a mad dragon and flew to the top of the clouds. Sword chi swept across the sky with a majestic aura. The surrounding bookshelves were all shaken and scattered. In the huge hall, rows of book pages danced in the air. Jiang Chen charged towards the core of the star. A powerful wave of chi rolled up. Sword chi hummed and the limitless sword swept across the surroundings. Aldern and the others didn't show any weakness either. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. The tyranny of a third sky of the star state was displayed in its entirety. Jiang Chen's sword continued to slash. Sword chi was like a dragon. He fought with more than 10 people until the sky turned dark. There were no fanciful moves, but every sword strike was earth-shattering. Although it was only a first sky of the star state, to Jiang Chen, it was like a fish in the sea leaping into the sky with a single step. After breaking through to the star state, no one could stop Jiang Chen's transformation. Even the third sky of the star state Aldern couldn't stop Jiang Chen's tyranny. More than 10 people fought fiercely. Jiang Chen advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, making everyone exclaim in surprise. This guy is too terrifying. A mere first sky of the star state, but whether it was in terms of power, speed or the surging Genesis chi in his body, they couldn't catch up. Is this guy really at the first sky of the star state? Aldern didn't expect Jiang Chen to be a completely different person after breaking through to the star state. His terrifying strength wasn't much different from his own. Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Just by relying on his physical body, he was already giving Aldern and the others a headache. Both sides were in a deadlock and the battle didn't end. However, Jiang Chen's imposing manner continued throughout the battle. No one dared to underestimate him. A first sky of the star state exerted a suppressive force that even a third sky of the star state didn't possess. Such a peerless monster was something Aldern didn't dare to imagine. Damn guy, I didn't manage to kill you in the commander-ranking battle. I didn't expect you to become more and more difficult to deal with. Xiao Yin was extremely regretful, but what was the use of regretting? He was the one who lost to Jiang Chen back then. It was already good that he wasn't killed. Aldern used all his means to suppress Jiang Chen. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Jiang Chen's battle power became. No one had expected such a scene. Xiaoyuan was entangled by Qiyu. Jiang Chen was like a sword soaring into the sky, unstoppable. The 12 Zodiac Death Warriors were all super experts who had experienced many battles. Which one of them hadn't fought 1 against 10? However, they couldn't defeat Jiang Chen even after such a long time. To them and Aldern, it was a great humiliation. The combat strength that Jiang Chen had displayed had completely exceeded his own strength. Aldern knew that if he allowed this monstrous existence to continue living, he would definitely become a devil incarnate. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a great threat to the lord of the city. Xiaoyin waved his hand, and the 20 early-stage Star State experts once again surrounded Jiang Chen. He knew that Aldern and the others could no longer defeat Jiang Chen. Although both sides were evenly matched, if this continued, their purpose of coming here would be ignored. They came to the Great Emperor Tomb to search for treasures, not to tangle with this guy. Jiang Chen must die. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. Chapter 4961. Jiang Chen, let's see where you can run to this time. To Xiaoyin, Jiang Chen was a huge threat. He knew that he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Only by combining everyone's strength could they kill Jiang Chen. If they wanted to rest easy, Jiang Chen had to die. Every day this guy lived, Xiaoyin would feel uncomfortable. With the new and old grudges, plus his brothers were killed by Jiang Chen, Xiaoyin's anger was unimaginable. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. There were over 30 people and their strength was terrifying. His current strength was not enough to reverse the situation. It seemed like his situation had become even more difficult. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen used the Soaring Dragon Technique in Dragon Transformation. His strength had almost reached the second firmament of the Star Realm, but it was still useless. He could only withstand the pressure, but it was not a long-term solution. There were too many experts on the other side. Aldern, Han Feihu, Xiaoyin and the others were leading. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still felt a headache. 1 Sun Finger. Double Dragon Finger. Jiang Chen pointed his finger lightly and the sky changed color. The 9 Tribulation imprisoning Heavenly Finger's power was still very terrifying, but it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. He could withstand the first and second wave, but what about the third and fourth wave? Jiang Chen was already having a headache. Even if he liked to put himself under pressure, it was still difficult to deal with so many experts. Damn, even if you want to bully others, you guys can't bully others like this. Damn, do you really think I don't exist? With a roar, De Huang appeared out of nowhere and directly flew over, holding a divine spear, his aura unparalleled. Damn you, De Huang. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. De Huang's strength had actually reached the peak first firmament of the Star Realm. Kiki. Aren't I working hard to break through? Otherwise, Lord Dog would have been here a long time ago. These bastards want to bully my little Chinzi? Lord Dog will definitely not allow it. De Huang's strength wasn't overwhelming, but it was still easy for him to fight 1 against 10. He wasn't surprised that De Huang could break through to the star level. This damn dog was a real divine beast of destiny. Unless it was a peerless genius with the talent of a great emperor, no one would dare to say that they could surpass De Huang. Damn bastard. Jiang Chen had been on the brink of defeat, but De Huang's appearance had helped Jiang Chen relieve a lot of pressure. Both sides had once again fallen into a stalemate. At least you still have a conscience. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang. His brother had appeared and joined hands to fight against the enemy. His fighting spirit increased a little. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he faced the difficulty head-on and was full of confidence. Listen to my command, form the formation, Zodiac Annihilation Formation. Odin roared. The 12 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice were using their own life force to form a formation, firmly sealing Jiang Chen within it. These 12 Zodiac Warriors of Sacrifice were fighting with no regard for their own lives. If this continued, many of them might die, but in order to win this battle, they were willing to risk everything. On the other side, although De Huang had broken through to the star level, Xiaoyin and the others were not to be trifled with. They led the Xiao family army to launch a counterattack. At this moment, Jiang Chen and De Huang were extremely passive, especially Jiang Chen. Facing the Zodiac Death Warriors, he was fighting with no regard for his own life. Jiang Chen was completely entangled, while Odin was charging in front, giving Jiang Chen heavy blows. Azure Order. Odin held the green token in his hand. Shadows of beasts descended from the sky, like spirits wreaking havoc and roaring for their lives. The beasts pierced through Jiang Chen's body, but Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. However, this huge impact, coupled with the Zodiac Death Warriors' Annihilation formation, had completely trapped him. Roar! Aldern was like a human-shaped weapon, rushing into the formation and clashing with Jiang Chen's fist. The battle was getting more and more intense. Their fists collided one after another, making Aldern realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. For so many years, there weren't many people that he admired other than Yun Lingfei. However, this kid was only a first Sky Star Realm warrior and was able to fight evenly with him. The Zodiac Exterminating Formation couldn't capture Jiang Chen, causing the battle to be in a deadlock. On the other side, the battle between Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan was even more unbelievable. Rows of ancient books flew up into the sky and scattered in all directions. The entire first floor was a mess. Qi Yeyu retreated step by step, continuously retreating into the depths of the hall. However, dodging wasn't a long-term solution. Qi Yeyu also knew that if he could stall Xiao Yuan, he would be able to bring hope to Jiang Chen and his children. He couldn't lose and he couldn't fall so easily. However, at this moment, in the depths of the hall, after a towering bookshelf fell to the ground, a huge writing brush appeared on the stone wall. This writing brush was more than 3 feet long, like a long sword. It hung on the stone wall, and strange runes were carved around it. However, this writing brush was not ordinary. Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan both saw it, and their eyes brightened. The two of them refused to give way to each other. This is definitely the Emperor of the Cosmos's treasure. Xiao Yuan was excited and murmured. There were 2 big words written on the brush: Divine Judgment. Is this the legendary Divine Judgment brush? Qi Yeyu squinted his eyes and stared at the Divine Judgment brush. It was said that countless years ago, the Emperor of the Cosmos held the Divine Judgment brush in his hand. He swept across the heavens, pointed out the universe, swept away the mountains and rivers, broke the barrier of time and space and the barrier of reincarnation. It was a real peerless divine weapon. The weapon of the great Emperor could be seen. This Divine Judgment brush is mine. Ah! Xiao Yuan rushed forward, but Qi Yeyu chased after him. The two of them were still trembling. Qi Yeyu, you're courting death. Xiao Yuan pushed Qi Yeyu back with a palm strike. However, Qi Yeyu knew that if Xiao Yuan got the Divine Judgment brush, he would probably die a horrible death. At this time he had to risk his life to stop Xiao Yuan from getting the Divine Judgment brush. Hee. Boss, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. This Divine Judgment brush is definitely priceless. We're rich. Not bad. I didn't expect us to be so lucky. This is the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? It said that the Emperor of the Cosmos disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago. This Divine Judgment brush is one of the divine weapons of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's not to be underestimated. The 4 men in white robes stared at the insufferably arrogant Divine Judgment brush. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Get lost. After Xiao Yuan pushed Qi Yeyu back, he rushed forward and pushed the 4 men in white robes back with a palm strike. City Lord, why are you so angry? Since you're fighting so hard, I'll take the Divine Judgment brush for you. Chapter 4962. Xue Lihong was the eldest brother of the new capital city's 4 young masters. Xue Lihong would definitely let his brothers have their fill this time. Since they had such a good opportunity, they would definitely plunder it. Returning empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain was not in their character. After so many years as interstellar wanderers, they were no longer rookies. Even if they were to face the domain lord of the heavenly awakening star field, they would not be afraid. Who are you guys? Qi Yeyu asked in a deep voice, glaring at Xue Lihong and the other 3. Back then you even put a bounty on us. City Lord Qi, you are really forgetful. The second brother, Xue Libai, sneered. The new capital city's 4 young masters. Ranked 3rd on the wanderer list of the heavenly awakening star field. The third brother, Xue Liqing, said proudly. Why are you still talking nonsense with them? Brothers, let's not delay any longer. Let's go. The 4th brother, Xue Libai, was black and fat. His face was as black as charcoal. The new capital city's 4 young masters. So it's you bastards. Back then you killed countless people in my stray terrestrial star. I didn't expect you to come back. You're courting death. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. Thousands of years ago, These four bastards killed millions of people in the straight terrestrial star boundary and took away the most valuable source stone essence in the straight terrestrial star boundary. At that time, the entire heavenly awakening star field was shaken and they were ranked third on the wanderer list. After so many years without any results, these four bastards actually dared to come back. City Lord Qi, it seems that you haven't forgotten about us. But you can't even protect yourself now and you still have the mood to fight with us? Ha ha ha, and the two of you have consumed a lot of your strength. It's not easy for you to catch us. Shui Lihong said confidently, pointing the divine judgment brush in his hand at Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan. Are you sure you can beat us? Xiao Yuan stared at Shui Lihong and said gloomily. Are you sure you can still be a virgin after breaking? The two of you have already fallen out with each other, yet you still want to join hands to deal with us? If one of you cheats, one of you will die. Otherwise you can try. Shui Lihong said with interest. There's a saying that goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. If you can't even solve your own problems, then you'll have to worry about whether someone will stab you in the back. Ha ha ha. Shui Liqing said happily. The two of them appeared to be united, but they were actually divided. Even if they wanted to fight together, they still needed to be wary of each other. If they were careless, they might be tricked by the other. I don't believe that I can't deal with you, Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. If these four fellows were not dealt with, they would be more difficult to deal with than Xiao Yuan. These interstellar wanderers were all desperados. They had many tricks up their sleeves, and it was very likely that they had secret treasures that could travel through time and space. It would not be easy to catch them, so they had to be decisive. 4 young masters of New Capital City? It turned out to be these interstellar wanderers. Odin's expression changed slightly. The strength of these 4 interstellar wanderers was above his. They were very terrifying. Since they dared to face Xiao Yuan and Qi Yeyu, it showed their combat strength and determination. It seems that it won't be easy for Xiao Yuan to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. At this moment, Shui Lihong held the divine judgment brush and swept it across. A ray of light streaked across the main hall. In a split second, a crack appeared in the void. Everyone could feel an incomparably strong suction force, as if they were going to be sucked into the crack. How could this be? This is impossible. Is this a space-time crack? Someone exclaimed in shock. If they were sucked into the space-time crack, it would be equivalent to death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to be sucked into the space-time crack. At this time the Xiao family army was in a mess. Even Jiang Qin was no exception. The huge pulling force made him very worried. If they were really sucked into this place, would they die? This isn't a space-time crack. This is the space torn by the divine judgment brush. But how could it have such a terrifying pulling force? Qi Yeyu observed his surroundings. He was incomparably cautious. But even he couldn't stay out of this. This whirlpool-like suction force even dragged him along. Father. Father. Emohan's face was pale. He and Luoying had been sucked into the pitch-black crack. The entire hall was constantly shaking. The surrounding ancient books and bookshelves were no exception. They were all sucked into the crack. Coiling Dragon, do you have any way? Jiang Qin asked. Even Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan can't do anything. I don't have any way. Coiling Dragon's voice resounded in Jiang Qin's mind. It carried a touch of bitterness. Jiang Qin couldn't defend himself at all. Even a great completion star-level expert couldn't survive, let alone him. In less than 10 breaths they were sucked into the crack. The hall seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Shui Lihong and his brothers looked at each other. Their faces were gloomy. Only the 4 of them, who had the divine judgment brush, could be considered to have escaped this calamity. The rest of the people and all their books were sucked into the dark crack. This divine judgment brush is too terrifying, right? Big brother. Shui Bai stammered. The entire hall was empty and incomparably clean. The hall only stopped shaking when the dark crack gradually fused together. However, Shui Lihong and the others had a complicated and shocked feeling. The divine judgment brush had sucked so many people into the dark crack with just a sweep. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Shui Lihong had a complicated expression. He didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. All these people had disappeared. Even if they didn't die, they would most likely die. Although the divine judgment brush was very powerful, if he continued to walk in the great emperor's tomb, he would have to wade into the muddy water himself. Because there was no one to lead the way for them, everyone had disappeared and been sucked into the dark crack. Big brother, what should we do now? Let's go. What are we waiting for? The treasures of the Emperor of the Cosmos are waiting for us. Qing rubbed his hands and said, Big Brother is worried that we will be trapped in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Because we have no one to lead the way now. Bai said, Old Four is right. If we continue at this moment, we can imagine the danger we'll be in. Just this divine judgment brush is already out of our control. Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan, these two guys are much more powerful than us, but they're helpless. The danger of the great sovereign's tomb is unimaginable. Bai said. Big Brother, what do you think? Should we go forward or retreat? Chapter 4963. Since we've come, there's no reason for us to leave so easily. Although the God Judgment Brush is a peerless treasure, the tomb of Emperor Cosmos won't end here. If we leave now, we may regret it for the rest of our lives. Since ancient times, how many great emperors have there been in the entire eternal world? Such an opportunity is extremely rare. If we leave because of fear of death, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life. My three brothers, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I'm afraid there's a 90% chance of survival on this trip. But at the same time, the opportunities that accompany it may allow us to soar into the sky, and we will no longer have to wander the eternal world. Shuelihong said in a low voice. Big Brother, you're wrong. We four brothers have been closely linked for thousands of years, advancing and retreating together. We will never abandon Big Brother and leave alone. We have experienced so many battles of life and death. With Big Brother here, we will never retreat. Qing said. Yes, third brother is right. Big Brother, let's go. Now that those guys have been killed by the God Judgment Brush, we can sleep peacefully. Even if there's danger, we can still withstand it. Everyone nodded and continued to walk towards the second floor of the hall. In the world of darkness, the starry sky was endless. Dawn broke and the world was dusky yellow. When Jiang woke up, he found that he was surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes. At first glance, it was misty, and in the dusky yellow sky visibility was very low. Roars were incessantly ringing in his ears. Among the mountains and rivers, great demons towered into the sky. Demonic beasts that were hundreds of feet tall and thousands of feet tall were like mountain peaks. When he turned around, Jiang saw as many as 5 demonic beasts. These demonic beasts moved slowly, but were extremely terrifying. Majestic Genesis chi circulated between heaven and earth. Jiang could feel that they were extraordinary. There wasn't a single soul in the surroundings. It was as though he had entered an illusory realm, yet it felt so real. Could it be that after he was drawn into the darkness he ended up here? Jiang couldn't help but furrow his brows. He released his own innate astral souls, yet he had no way to see into the future. His surroundings were boundless and boundless, his innate astral souls were simply insufficient. The trees, mountains, and rivers were all dark yellow in color. Within the great fog, misty rain lingered, but there was a kind of splashed ink painting of mountains and rivers. Birds crisscrossed the mountains and packs of wild wolves gathered at the foot of the mountains. Occasionally giant beasts could be seen, towering between heaven and earth. This scene caused Jiang to feel a sense of wonder and shock. He most likely hadn't died, but this was a different space. The fact that there were living beings here meant that this wasn't a land of death. But what puzzled Jiang was why there was no one around. Over 100 people had been drawn into the darkness, so why was there still no one around him? The world here was hazy, filled with mysteries and the unknown. Even with Jiang innate astral souls, he had no way to see into it. This caused him to worry more and more about Luoying. Even Qi Yeyu and Xiao Yuan were helpless against the darkness. What kind of world was this exactly? Opening a new path, forming a world of its own. But in this world, Jiang didn't know where to start. He knew nothing about this place. The things in the surroundings, including those demonic beasts, were things he had never seen or heard of before. Let's go look for Luoying and Dahuang first. Jiang murmured. Looking at his surroundings, he knew that he had to be extra careful. The world here might seem calm, but there was a high possibility that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Dahuang. Jiang heart stirred. He and Dahuang had long since understood each other. Dahuang was calling for help, and his current situation was extremely dangerous. West. Jiang stepped on the heaven ascension stairway. His speed was astonishing as he instantly flew towards the west. Dahuang's call for help came from the west. Jiang was extremely nervous when he saw Dahuang. The unknown was the most terrifying. He had no idea where this place was. The tomb of the Emperor Cosmos was filled with dangers. Who would dare to say that they could ignore the Emperor? Wasn't that a joke? Even Jiang Chen was no exception. Hence, when De Huang called for help, Jiang Chen immediately sensed it. Damn it, this bunch of tortoise grandsons are infuriating this lord dog to death. De Huang complained incessantly. He roared as he ran, but the 7 giant tortoises behind him had no intention of letting him go. The 7 golden tortoises were all 1 zhang in size. Their necks were extremely long, almost occupying a meter. Their tails were even longer, reaching more than 2 zhang when swung. Their bodies were covered with densely packed golden shells. Moreover, they were walking upright. They had 4 claws, 2 long and 2 short. De Huang had never seen such tortoises before. These guys all had the battle strength of a star level. They bit him a few times. De Huang was flustered and exasperated. He could only cover his head and run like a rat. Moreover, he was not their match. Their teeth were extremely sharp and their attacks were abnormally numerous. He would rather face 10-star level Xiao family army than be torn apart by these golden tortoises. De Huang shouted as he ran. However, the 7 golden tortoises were exceptionally ferocious. De Huang fell flat on his face and fell to the bottom of the mountain. I don't believe that I can't outrun you with 4 legs, De Huang said in a deadpan manner. He wanted to run away boldly and confidently. The tails of the 7 golden tortoises were like ropes of the universe. They smashed against De Huang's body time and time again. Being whipped by them caused him to feel a burning pain. If he was entangled by them, he would most likely die. Little Qinzi, damn you, where did you run off to? If you didn't come back, this lord dog would have had to be brave. Big Yellow roared at the top of his lungs and knocked away the 2 golden turtles. He rubbed his head and it buzzed. The iron-head art that he was so proud of actually lost to a few old bastards at this moment. Big Yellow was suffering unspeakably. Why isn't your head hard? De Huang, are you living off a woman? Jiang Chen said with a beaming smile. He appeared in front of De Huang like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. De Huang was extremely excited in his heart. However, his mouth was still unwilling to give up. Damn you. This lord dog has never lived off a woman. It's these old tortoises that are too hard. Don't deny it. Let's deal with these guys first. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. These 7 golden tortoises were not easy to deal with. Otherwise they would not have forced De Huang to flee. He was someone who would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. De Huang nodded and did not say anything. When he turned around, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With the help of little Qinzi, he was confident that he could fight against these golden tortoises to the end. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed horizontally on the golden tortoise's body. The golden tortoise shrunk back into its shell. Continuous clanging sounds reverberated in the sky. The heavenly dragon sword could not break the tortoise's shell. This made Jiang Chen even more serious. Chapter 4964. The limitless sword was unstoppable. Jiang Chen fought against 5 at once. 5 golden tortoises kept appearing around him. The heavenly dragon sword was surrounded by sword qi. The sword qi of the limitless sword was extremely domineering. It formed a circle of invisible sword qi, making the golden tortoises unable to attack. De Huang fought against 2 golden tortoises. He was extremely ferocious. I couldn't defeat 7 golden tortoises just now. Now that there are 2, I'll teach you a lesson. De Huang's sharp claws tore through the air. The golden tortoises didn't dare to face his sharp claws. Although their shells were very hard, if they were to be torn apart by De Huang's claws, they wouldn't feel good either. The strength of these golden tortoises couldn't be underestimated. De Huang was having a lot of fun. The golden tortoises were completely suppressed by De Huang. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword to seal these golden tortoises. The sword qi made them complain incessantly. As long as they wanted to attack Jiang Chen, they would be injured by the sword qi. Unless they were locked inside the tortoise's shell. 29 swords. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally. Heaven and earth didn't move. He pulled out his sword and looked around. Sword shadows cut off the tails of the 5 golden tortoises. The 5 golden tortoises screeched in pain and prepared to run away. However, Jiang Chen didn't want them to leave just like that. At least he needed to find out where they were. These golden tortoises weren't easy to kill. Their combat strength and defense were amazing. Although Jiang Chen had injured them, it was still very difficult for him to kill them. Big Yellow could only suppress the 2 golden tortoises with his belly. It was almost impossible for him to kill them. The tortoises hid in their shells and retreated after a single strike. This made Big Yellow somewhat angry and embarrassed. "Wanna run? No way." Jiang Chen stepped on the sky ascending ladder. His speed was shocking. He flew in the sky and in a few breaths he caught up to them. He swung his sword and the 5 golden tortoises retreated back into their shells, motionless. Bang! Bang! De Huang used his iron head technique and sent 2 golden tortoises flying. The 7 golden tortoises curled up on the ground. Hee, let's see where you can run to this time. De Huang swaggered over and threw a stone at the golden tortoise. However, the golden tortoise remained indifferent. De Huang knocked his head against the golden tortoise again. Dong, 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 dong. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break the golden tortoise's golden tortoise. Instead, his own head was knocked into a mess. You old tortoise shell, come out if you have the guts. Grandpa Dog will give you a steamed and braised meal. If you don't come out, you're just a coward. He has always been a tortoise. Jianghu rolled his eyes. Kikik, Grandpa Dog is so angry that I'm muddled. Luckily you came, little Chinzi. Otherwise, Grandpa Dog's reputation would have been ruined by these tortoise shells. De Huang shook his head beside Jianghu and said, Do you know what this place is? Jianghu asked. I don't know. When I came in, I was chased by these 7 tortoise shells everywhere. Damn it. Weren't we sucked into the dark crevice? That divine judgment pen is really terrifying. De Huang said with lingering fear. He also didn't know where this place was. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After finding little Chinzi, he didn't have so many worries in his heart anymore. They definitely know. We just need to pry their mouths open. De Huang suddenly had an idea. Let me give it a try. Jianghu said. Yes, use your heavenly dragon sword. These guys definitely won't be able to withstand it. De Huang said solemnly. Jianghu raised his sword and slashed at the golden tortoise. Clang! Jianghu furrowed his brows. He had slashed at the golden tortoise for more than 10 times, but nothing happened. He could only leave a shallow mark on the golden tortoise's body. If he wanted to break the shell, it would take a very long time. Even the heavenly dragon sword can't break these golden tortoises. Isn't it too hard? De Huang was a little stunned. This golden tortoise was really unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, they were at their wits' end. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? Even the heavenly dragon sword can't break the golden tortoise's defense. It seems that we have really underestimated them. Jianghu said in a low voice. Looking around, the mountains and rivers were filled with mist, giving people a very depressing feeling. It's not that we can't let them go, but we should at least figure out where we are. De Huang said helplessly. Then we can only ask them. But we can't break their defense. This group of old tortoise shells, this master dog is so angry. De Huang was extremely frustrated. His sharp claws tore the air and roared again and again, but he still couldn't break these old tortoise shells. He was so angry that he was going crazy. Stop dawdling here. Let me do it. Jianghu said with a smile. You have a way. De Huang was stunned. If you can't break these tortoise shells, can't you let them come out by themselves? Let them come out by themselves? How is that possible? They can't beat us, so they are hiding in their shells. How can they come out by themselves? De Huang said in disbelief. 5 elements divine fire. Jianghu turned his palm and the 5 elements divine fire spurted out. Instantly, De Huang's eyes were filled with excitement. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Let's see if they can withstand the roasting of the 5 elements divine fire. If they don't come out, I will roast all of you. De Huang was in high spirits. The 5 elements divine fire wreaked havoc, roasting the 7 golden tortoises. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the golden tortoises surrendered and came out of their shells. If they were roasted for a while longer, they would be completely roasted. Please don't roast them. Quickly retract the fire, I beg you. Ah, it's so hot, I'm almost cooked. The 7 golden tortoises all stuck out their tongues. The roasting of the 5 elements divine fire made them completely lose their previous confidence. Hee, if I can't break your old tortoise shells, do you think I can't roast you? Little Chinzi, I want to eat barbecued golden tortoises. De Huang threatened the 7 golden tortoises. The 7 golden tortoises trembled in fear. They had just experienced a life and death battle. How could they dare to be arrogant in front of Jianghu and De Huang? They all lowered their heads. Lord, spare us, spare us. The golden tortoise's trembling voice was filled with despair. What is this place? Jiang Chen played with the 5 elements divine fire in his hand and said indifferently. The 7 golden tortoises looked at each other and silently nodded. This is the ancient book realm. Ancient book realm? Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't know what was going on. What ancient book realm? De Huang continued to ask. Ancient book realm is the world of ancient books. Simply put, it's the world of books. We also thought of leaving this place, but we discovered that we couldn't do so. The world here isn't real. Only in the ancient book realm can we be considered real. The ancient book realm is a world that Emperor of the Cosmos constructed with the divine judgment brush. Chapter 4965. A book world? What the fuck? Is this for real? De Huang said in shock. A book world. In other words, the book world they were in now wasn't a real world at all. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn. It seemed like they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Although this was a world of its own, it shouldn't be a good place. The Emperor of the Cosmos used the judgment divine brush to construct this world. Everything here is fake and illusory? Even you guys? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, but the Emperor of the Cosmos is a peerless figure after all. Although he used the judgment divine brush to outline a book world, the book world has already formed itself after countless years of gestation. We are also existences in the book world, but we don't know whether it's real or not. The golden turtle said solemnly. The Emperor of the Cosmos is indeed worthy of being an eternal emperor. This book world is already so terrifying and real. It's hard to imagine what a book world is like. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, this place was more like a prison and they were all trapped here. Then how do we get out? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Get out? We can't get out. We can't get out once we enter. This world has an unchanging rule: no one can leave this place. The golden turtle murmured with a sad expression on its face. I don't believe it. De Huang shouted in a low voice. Tell me, how do we get out of here? Otherwise I will roast you guys immediately. We really can't get out. If we can get out, why would we need you guys? Don't we want to get out? Although this ancient book world is very big, it lacks spiritual qi. We have experienced countless years to barely reach our current cultivation. This world has long been fixed and has become eternal. This ancient book world is a book, a world. The golden turtle said with an annoyed face. Forget it. Jiang Chen patted De Huang and said, if these golden turtles knew the way to get out of here, they wouldn't be willing to stay in this ancient book world. But I know that a demonic beast might know. The golden turtle said weakly after pondering for a moment. Oh. Ancient Elephant King, ever since I was born in the ancient book world, I've known about his existence. He's the ruler of the ancient book world, but he almost never comes out. Even the beasts of the ancient book world have never seen him. He's the most likely person to know the secrets of the ancient book world. If there's someone in the ancient book world who knows how to leave this place, it's only him. The golden turtle said. Where is he? Take us to him. De Huang said impatiently. Not going. The ancient Elephant King's territory is not a place anyone can enter. Going there is courting death. That's right. Even if you kill us, we won't go. The ancient Elephant King is extremely cruel. Those who have interacted with him are all dead. I advise you to accept your fate. Don't go. The ancient Elephant King might not be here anymore, or he might have left the ancient book world. Every golden turtle's face was filled with fear. They would rather die in the hands of Jiang Chen than step into the ancient Elephant King's territory. Tell me where he is and I'll let you guys go. Jiang Chen said. Since they were so afraid of the ancient Elephant King, it meant that they weren't lying. As long as they could find the ancient Elephant King, they might be able to find a way out of here. This was the ancient book world. Jiang Chen must leave this place as soon as possible. 3,000 miles to the west, there's a 10,000 feet tall 4-elephant mountain. That's the ancient Elephant King's territory. Don't blame me for not warning you guys, he's not someone to be trifled with. Although you guys are strong, the ancient Elephant King is the real overlord. No one can escape from him. You guys better watch out. The 7 golden turtles retreated step by step. They were worried that Jiang Chen would go back on his words. Let's go, there's no time to lose. The ancient Elephant King is our only chance to leave this place. De Huang looked at Jiang Chen. There was nothing in this world that could stop the brothers. Alright, let's go meet this ancient Elephant King. 3,000 miles, it wasn't a long distance, but it wasn't a short distance either. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow kept heading towards the west without stopping. The ancient book world was still an unknown to Jiang Chen. It would be best if they could leave this place as soon as possible. The power of the divine judgment brush also gave him a deeper understanding of the Emperor of the Cosmos's tomb. It was hard to imagine how many dangers there were in this tomb. The mysterious palace, the powerful divine judgment brush, and the mysterious ancient book world were all very terrifying for Jiangchen. It was never his style to leave his life in the hands of others, not even the Emperor of the Cosmos. The ancient book world was a world of its own. It was formed by the divine judgment brush, so it wasn't a real complete world. Who knew when this world would collapse? Once this world collapsed, he would be buried here forever. Although these were probably just groundless fears of Jiangchen, more and more people were appearing in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Anything could happen. Along the way, Jiangchen saw new scenes everywhere he went. After a few hundred miles, the place bordering the mountains was covered in yellow sand. The scorching sun rose and shone brightly. It was so hot that it made people sweat profusely. After a while, there was a blue sea in the distance. It stretched for thousands of miles and huge waves surged to the sky. After an unknown amount of time, as if there was no day or night here, Jiangchen finally arrived at the other side of the ocean. This time he saw a few people, all of them were from the Xiao family. The leader was none other than Han Feihu. This guy was caught by us. This time we can play with them. Big Yellow winked and said. Before this master dog came, they were very arrogant. Since we met them, let's teach them a lesson. Let's deal with them first. The Xiao family deserves to die. Jiangchen hated the Xiao family to the extreme. These people were unscrupulous and tried to kill him several times. Now, it was time for him to launch a counterattack. Motherfucker, this is too fucked up. What kind of place did we come to? I almost fell to my death. That's right, I was scared to death. Luckily we found you guys. But, we won't die here, right? Can't you guys say something more auspicious? If you want to die, go die yourself. I haven't lived long enough. Isn't that so? Isn't Brother Who here too? What are you afraid of? Chapter 4966. The entire Apocalypse Milky Way city was his. This time, when he brought the Xiao family army into the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Xiaoyuan was full of confidence. However, who would have thought that such an accident would occur? Han Feihu was also very depressed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They hadn't even found the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, and 4 galactic wanderers actually appeared. With a wave of the divine judgment pen, they were killed and fell into this unknown place. They didn't even know if they were dead or alive. The main force had already lost contact with them. Han Feihu knew that the only thing they could do now was to quickly find City Lord Xiao. Only by finding him could they leave this place safely. Han Feihu had a feeling that they were being watched. That numbing feeling lingered in his heart and couldn't be erased. All of you stop talking. Can you let me be quiet for a while? Han Feihu also couldn't control his temper. These people were chattering on the side. Who could be in a good mood? They hadn't even found City Lord Xiao, and they were already annoyed to death by their own people. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, they didn't dare to challenge Han Feihu's authority. The Zodiac Death Warriors were all experts who could fight 1 against 10. Han Feihu was a level 2-star state. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. 7 level 1-star states. Right now they were the weakest here. We'll listen to you, Brother Who. Right, Brother Who. We'll go wherever you tell us to go. Han Feihu's expression softened. At least these guys didn't lose their minds. At the crucial moment, they knew when to advance and when to retreat. I think you guys shouldn't go anywhere. The feng shui here is good. It's suitable for you to be buried. Jiangchen said plainly and silently appeared beside them. Jiangchen. Everyone's expression changed. They had seen Jiangchen's power. Especially after he broke through to the star state, almost no one could stop him. Other than Aldern, no one could stop this guy. Even the Zodiac Death Warriors couldn't kill him. Now that they had to face Jiangchen, wouldn't it be a near-death situation? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Han Feihu and Jiangchen looked at each other. Lung Lung said. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a misfortune. If it was a misfortune, it couldn't be avoided. That's right. However, you no longer have any backing. I'm afraid that all of you will have to stay here. Big Yellow chuckled like a ghost. It bared its fangs and was filled with killing intent. These people were Little Chinzi's enemies and all of them wanted to kill them. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, it was time for the brothers to show off their skills. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. It won't be that easy to kill me. Han Feihu was not afraid in the slightest. He clenched his fists tightly, his fighting spirit soaring. "There's no point in talking. Leave him to me. De Huang, you should be fine with the rest of the trash, right?" Jiang Qin smiled. "Who are you looking down on? I'll take care of these bastards in no time. Just wait and see." De Huang curled his lips and said, "Damn dog, you're courting death. Get him." With a wave of Han Feihu's hand, 7 early-stage stellar-level experts rushed towards De Huang, while Jiang Qin also took the opportunity to meet them, pressing towards Han Feihu. The heavenly dragon sword swept across, overflowing with dominance. Although Jiang Qin's strength was 1 level lower than Han Feihu's, his strength was not something that even Aldern dared to underestimate. Hence, Han Feihu was very serious. He had to go all out in this battle. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die. Jiang Qin, who had broken through to the stellar level, was no longer the same as before. When he was half a stellar level, Han Feihu did not dare to say that he could win against Jiang Qin. At this moment it was even more difficult to predict. The limitless sword could break through anything, sweeping away all obstacles, piercing through the sky. Han Feihu was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With a long spear in hand, he fought fiercely with Jiang Qin. Every sword made him feel soul-stirring and soul-stirring. Every sword seemed to be aiming for his life. Jiang Qin's every move was fatal, aiming for his heart. Han Feihu's expression became more and more ugly. The heavenly dragon sword was too strong, and the limitless sword was too overbearing. Han Feihu could not withstand Jiang Qin's heavy pressure at all. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. When the 29th slash landed, Han Feihu was finally defeated. The long spear in his hand was cut into 2 by Jiang Qin's slash. He was extremely shocked. This slash was too powerful, too domineering. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end, and it made one's body tremble. Although Jiang Qin had just broken through to the stellar level, Han Feihu felt a suffocating pressure. It was a completely crushing pressure that surpassed his strength. Han Feihu could not understand why Jiang Qin was so strong. The combination of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword was flawless. His long spear could not break through his opponent's defense at all. On the contrary, he was constantly being defeated. Even the spear in his hand was broken by Jiang Qin. His life was hanging by a thread. What a terrifying sword. Han Feihu only realized how terrifying Jiang Qin was after fighting alone. Every step he took forced him to a dead end. Once this guy rushed out of the great emperor's tomb, he would definitely soar to the sky. He was a true peerless monster. Although Han Feihu was very confident, he knew that he had no chance against Jiang Qin. He retreated after one strike and began to think of escaping. He could not care less about the lives of those people. His own survival was the most important thing. Go to hell. Han Feihu roared and feinted with his spear. Jiang Qin was already prepared because this sword was meant to send Han Feihu to heaven. Jiang Qin was as still as a mountain. His sword was like a dragon, and the power of the heavenly dragon roar swept across the sky. The sword left a sound and the dragon left an afterimage. A golden light pierced through Han Feihu's body. Han Feihu's fleeing figure was finally frozen in place. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. But at this moment, death finally shrouded his body like a layer of black haze. A sword was unleashed and it instantly disappeared. Han Feihu slowly lowered his head and stared at the wound on his chest. The sword had shattered his 8 extraordinary meridians, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He had completely lost all vitality, and the Genesis chi in his body had dissipated in an instant. The Grim Reaper's hand finally fell on him. Han Feihu's eyes were filled with fear, despair, and unwillingness. In the end, his pupils gradually glazed over and he fell with a thud. On the other side, De Huang relied on his dog head to beat the 7 initial star-level guys to a miserable state. When De Huang knocked into them, their internal organs were about to spurt out. All of them were seriously injured and they all fell into despair. These bastards are still taking so long. De Huang, you can't do it. Chapter 4967. Fuck. A man should never say that he can't do it, let alone master dog. Big Yellow was infuriated. Under Jiang Qin's encouragement, he started his final charge. His sharp claws tore apart one figure after another. Everyone was scared to death. However, Big Yellow did not hold back at all. He was unscrupulous and decisive. In a blink of an eye, 7 great experts were killed without a trace of life left in them. 7 bastards. Master Dog can deal with them in a minute. Umph. De Huang said proudly. These guys deserve to die. They want my life. Then I can only kill the danger in the cradle. Let's go. We are about to reach Ancient Elephant King's territory. We have to be careful this time. Jiang Qin and De Huang looked at each other. They walked past the corpses of Han Feihu and the others and continued forward. The sun was shining brightly. Jiang Qin and De Huang did not know how long it had been. It was still daytime. Time did not seem to flow in this place. They did not know what time it was at all. Over there. What a tall mountain. This should be the 4 Divisions mountain. De Huang pointed at the towering mountain in front of them and said solemnly. Finding 4 Elephant Mountain would allow them to find a way out. This was the only shortcut. If they wanted to leave this place they had to find Ancient Elephant King first. Little Qinzi, look. There is space turbulence here. We can't fly in the air. Moreover, we are surrounded by swamps. De Huang looked at the surrounding terrain and his face became solemn. I didn't know that you know how to observe the terrain. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang with a faint smile. However, this was also a problem that gave him a headache. For Elephant Mountain was tall and there was only one road around it. It was surrounded by mountains. Once they entered 4 Elephant Mountain they would be like a clay ox entering the sea. Once there was danger there would be no way to escape. They could not even fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. It was a dead end. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was surrounded by natural barriers. The space here gave people a very terrifying feeling. In the swamp, bubbles kept popping up from underground, emitting a weird and unpleasant odor and were highly poisonous. Be careful. This poisonous gas is highly toxic, and the surrounding mud is also highly toxic. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Qin reminded De Huang. The surrounding layers of ancient trees were also 1,000 feet tall. They grew within the swamp and were frighteningly quiet. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Just a few turtle shells were enough to force them to go all out. This so-called ancient book world was far more dangerous than Jiang Qin had imagined. Moreover, the ancient elephant king that the 7 old turtles had mentioned was an unparalleled existence in the ancient book world. If they wanted to leave they had to find the ancient elephant king. JJ, JJ, JJ. Sharp and hoarse cries resounded in Jiang Qin and De Huang's ears. A few giant birds with astonishing wingspans floated in the sky. Their sharp claws and cold eyes locked on them. Their green feathers and sharp beaks were even sharper than the swords and spears, flickering with a cold light. 13 birds were circling in the sky. The feeling of being stared at made De Huang feel very uncomfortable. However, they did not attack Jiang Qin's group. They just acted as if they were patrolling, keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. This bunch of old birds, what the hell are they? If you make Lord Dog angry I'll roast you all. De Huang cursed. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Qin patted De Huang's shoulder and walked along the swamp toward the 4 Symbols Mountain. The moment they crossed the swamp, the 13 birds charged at Jiang Qin with the speed of an arrow, like a meteor chasing the moon. Damn, it seems like these guys are waiting for an opportunity to strike. De Huang let out a low roar and quickly separated from Jiang Qin. When the 13 birds were close to the ground, they could see clearly that they were a few meters tall. They were even more terrifying than the golden tortoise from before, and there were more of them. They could not fly in the sky in this forbidden area, but these birds were not restricted, which greatly suppressed their performance. Kill? Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. He was ruthless and did not say much. He only said one word, kill. He drew his sword and looked around, pointing it at the sky. Jiang Qin was fighting 10 people at once, but he was not afraid at all. The 10 birds flew through the sky. They were more familiar with the forest and the swamp than Jiang Qin, so they were calmer. However, even so, Jiang Qin was as steady as a mountain, and he was still able to hold them back. De Huang was having fun playing with 3 birds. To him there was no pressure at all. It was like he was playing house. Ha ha ha, this is fun. De Huang grabbed the sharp claws of a bird and flew up into the sky, laughing loudly. However, at this moment, they did not expect that over 100 birds would suddenly run out of the forest. Oh no! Jiang Qin frowned. At this time, De Huang was also rushed down by the birds. Over 100 birds flew by, and the momentum was even more terrifying than when the Shao family army was fighting against Jiang Qin. De Huang fell from the sky, screaming, and smashed heavily into the swamp on the ground. Help little Qinzi. However, Jiang Qin could not save him. He was entangled by the birds and was in a dilemma. When he stepped into the swamp, he felt that it was difficult to move an inch. This time it was not just over a dozen birds but over 100. The two of them were completely surrounded by these birds. Plop! De Huang was in a very difficult situation. He could not help but curse in his heart. However, before he could retaliate, the birds had already closed in on him. They were a black mass crushing down. De Huang's face turned green. Fuck. What the hell is this? De Huang struggled to get up. In the face of so many beasts, he was unafraid of death. He could not let little Xianxia underestimate him. At this time, the two of them looked at each other and were ready for a battle of life and death. 28 swords. 29 swords. Jianghu tried his best to resist. Although he was immune to poison, De Huang did not have that ability. The surrounding poisonous gas and birds were getting more and more. Being attacked from both front and back, De Huang was already in a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. Jianghu was extremely serious. The boundless swords were stacked up crazily. The 9 transformations were unpredictable. 29 swords was not the limit of the boundless swords. Jianghu had no distractions at this moment. He recalled the sword wall and the endless sword marks left behind by the Emperor of the Cosmos. Only by comprehending the sword realm could his boundless swords advance to the next level. 29 swords was just an improvement of the boundless swords. There was no limit to progress and all states returned to 1. This was the ultimate sword intent left behind by the sword wall for Jianghu. Chapter 4968. Jianghu fought against 100 swords alone. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Countless sword techniques, countless sword scars, and countless sword intents gathered together. Endless was the ultimate meaning of the limitless sword. One sword without beginning becomes void. Reincarnation is the ultimate meaning. The limitless sword soared into the sky, pointing straight at the hundreds of birds. Every sword intent contained the terror of the limitless sword. Every sword intent was a level higher than the previous 29 swords. Streaks of sword intent soared into the sky, piercing through the birds. The sword intent was even more terrifying than the sword chi. The sword intent suppressed the birds, crushing their flesh and blood. The sword intent of the myriad realms returning to 1 turned hundreds of birds into ashes in an instant. De Huang was stunned. His heart was filled with horror. Little Xianxia, aren't you too awesome? If this goes on, I will disappear without a trace. Awesome. Truly fucking awesome. Big Yellow gave Jianghu a thumbs up, his heart filled with awe. Hundreds of birds turned into nothingness in an instant. Jianghu's 30 swords were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. 1 sword sweep, 10,000 techniques returned to 1. Jianghu's face was a little solemn. Although this sword was terrifying, it also drained half of his physical strength. The Genesis chi in his body was already quite scarce. If it was an ordinary star-level expert, he wouldn't be able to withstand such great pressure. He wouldn't even be able to use the Genesis chi in his body. This sword made Jianghu both surprised and happy. A third-layer star-level expert could be instantly killed with 1 sword. The 30 swords were terrifying. Let's go, we can't stay here for long, Jianghu said to De Huang. The two of them crossed the swamp, and as soon as they reached the foot of the 4 Divisions mountain, more wild boars appeared in the forest, bearing their fangs. There were so many of them that their scalps went numb. This was no longer 100 but several hundred, over 1,000. Compared to the birds, there were more than 10 times as many of them. Their eyes were perfectly round and they let out low and violent roars. Each of these wild boars had a ferocious look on their faces as they slowly approached Jianghu and De Huang. Before one wave has subsided, another wave has arisen. Have we poked a hornet's nest? Before we find the ancient elephant king, we'll be torn apart by these wild boars. De Huang said angrily. This fucking Emperor of the Cosmos, he's clearly trying to kill us. He's playing us to death. Don't push me too far. Jianghu looked around coldly. There were hundreds and thousands of wild boars and they were all stellar level. At this time he had no choice. What should we do, little Xianxia? De Huang was a little anxious. However, as long as Jianghu was here, he would be fearless even if he had to die bravely. Set fire, burn the mountain, Jianghu said in a deep voice. He put his palms together and gently pressed them apart. 2 terrifying flames soared into the sky, wreaking havoc in the sky. They turned into tongues of fire that covered the sky and scattered down. The entire sky was illuminated and the fire spread. In an instant, The entire foot of the 4 divisions mountain was covered in flames that soared into the sky. Jiang Qin brought De Huang into the Buddha prison palace. At this time, thousands of wild boars were turned into roasted pigs. Countless birds and beasts flew away in fright. The entire sea of fire was like a purgatory. Awesome. Ah, really awesome. De Huang was very excited. Jiang Qin's act of setting fire to the mountain had turned these wild boars into roasted pigs. In an instant, the fire burned and soared into the sky. The flames flew more than 1,000 feet, illuminating the sky. Who is causing trouble here? You're courting death. With a loud shout, 4 winged elephants flew out of the mountain. Each elephant had a long tusk, and its anger soared to the heavens. The light of the flames made it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding forest was slowly being burned to ashes. The flames swept over with lightning speed. I'm looking for the ancient elephant king. Take me to him. Otherwise, I'll turn this place into a purgatory. Jiang Qin's voice echoed in the sky. Bastard. Do you think you can see the ancient elephant king just because you want to? One of the flying elephants roared angrily. Don't be impatient. The leading flying elephant said in a low voice. Take back your prowess. Otherwise, you'll die if you see the ancient elephant king. I'll take you to the ancient elephant king. Jiang Qin nodded and took back the 5 elements' divine fire. In just a short while, 1/3 of the forest had been completely burned down. There were countless casualties. Jiang Qin didn't feel guilty at all because this place was originally a void. It was the structure of the divine judgment pen that formed this ancient book realm. That's why these demonic beasts existed in this place. Okay. Jiang Qin and De Huang walked in the swamp. The 4 flying elephants looked at them with different expressions. I hope you won't go back on your words. Otherwise you'll end up like those roasted pigs. De Huang said calmly. If it wasn't for the leading flying elephant holding him back, the other 3 flying elephants would have rushed up. Their angry looks made De Huang very happy. Not satisfied? Hit me if you're not satisfied. Jiang Qin entered the 4-elephant mountain. The scenery on the mountain was indeed beautiful. However, it had become a scene of devastation in his hands. But the more Jiang Qin walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. These guys had been in front of them and didn't tell them where the ancient elephant king was. Not knowing how long it had been, they had walked to the belly of the mountain. The surrounding was already a sea of clouds. It was still difficult to see the peak of the 4-elephant mountain. Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? De Huang said impatiently. We're here. The leading flying elephant slowly looked back and looked at Jiang Qin and De Huang. Jiang Qin's heart sank. He knew that he had been tricked. This is the 4 poles of the 4-elephant mountain. It has a unique advantage. Even if the 2 of you have the ability to reverse the situation, you won't be able to leave. The leading flying elephant said with a smile. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill us. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent face. He had already guessed it. He would never speculate about the worst outcome. This was his bottom line. Why are you so confident? We'll let you see how powerful we are. Then you'll know if you're qualified to bark in front of us. The East Pole flying elephant said with a sneer. Fuck your shit. Who do you think you are? Damn it. Master Dog will fight to the death with you today. De Huang scolded angrily. Be careful. There's something wrong with the space here. The 4 poles should refer to east, west, south, and north. The 4 poles repel each other. Here we will be affected by the 4 poles, causing us to be unable to make a normal judgment. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. To put it simply, this place is more terrifying than the maze. Chapter 4969. It's good that you know. Do it, kill them without mercy. The West Pole flying elephant was also very nervous, his eyes full of solemnity. Once we take them down, we can possess them. If we succeed, we can leave this place and become a real existence. The 4 flying elephants firmly locked onto Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin. Only then did Jiang Qin understand that they wanted to possess him. Their existence was illusory, an illusion in the ancient book realm, the structure of the divine judgment pen. Although the ancient book realm had already developed a spirit, it still couldn't be denied that it was only a world constructed by the divine judgment pen. It wasn't a real existence at all. After possessing their bodies and escaping from here, they would become a real existence. Possession, resurrection. The power of 4 elephants. The 4 flying elephants didn't look sideways. They shook their bodies and stomped their feet on the ground. 4 terrifying forces came from all directions. Jiang Qin and De Huang looked at each other. Both of them were array masters, so they naturally knew the horror of the 4 poles. The 4 flying elephants firmly guarded the 4 sides. Jiang Qin and De Huang wanted to rush out of the 4 poles, but they were instantly beaten back by this force. It wasn't strong, but it was like they were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't get out at all. 28 swords. 29 swords. Jiang Qin slashed out one sword chi after another, but they all turned into nothingness at the edge of the 4 poles. There was no trace at all, as if they had been absorbed. De Huang's iron head slammed forward, but it was as if he had hit a soft cloud and was directly bounced back. The more they walked forward, the more difficult it was to move forward. In the end, they could only walk on the spot. The east, south, west, and north of the 4 poles are the foundation of the 4 poles. They have reached the realm of complementing each other. It's not an array, but it's better than an array. Moreover, the 4 of us happen to control the 4 poles. No one can even think of stepping in. The east flying elephant said confidently. At this time, Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head and gazed into the distance, because he saw Luo Ying and Imo Han, and beside them, Qi Yeu followed closely behind them with a grim expression. Obviously, they were also at a loss and were trapped in this space. Jiang Qin. Luo Ying's face was filled with joy as she flew towards Jiang Qin. Don't come over, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. However, by the time Jiang Qin finished speaking, it was already too late. Luo Ying had already rushed to his side and threw herself into his arms. However, what shocked Jiang Qin and Luo Ying was that their bodies did not hug each other. Instead, they passed through each other. What's going on? Luo Ying trembled in fear. It should be that the different space-time of the ancient book world is in disorder. You can see each other, but you are not in the same space. Qi Yeu said in a deep voice as he looked at Jiang Qin. Father, how could this be? How could this be? Luo Ying grabbed Qi Yeu's hand, extremely nervous. This ancient book world is really mysterious. It seems that although we are facing each other, we can't touch each other at all. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly and stretched out his palm to touch Luo Ying's hand. However, they both knew that they were not in the same space. Jiang Qin, how are you now? Qi Yeu said. I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. However, these 4 poles are quite a headache. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, this is the ancient book world. Let's go and find the ancient elephant king now. If we find the ancient elephant king, we will definitely be able to leave this place. I will wait for you. I will always wait for you, Luo Ying said anxiously. However, Jiang Qin's face gradually became blurred at this time. No, don't. No. Luo Ying shook her head desperately, but Jiang Qin's figure became increasingly blurred. At the same time, Luo Ying's figure also gradually faded in Jiang Qin's eyes. Take care. I will go and find you. This place can't trap me, Jiang Qin murmured as he watched Luo Ying disappear into the void. The curtains of their battle with the 4 flying elephants had also quietly opened. Time will gradually make you fall here. At worst, you will be completely torn apart. The power of the 4 elephants erupt. The eastern flying elephant let out a furious roar. The power of the 4 elephants crisscrossed in the 4 extremes once again. Jiang Qin could feel that the 4 forces that came from different directions were tearing the surrounding space, including his body. Moreover, it was getting bigger and bigger, causing him more and more pain. His flesh and spirit felt like they were going to be separated. If it wasn't for the strength of his true dragon body and the terrifying power of his bloodline, his body would have been completely torn apart. The power of the 4 elephants constantly pulled at their bodies from all 4 directions, making it more and more difficult. Even taking a step forward was a luxury. Damn it, this is giving me a headache. Did Lord Dog really get schemed against by this group of grandsons? For the first time, De Huang felt like his body and spirit were being torn apart. If this continued, his soul and body would be separated. The 4 poles were too strange, especially the 4 flying elephants, who each controlled a direction. Although it was called a magic array, it wasn't really a magic array. It made it impossible for them to attack. No matter how strong their power was, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Coiling Dragon, is there any way to break the power of the 4 elephants? Jiang Qin asked Coiling Dragon. The power of the 4 poles. The strong can't run amok here because this is a world of nothingness. Power will be devoured by the world of nothingness. This is also the first time I've heard of the 4 poles. However, if we can attack their bodies, we should be able to win. Coiling Dragon muttered. Fine, I'll use my innate astral soul. Since you guys already have spiritual will and want to possess me, I'll erase all your remaining spiritual wills. Because you guys shouldn't exist in this world. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with sharpness. He didn't move at all. At this moment, his innate astral soul was unleashed, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. It was formless and formless, yet capable of destroying everything in its path. Soul detachment. With an intention of his will, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul completely enveloped the 4 flying elephants. The 4 flying elephants screeched in agony as they fell to the ground, clutching their heads. The explosive might of Jiang Chen's innate astral soul penetrated through their spiritual will, which was also their mental energy, instantly causing them to be defeated. The 4 flying elephants retreated in defeat. The innate astral soul of the 4 flying elephants no longer had any place to use it. De Huang soared up and swept his spear horizontally, instantly piercing through the body of one of the flying elephants. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. The other 3 flying elephants all had expressions of shock and terror on their faces. "Spare me, Lord, spare me." The eastern flying elephant knelt in front of Jiang Chen, crying out in fear. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.